Okay, let's try this again. I don't think it's gonna be any better, but I'm gonna try anyway. Hey, listen. I only had like 1-2 streams the whole month. I need a third. Bad. And I'm willing to do anything. Even sabotage my second stream to get the third one in on the same day. Okay, we're gonna give this a second go. This is VOD. This is stream 2 today. The first one got taken out. The entire intro is getting deleted. And I gotta reopen the game because I rebooted my computer, which had no effect because it's actually just Cox being bad. Who could have foreseen this? This is why it always pays to procrastinate. Okay? Because listen, I came out of retirement today, again, to play Hearts of Iron. And I was so excited that I was here early, before it's even time to start the stream. Okay? We haven't even gotten to do anything, because since I was early, the stream got taken out. Miserably. So I should have been late, or not at all, you know? I think that's the answer. If you have the option of just not doing something, you'll probably be rewarded. Imagine having a job that relies on a stable internet connection in America. Impossible challenge. So there's every likelihood it might go back down again. I don't know. Clearly they're having some problems. Anyway, before the stream went down, I want to thank beginning of stream subs, who are hopefully still out there. And welcome back Karth Vader, who's here for 50 months. Thanks for priming, Karth Vader. Chenko Stews for 13. Thanks for the Baker's Dozen. Muppenheimer, hope you haven't given up on me. Thanks for 4 years, dude. Pumping it in chat. Appreciate the 4-year sub, dude. White to be Shears, welcome back for 62. That's a lot of months. Good afternoon. What's up, Barkley? Retirement? Not anymore. I'm coming out of retirement for the second time today. Mr. McDerp, people are having for 33. What's up, Mr. McDerp? And thanks, War of the Worlds, for the gift sub, the Chaos Dragon. Welcome, Tyrion. Thanks for priming. Schnoodly is afraid. I'm afraid too. I live in fear of my ISP. Zed Whistle says E sub. And welcome, Music Affair. Thanks for the first sub of the second stream today. I have Cox too, and I agree they're stinky. Based. Cox, did you see EA released all the Command & Conquer games on Steam? I did. I saw a news headline. I think that that's cool, but I cannot bring myself to play really old games. For fun. I don't know. They live better in my memory than facing the light of truth of the present. But anyway, I shouldn't have been early today. I should have been late. What is it? There's a word for this. There's a word for this.
This is the Sound Redemption.
Oh, yes, the Sound Redemption. The Sound Redemption, yep. E. Maybe that blessing, that chant will keep the lights on today. Question. What is the word for the belief system that effectively, if I could summarize it, is something to the likes of destiny? If you were late because your toast burnt and you dodged a car crash because of that, or something. There's a specific word that's like a belief system. No, it's not determinism. I don't think chat's got it yet, because none of the things you're saying... No. Yeah, no. Not determinism or fatalism. I think if I Google search, I think the key is burnt toast. It might be burnt toast theory, actually. It was a TikTok meme. But it was a real thing before it was a TikTok meme, but it's stupid. But also, it's not stupid. It's dumb. It's actually just called burnt toast theory. It's not really a theory, it's a TikTok meme. No, it says, it's just a way of reframing the perspective of okay, it has nothing to do with what just happened to me. Basically, it's when you're looking at your inconveniences in life as being beneficial by saving you from unknown tragedy that would have happened if the inconvenience hadn't happened. The idea is that burning your toast may have been bad, but it could have been that burning toast saved you from dying in a car crash, so perhaps it was actually a good thing. Basically, it's like people who missed a flight and their flight crashes, or something like that. Because you got coxed, you avoided a ban in an alternate universe. But yeah. What was the last time that you made toast, chat? Did you eat toast today? Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Round 2. Welcome to Hearts of Iron 4. We got a new DLC, Trial of Allegiance, which is released to mixed reviews. However, that does not change the fact that I'm very excited to actually get to sink my teeth in today. So I'd like to do so uninterrupted if the ISP of my home would cooperate with me. So, we're going to start a new game. Going back to 1936. But we got 3 majors in the form of Chile, Argentina, and Brazil. And then we have, I think, 2 minor power trees in Paraguay and Uruguay. So 5 total nations to toy with and campaign with. And it'll be fun to be in a different part of the map from where we normally are as well. These are probably going to be smaller campaigns because there's a reason why these countries haven't already been featured in a DLC. Because of those 3, really only Brazil was a considerable factor in World War II. In from what I remember. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Let's see. What does Wikipedia say? Okay, Wikipedia says, strategically, Panama was the most important Latin American nation for the Allies because of the Panama Canal, which provided a link between Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Yes, we know. Brazil was also of great importance because of having the closest point in the Americas to Africa, where the Allies were actively engaged in fighting the Germans and Italians. For the Axis, the southern cone nations of Argentina and Chile were where they found most of their support, and they utilized it to the fullest by interfering with internal affairs, conducting espionage, and distributing propaganda. Brazil was the only country to send troops to the European theater, was instrumental in providing air bases for the resupply of combatants, and had an important part in the anti-submarine campaign of the Atlantic. Several other countries had skirmishes with German U-boats and cruisers in the Caribbean and South Atlantic. Mexico sent a fighter squadron of 300 volunteers to the Pacific, known as the Aztec Eagles. I'm allergic to the Aztec Eagles. So basically, like, basically Brazil was fairly involved in things, and then Argentina and Chile were kind of like me when I played multiplayer Tarkov, you know? I let them go in first, and I stay in the back and just hope that they win any of the fights they get into, you know? Oh, you go ahead, you lead. I got the rear. World War II news. Yeah, it's good to get a little perspective of the roles there. Argentina and Chile received very little military aid. For the most of the war, neither accepted American terms accompanying the aid, that they sever relations with Axis powers. They wanted to be able to stay on the winning side, if it came to that, and switch if it didn't. Okay, anyway, there you go. A little context, a little backstory from what we're going to be doing. Back to 1936 we go. Hitler's still consolidating power. Mussolini is going on daring military adventures, quote unquote, in Ethiopia. And the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China and Asia. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. There's the Second Brazilian Republic. Chile and Argentina are new, cool choices. And then we've got Paraguay and Uruguay right there. You can also play as these, though I don't know what their tree looks like, or if it's of any significance whatsoever. Can you check the tree from this page, or no? I don't think you can. We've always loaded in, I believe. Okay, so we've got Brazil, which starts with an undiversified economy, production efficiency's down, political power's down, stability's down. Things are in a state of emergency. Aftermath of the coffee crisis. Okay, so these are going to be, our focus tree choices. Perhaps we should... Chad, should we just load into each one and glance at the focus trees real quick? Or nah? I don't want to take too much more time, because I kind of want to... I feel like I know what I want to do already. I kind of feel like I know what I want. We can see all the trees after loading in. Yeah, that's true. I feel like I just want to be Chile. And go back, because this is where I started in Vicky 3. And then we only streamed that like once or twice. So, maybe I go back and I do things differently. I kind of want to be the long Chile first. We'll play at least 2 or 3 of these. So if I'm not doing the one you want right now, there'll probably be another campaign. And is there a reason why I want to be Chile? I don't know. I think I like saying it. As an effect of the Wall Street crash, the USA stopped importing copper and nitrate from Chile, which was the country's main source of income. This led to Chile becoming the South American country to be the most badly affected by the economic depression, and the political instability, which only got worse with the depression, has not yet been solved. As Arturo Alessandri's terms draw to one final end, the fascist movement is on the rise. That's how you know it's a Paradox DLC. And the country vividly remembers the coups of the previous decade, as well as the Socialist Republic of Chile in 1932. Chat, would it be a Paradox DLC if the very first new paragraph of text doesn't have a typo? I swear that happened in the CK3 DLC a few days ago too. Like the first new pop-up. Like you're just greeted with it. I'm gonna be real. I don't know why. I think typos are bothering me more now than they did. Like it's escalating. And I think that's just a sign that I'm getting old. This is just like old man pet peeve now. Like Typo. I find it like more distracting now than ever. Even though I think I used to be pretty chill. There was no spell check back. Oh, they wrote it with a typewriter. That makes sense. And they didn't want to have to scratch it off or like print it out, use whiteout, and then go back over it. Chat, when was the last time you used whiteout? A few months ago? Today? Stop sniffing it. Like a year ago? More than 5 years? It was at least over a decade ago for me. When I covered my hand with it when I was 6. A week ago because I signed my lease like an idiot. Understandable. All right, also, we have a second typo. The is capitalized after a comma. The fascist movement is on the rise, and the country vividly remembers the coups of the previous decade, as well as the Socialist Republic of Chile in 1932. I think the reason it stands out so much in Paradox releases is because, true or false, chat, 90% of each Paradox DLC release is just text on the screen. So it's different because it's not just secondary to the game, it is the game, largely, especially if you're playing Crusader Kings. So it's like going to a cheeseburger place and they make the cheeseburgers wrong, but it's okay because they have pretty good fries. It's like, you're a cheeseburger place. I don't care about the side. I don't care about the other, like, 10%. Fix it! All right, anyway. Let's go. Chile. Regular difficulty is always good for me. We're going to be playing ahistorical, which means this box is unchecked, so things are going to go off the rails. I like it better that way. And then Iron Man mode. Why shouldn't I play a brand new patch? Did we read the patch notes? No, we didn't, did we? There's got to be patch notes with this. There are. We'll skim them. Hearts of Iron 4 patch notes, please. This is not the correct patch notes. This is the correct patch notes. Okay. Here we go. Chat, you can see this. Let's just do... that. There we go. Do we need to watch the release trailer? No. We're gonna be... No. We're gonna be playing it. Okay, we got Brazilian, Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, voiceover, 6 music tracks, yes. Admiral Trait Tree has been reshuffled. Okay, it's just reorganized. The Monroe Doctrine has been reworked from the old USA guarantees to something more flexible. Well, that makes sense, because South America. More sensible AI weights for interventionist US going Monroe Doctrine will now only DOW. Declaration of war? Is that what that is? If enough tension is generated by that country. Tweak to Ethiopia to be more aggressive against the war in Italy. Ooh, spicy. Ethiopia AI changes. Added embargo decision against Venezuela. Change hands-off tag to Haiti. Quebec as a releasable game start. added an event to Mexican-focused Bolivarian Alliance to ensure players can refuse the ticking communism national spirit if they wish. That's funny. Fix that ensures a certain shadowy German gentleman can be 100% obtainable if Germany capitulates and a focus on the Argentina fascist branch is taken. That seems specific. Rework the Amazon to have impassable terrain areas to model the deep jungle. Reduce the number of super heavy tank destroyers needed for support battalion to 20. Okay. Reduce the IC cost of jet engines. Chat, what does IC stand for? Treaty with the USSR now grants a 200% research bonus for tank hulls. Oh, it got nerfed. Okay. Industrial capacity. Does that mean, like, cost to produce? Chat, please. The abstraction of factory output. Yeah, so how long it takes to produce. Okay. Railway company gives armor to armor trains. It's good. Several mission air advisor modifiers that were non-functional have been replaced with bonuses. So, okay, some cleanup. Airborne? No E? Chad, do you spell airborne like this in both the UK and the US? I assume. I mean, not like this, with an E. Sorry. My brain's still working. Escort efficiency now reduce disruption from enemy attacks. Fixed broken turret for... Okay, I don't know what that means. Close air support leaders and doctrine now also give ground attack bonuses on top of mission efficiency to boost impact. Nice. Added the Union Pacific for the USA. Added new spies. You can no longer accidentally click on units in construction map mode. Praise be. Praise be. What a great change. That was so annoying. Naval battle reports are now properly hidden on reading when parts of stacks. Praise be. What a patch. What a patch this is. This is great. Praise Rod. Fixed bugs in how the AI selects research. I wonder how that'll have... that sounds like the kind of thing that'll have butterfly effect, you know? A bunch of bug fixes and improvements to how the AI calculates research weights. That should change how the games play out, especially for ahistorical. AI will now pick more appropriate military spirits and cares about getting early equipment design text to unblock them from iterating on tank equipment. Interesting. German AI will prefer picking silent workhorse. German AI will no longer value Heinz Guderian more than every other advisor combined crying emoji. Discourage AI from changing production lines too quickly and too often to waste efficiency. So AI is kind of getting buffed, is what it sounds like. Make sure UK AI doesn't hold out on guaranteeing Poland when it's time critical just to save up for loss. Sorry, Poland. Internal politics here are getting crazy. You don't understand. They're like, we're literally under attack, bro. Please help us. US AI more likely to lend lease UK and Soviet. UK AI should switch from interwar tanks quicker. All right, so AI is getting buffed, is what it seems like. And then some bug fixes that I don't feel like reading. Like, fix the names of Zimbabwe characters. That's important. There might be something in here, but I don't feel like reading all that, so. Because I probably wouldn't notice. Either way, it seems like it's got some good stuff in the patch. We're going regular difficulty, Iron Man, no historical. This will be plenty difficult. Chilling in South America. Starter up. Let's get it going. Okay, we're in. And I forget where I usually am. I feel like it's over here somewhere, but I know it's going to end up over here once we get more generals. That's fine. Music. No shuffle. Main theme. You know what to do. All right, welcome to Chile, everybody. Let's take a look at starting scenario and what we got to work with. First of all, we got a sick, nasty flag. Just very, very simple. Who did it better, me or Texas? Who did it better? We've got a host of national spirits. This seems like more than usual. The Mapuche conflict. Ever since the pacification, I also apologize in advance for mispronunciations. However, there are a handful of people that live in Chile that watch the stream, because I get people coming in and be like, hey, hello from Chile sometimes. Also, I apologize to any Argentinians, Peruvians, Bolivians, or possibly Paraguayans. Because I might invade you. And if you're Brazilian, I might come to Brazil, but not the way you want. Okay? But that being said, I can't imagine Chile is very strong. So this is probably going to be a slow campaign, but I don't mind that, because I like these minor powers quite a lot. And that's what I think draws me to Chile, is because it seems like the weakest of the three big ones. So that'll be interesting. Also, we have some really annoying land to try and defend. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go. So let's check out our current national spirit effects. The Mapuche conflict. Ever since the pacification of Araucania and the forceful integration of the land and its people into the Chilean state, the indigenous Mapuche have been displaced, disfavored, and dissatisfied. While there are groups among them who strive for cooperation and integration, there are also those who struggle to subvert the state in every way possible. This is a recruitable population factor of -5%. So, like, our current population recruitment is 1.35%. So it's 1.5% and then modified by -5% of that. So it's not a lot. But we're still down from 1.5 to 1.35. So we want to fix the Mapuche conflict and the Hacienda. Because as we up our conscription laws from volunteer to extensive and service by requirement, that 5% modifier will get more punishing as we go up that list. So we got the Hacienda. Okay, how do you say this? Inquilinaje? Inquilinaje? I don't know where the emphasis goes. That's a lot of syllables. The Hacienda Inquilinaje system of landlords and tenants stems from the old Roman and Imperial Spanish ways of running a country, and as can be expected, highly outdated and oppressive. The current Chilean haciendas stand out for the poor condition of the workers and being a backward part of the economy, due to practically utilizing serfdom to this day. They're still doing serfdom? The only way we can rid ourselves of this problem properly is land reform, which should be a main priority to restore our economy. Double L sounds like a Y. It's not double L. It's a single L. It's an I on either side. You stinky. It's Quili. There's only one L. Anyway, you got a 1080p, chat. You got to watch in 1080p to see the little tiny letters. Minus 10, there's the minus 10% recruitable pop factor. We're gonna start this a little lower. Stability is down 5%, so that's not good either. Production efficiency cap is up, which I guess helps us early. Serfdom increases production efficiency, chat. Maybe there's something there. And then daily communism support going up, so that might be bad depending on what we want to do. Near anarchic society. That's so funny to me. Our nation currently suffers from common occurrences of coup attempts and riots, as well as the everyday commonplace protests. Also stemming from the great hostility between politicians, the military, and governmental institutions, nothing functions effectively enough. We must mend these issues to stabilize the country once and for all. Political power gain is down 15%. Stability is down 25%. War support's down 10%, and we're getting fascism support here. So we're getting communism support here from serfdom, fascist support from anarchy, and our stability is taking a massive hit. So because stability is low, we're also getting another 11% political power down. Factory output's down 28, dockyard output down 28, and we don't have any subjects, or do we have occupied territories? We do. The Kingdom of Rapa Nui. Where the heck is this? Oh, it's right there. Rapa Nui. Little island. Easter Island. Right here. Okay. We got a lot of bad things going on here. The Republican Guard is a good thing, though. As it currently stands, the Republic is in great peril and close to the verge of collapse. However, President Arturo Alessandri has since 1925 stabilized much. And now the reliance on this secret militia is redirecting funding meant to go to the army, thus preventing expansion of the regular armed forces. So no, it's not good. It's bad, actually. It has some perks, though. It has some green numbers, but apparently it's blocking the development of our army. Legacy of the naval arms race. While this is like the most national spirits I've seen in a country, by the way. While there are no formal treaties preventing the expansion of the Brazilian, Chilean, or Argentinian navies, there has been an informal arrangement since the Great War that prevented it. If any of the nations in the region were to begin arming their fleets with new capital ships, an arms race would be inevitable. So dockyard output's down, carrier max costs, so we have a cap on how big of a ship we can make. And dockyard construction speeds minus 40. Okay. The Monroe Doctrine. Yeah, the United States has long promised to protect the Western Hemisphere from outside interference by colonial powers, meaning any incursion into our territory would likely mean the USA would come to our aid. However, if our politics no longer align with that of the United States, we may find ourselves unprotected. Anyway. So, on the one hand, chat, can I just say that the U.S. was so real for the Monroe Doctrine, but also maybe doing like Black Ops dictatorship government overthrows was bad, actually, also. You know? But also, like, in a vacuum, standalone, the Monroe Doctrine is pretty sick. I'd be curious to see how the world would be different without it, if at all. Like, I have to imagine it would be different given the historically colonial powers that were extremely interested in this region. Which, by the way, as an aside, I have been watching some very interesting videos on the Guyanas, which are right here. There's been a really cool like docu-series that kind of popped up in my YouTube's recommended feed from some tuber that only has like a couple thousand subscribers, and it's like one of the best informational documentaries that are just made by YouTube that I've ever seen. Let me see if I can find it. I can't just say that. Oh, here it is. I found it for you guys can put this on your watch later, okay? They got 2 episodes out right now. Put this on your watch later because it's like 20-minute episodes. Very, very cool little documentary. Okay, they got 48,000 subscribers, but they probably got a bunch because this video got 1.5 million views, and like blew up and went viral. But it's like a 2-parter right now, and they're gonna keep releasing more episodes. If you're in VOD land, the tuber's name is Alex Rothman. Because you can't see the chat that I just linked. Okay, anyway, this area is very interesting. Because it has a very long history that is crazy. And I've never been so fascinated about a random region of the world that I previously knew nothing about. Okay, anyway. The U.S. has got the Monroe Doctrine protecting us. The Chilean economy is also hugely negative due to the heavy reliance on the export of copper and nitrate, among other things. The Chilean economy was hit greatly after the Great Crash, when its largest trading partner, the U.S., stopped importing from Chile, and the country was forced to sell off pieces of land in order for the economy to not collapse completely. Efforts have been made to resolve the situation, but more needs to be done. The Chilean economy will one day be great again. Minus 10% resource gain. We have to commit more consumer goods factories for the civilians. We got lower stability, lower construction speed, lower factory output speed, and lower dockyard speed. So we got a lot of work to do, dude. We got a lot of work to do. So let's get to it. Let's hop to. Starting with checking out some of the buttons at the top of the screen.
¿Listos? Sí, señor.
I'm trying to find like a good volume mix here. Their vocals seem way louder than everyone else's. We got 7 divisions. The guys with helmets seem like competent infantry. 18 combat width. Just infantry, no support groups, just boots and guns. Basically, we don't even have enough guns. Oh, so just boots then. Our caballeria has a bunch of horses, and that's it, with no guns. We've only got 1/3 of our guns. And then we got these dudes with the pointy helmets. The Presidential Regiment, seems like. They have all their guns. But they only have 2 infantry, 2 cav. These are terrible. Another smaller regiment of militiamen. All right, so we got a militia group, and then we got a smaller militia group. Okay, it's confusing. But we're going to give all of you over to an army and see... Why do we have so many generals? We got a ton of generals. Do we have any... Field marshals, though, is the question. We have 1 field marshal, Oscar Novoa Fuentes, who is a level 3 with kind of average stats, good planning speed, general max army size. Oh, that's actually pretty great. I like skilled staffer. Expert delegator, general max army group size +2 again. Whoa. Efficiently commands several armies. Dude, we're only gonna need 1 field marshal for the entire game. This guy is like an organizational genius. Hopefully he has other, like, upside. Normally they can have what, like, wait, these numbers don't make sense though. This is general max. Oh, okay, this is group size +2, so he can go from 5 to 7 armies. And then his general max army size, the generals can have +6 units in their army. Okay. Who are we going to throw on? Infantry, mountaineers? I bet we have a lot of mountains. I bet we have a ton of mountains. The Andes. 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 Hills. Okay, so we got urban and hills. Then back to mountain. 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 Mountain, mountain. Mountain, mountain. All right, so this is going to be one of the first times I hyper-specialize in mountaineers. I think mountaineer as our first choice is great. Let's go with you. Okay, and I don't know what order to give you guys, because you don't really have anything going on anyway. I'm just going to put you on the border with Argentina. You guys are going to be spread really far out, because that's a lot of ground to cover, dude. It's so easy to get cut off here. Civilian factories. Probably don't have many. Yeah, we got 4. 4 factories to help us build more factories. We do have 60% infrastructure here and 60% there. So that's not the worst. We got 2 open spots here. 1 open spot there. Okay, well, these are going to fill so fast. We need industrial space by a ton. I don't even know if I'm supposed to build... We have so little space. I'm going to start by building a civilian factory in one of our higher infrastructure areas. And then grab some research. 2 research slots! Yes! That's not good. We're going to need to unlock a bunch. But it is fun. It's a nice uphill challenge to start with 2 research slots. So I don't really know what I'm planning on. Like, I need to maybe figure out how aggressive we're going to need to be. Because with only 2 research slots, that we definitely need basic machine tools. Production efficiency cap up 10%. The question is, do we really need electronic mechanical engineering with only 2 research slots? That's the question. I feel like construction speed's not that important for us right now. And you gotta be greedy. You gotta assume you're gonna live a long time and that you're not gonna die immediately. But if we get into a first couple year war, then this is not the research that we want. All right, well, we're just gonna try it out. The usual +3% research speed and unlocks radio, which is huge, and some more research bonuses. And then I think basic machine tools with the efficiency cap up is significantly more important than our build speed right now, cause we have two military factories. Wow, good job, guys. You're doing great. Those are gonna both be committed to guns. And because we haven't unpaused yet, we start at that 65% production efficiency. It's normally 50, but we have a national spirit here? No. Am I crazy? We have a national spirit that's buffing it, but I don't remember which one it is now. I just looked at all of them. Yeah, it's this one. Hacienda. Plus 15% efficiency cap. Okay. So, we gotta make at least 300 guns for reinforcements. That's our first goal. Free dockyards. We have 4 dockyards and 2 military factories. What are we doing? Making convoys for trade, ostensibly. You can't trade copper in this game, though. There is no copper. It's not a resource. I guess I'll just have all 4 of them working on convoys right now. We might have to trade for resources, depending on... Actually, let's take a look. What's our resource map look like? We got oil. 1 oil. 1 aluminum. 34 steel. 22 steel. Okay, so that's not the worst, considering how small we are. Some chromium and tungsten. A ton of tungsten. Ooh, more tungsten. Okay, so we live, eat, and breathe tungsten at the moment. There's a lot of oil right next to us. Argentina, we are probably going to be, you know, let's say teaming up soon. Okay. Good to know. Low manpower. We got 18,000 people in our manpower pool. Ooh, look at all this. Some special events for Chile. The Nazistas, led by Jorge González von Marias, are rallying support and causing instability within our nation, and intelligence tells us that it is not too long before they attempt a full-on insurgency or perhaps a coup. Imminent coup attempt in 977 days. That's a few years out. Effective not completed within 977 days of the insurgency. One of the following must be true. Complete the focus, denounce the state of near anarchy, or address the Mapuche conflict. Okay, so as long as we handle one of those, we avoid the coup. That shouldn't be too bad. That's a lot of days. Establish the anti-fascist coalition. This will move the country a step closer to peaceful communist revolution. Open up investigations against Jorge González von Marias. Current ruling party, yeah, okay. Effect, change in fascism popularity down. Remove 140 days from the imminent coup attempt. So this speeds up. Decreases the time until the attempted coup is launched, allowing for less preparations to be done in advance by the Nazistas. Okay, so it's like better that it's faster? It's better, you want to speed it up, I guess. All right, and then we have political actions. Recall Pedro Darnell to active service. He becomes a general. You have to be at war. Recall Manuel Santiago Concha Pedregal to active service. Must be at war. And you get two famous generals. Interesting. Okay. Now, the important part. The tree. The tree. Chile big. Chile big. Let's see Brazil's. Brazil's got 3 mutual exclusives over here. Economy and research and in industry. And then we got bunch of military, Air Force, and Navy stuff. Okay, cool. And then we got Argentina, who's also got mutually exclusive left, center, and right. Industrial and alliances. And then all the military stuff. Okay, gotcha. So, where are we at? Where are we at? Ours feels like it's more spread out than the other ones. Okay, on the left, we got a coup. Rule by decree. Sell Erica to Peru. Crown Antoine as a sovereign king. French investments. Monarchy. Research slot. Okay. State Catholicism. A noble class. Establish the Royal Mountaineers. Satellite Kingdom. Wait. Imperial capital. We get an option to keep Santiago as our capital and add building slots. Establish the Inca Empire, the Republic of Suriname, or Haiti as puppets if we control their historical territories. A new empire of Brazil. Claims gained by Chile. Take claim state war goals and integrate Rio Grande do Sul And 5 states become cores. Ruler of the Inca. Annex Peru and Ecuador, and then that ends. A joint invasion of Mexico. Claim the Mexican throne. So we can either unite with France. That seems like a scary proposition given France's historical... Or we can try to annex France, which sounds difficult. How do you annex France before France gets deleted from the game is my question. Okay, and then reclaim Quebec, which is hilarious. And then on the other side, so we got a bunch of cores here. Argentina gains claimed Patagonia as theirs, opinion debuff. So you get to core, like, a bunch of Argentina. And then on this side, we have the Union of American Indigenous People, crusade against imperialism. United Kingdom, France, Netherlands, and 21 others gain crusading against imperialism opinion of Chile -90, unlocks decisions to liberate Amerindian and Polynesian states. And then annexes and gains cores on all Amerindian and Polynesian subject states. Or give everyone this national spirit. And you get a buff. Okay. So, we got some scattered industry things that are in here with the politics. The Federation Araucana. Avenge the pacification of Araucania. Chai, what's the difference in Araucana and Araucania? Or Araucania. Because it doesn't have the squiggle over the N, so it's not Anya, right? It's like... Nia? Araucania? Araucania? Because they have Araucana twice up here. Like, if you do it twice, it feels intentional. They might be different things, or they might be double typos. I don't know. Okay, what path is this? Like, what governmental path is this? Worsens the Mapuche conflict. Adjectives versus adverbs, pronouns, adjectives. Okay. Endorse the Constitution. Suppress the coup attempt. Have an election. Host refugees. Reapproach America. The future of Chile. It's communist. Strike down fascism. Propose closer cooperation to communist nations in South America, demanding they submit to us. Cooperate or perish. Or become known as the Federation of Hispanic Republics. Also communist. Okay, and then we have a joint application to the Allies. Or Chile goes to war with Argentina. And then over here, we got lower the effect of near anarchic. So defense of democracy. Okay. And then we have the third one. Denounce the state of near anarchy. Rally the people. I assume this is the fascism one, because it's on the right. Promote broad anti-Americanism and either cooperate with Operation Bolivar or abide the Francoist model. So one leads to reunite with our brothers in Hispania. So we go back to Portugal and Spain. Okay. Restore the old kingdom. Chile will be known as the Kingdom of Chile. Or the true enemies. Strike against a true enemy against the U.S. and unite Hispanic America. The Federation. This is tough, man. So out of those, I think I know what chat wants to do. I know what chat wants to do. But I don't know what I want to do. Because I feel like whenever I pick the one that chat picks, the campaign goes totally wrong. Have you noticed that? The last couple times? What were the last campaigns that we picked? Does anybody remember? Like the last 2 or 3? We did Spain. I remember that. That one went pretty good. I picked that one, though. There was something between Poland and Spain, I thought. I feel like we always go for kingdom-ish trees. Kinda. We've done monarchy a few times recently. It feels like that, yeah. Finland. That was a while ago. When the Finland DLC came out, we did Finland and Sweden. We didn't do Sweden. What did we do? We did Denmark? Denmark, Finland, Norway, I think, right? We did Communist Finland against the entire world. It somehow was working, right? Ethiopia was fun. That was ages ago. That was a long time. I know chat wants to do the ruler of the Inca on the left. But I'm already foreseeing this issue with, like, France. That is gonna make it, like, we run into a dead end right here when we have to do something with France. And we're gonna, like, bottom out right here before we even get to the bottom stuff. When was the last time we did, like, a democratic run? I guess that's not gonna be fun in this one. But you can do, like, okay, you can do a center path. I guess center might be the most boring. Oh yeah, we did Manchukuo. That's the one that chat picked that went terribly. Yeah, now I remember. This game has a Sabaton DLC? It does, yeah. Manchukuo, I think, is the last one we did before Spain. Okay, I say... This is tough, dude. This is tough. I guess I could let... I could put a vote to chat. Your gut is usually a good one. I don't really have like a gut reaction to this one because they all seem pretty fun. Like, I do see merit in going down this tree. These are not mutually exclusive, though. This just requires establish the Mountaineers, which requires... Oh, maybe it does, yeah, because you have to get to expand the officer corps. So if you go down the right side, then you, like, dead end here, which looks kind of... eh. You get Crusade Against Imperialism, which is neat, but that's easier said than done, I think. Endorsing the Constitution kind of seems like a generic approach. Goody two-shoes will just lead to us being allied with the Allies, more or less. The Union of Hispanic Republics, I guess, is like a communist path that also cores like 69 plus states, which sounds kind of fun. Just go communist. That one might be good. This one down here, it seems like nothing. You don't really change anything. Support democracy, and then they just get you to go to war with them. And then on the right, it would probably be fun. It depends on what happens. We're in ahistorical, so we don't even know how Germany's gonna go. But I think we just did, like, didn't we do an Axis campaign recently? What were we playing when was it Spain? I feel like it was Spain because Carlism went Axis. Chat wanted Carlist. Okay, so we just did fascist playthrough. Okay, so let's go ahead and just cross that one off. I don't know. I see it both ways because I think that this does sound fun. I just think France is gonna get us screwed on the left. I feel like let's do the communism route because when was the last time we did a communism route, and which time did we do that? It sounded more or less fun. I'm thinking let's go for this one down the middle left. I'm supposed to be programming, but I just had to check Twitch and I see Hearts of Iron 4 and I'm not sure I'm going to get anything done. Yeah, to the people who just subbed, Not a Machine, the DLC is out. It's out. And we're playing it. We're looking at the focus tree for the first time. So that's why it's... Also, I had some big internet issues earlier. But yeah, the first glance at the focus tree is one of the big, like, you know, digest all this information before we can unpause. But also, I do appreciate the subs since then. Not a Machine, Ultralord fan. Love the careful planning before the inevitable American Reich Trotsky Union. Well, I mean, I have to know what tree I'm going down. I'm not, like, making my Path of Exile or Last Epoch build in the build editor. Like, I have to... you can't really wing it down the political trees. You have to, like, look in advance a little bit so that these, like, coups happen the way that they're supposed to, or don't. And risk a restart right at the beginning. But thanks, Boom You, for 34 months. Almost 3 years. What's up? Thor LP with the E sub, pumping it for 65. Hello, Thor. Welcome, Witch Vomit, who says, whoa. Whoa. Retrograde Motion. Thank you for 79. Drop on your Prime. Hello, Silent Sturms. Welcome to the stream. Naroxen is here. Thanks for the 3-year sub, Naroxen. Long time. Jam and Ben, welcome back for 49. And then Ninazi and Two Nut Pickup. Two Nuts here for 60. Woo! 60 indeed. And then thanks again for the 3 years, Sunyan. Also, I think I saw Music of Hair and Zed and Schnoodly. Yeah, I think I got all you guys earlier. But thanks for supporting the stream and sticking around, even though this is a streamer that's only streamed twice? No, 3 times this month. 3 freaking times. Okay, so if we want to end up here, how do we get there? Endorse the Constitution of 1925. Let's see. So, this is one of our... We can't... If we pick this one, we can't pick the right or the left. What does it say? Gives us a new political advisor. Leads to suppressing the Nazistas, which is the coup that's about to happen. Well, about to happen, quote unquote. Okay, I need to actually read these, chat. I need to read these so I know what they do. This is stability, political power. Suppress the Nazistas is fascism bad. Stability good. The insurgency is weakened. And we get a new decision, which will give us base stability, will lessen the impact of the insurgency, lowers the effect of near-anarchic society. Okay, so it starts making things better. Cooperation with the National Phalange. That's the fascists, right? The Christian Democratic Party, sorry, was founded in 1935, and it consists of many progressive, mainly progressive and reformist Catholics. Oh, it's daily democracy support. Okay, so we don't want that one. And then we've got building slots. Good. Prop up Gustavo. Volunteers to the Republicans. Our brothers in Spain are engaged in a struggle. Interesting. So we can intervene in Spain real fast. Reestablish the Republican Guard. Create some new military units. And give us a manpower influx. Inflation control. Government modifiers. Okay, an election. And then we have to go mutual exclusive, probably to the left here. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Let's, I'm probably going to start there, because our other options are these mutual exclusives that are resource-driven or infrastructure-driven, which are going to be great, but I'm scared of being slow to the political game. These are like a lot of resources, infrastructure, land forts, stability, resource efficiency. We need the research slots, though. That much is true. And then these over here, these are kind of our South American ones, right? I think South America shares these from what we looked at. And these are not mutually exclusive, so this is like ground forces, Air Force, Navy. But you get some military factories and probably some dockyards as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of just starting with the political side. Endorse the Constitution of 1925. Boom. Lock it in. And I think we're golden. I think Mountaineers are going to be OP. I think Mountaineers are going to be kind of OP, yeah. He's unpaused. Only an hour and 8 minutes into the second stream of the day because the first one got disconnected. There's a lot of content to pour over, though, you know? And I didn't even read it all. I don't even know what's in here. I kind of just saw where... That's how I usually do it, though. Like, you see where you want to end up. Like, oh, that sounds kind of fun. See where you want to end up, and then just figure out how to get there. I think this would be fun, too. This path does sound like a... Like, if I played Chile again, like, if this campaign goes sideways, we might try this one, but I probably would just do, like, Argentina next. I kind of want to do Chile, then Argentina, then Brazil, and, like, really... I'd like to try them all. Famous last words. As long as nothing, like, bad happens, I'm probably got, like, something hidden in the game that I didn't know about that's new in this patch that introduces some kind of major headache, then we'll probably check them all three. If I had to guess. Anyway, welcome. Also, recent subs. Thanks, Valkyrie, for 11 months. I appreciate almost a year of sub. Bruce Atazu, thank you for supporting the stream for 55. Welcome back. Lashley, gifting us up to Tay-Tay. What up, Tay-Tay? Enjoy your gift sub. And everyone else who's here. It's good to be back. The stream has been up for an hour. Let's knock on wood and make sure it doesn't get taken out again. Movimiento Nacional Socialista ramp up activities. New reports have come in from the General Director of the Carabineros de Chile suggesting that action be taken against the rising pro-fascist sentiment in the general population, and that the recent increase in activities from Jorge González von Maria's party, the Movimiento Nacional Socialista, mouthful, be investigated further. It is believed they may very well be planning to overthrow our government, and as such, we must stay vigilant. Plus 25 political power. Activates mission, they're gathering support. 60 days. Will abort if current ruling party is fascist? Has completed... Okay, so one of the following must be true. Denounce the state, address the Mapuche, or rule by decree. We are currently working to suppress the Nazistas. Will probably be the next thing that we do. Because denounce the state and address the Mapuche were the other... There's rule by decree over there. Address the Mapuches over here. We're doing the one that isn't that. So I'm curious to see how this goes, because the event will just fire. And then fascism popularity goes up 10%? Yeah. So I'm not sure how this is going to go for us. Civil War, here we come. Maybe. Could very well happen. A civil war here is a little scary because there's almost no flanking, right? Like the battlegrounds we're going to be fighting over is a 2-lane street at best and a 1-lane at worst, north to south. So there's not going to be any like flank combat. But anyway, January 1936, the game is on. We're playing ahistorical Iron Man. So I'm trying to make every decision count, because there's not really a way to undo anything that I do by mistake without starting the whole game over. And we're going to be in South America for a while, so we're going to get cozy here. But Chad, I can't tell you how good it feels to be streaming and playing a game that I'm actually excited about and interested in, rather than dreading. As long as the focus trees work and are at least a little bit interesting, then I'm okay with this DLC. I feel like the expectations that gamers have when they buy a $15 Hearts of Iron DLC are so much more than when they buy a $20 Crusader Kings DLC, and it's confusing to me. I feel like Crusader Kings gamers are just easier to please, is what I'm saying. Well, never mind. Legends of the Dead was very positive when I looked at it, but now it's gone down to mixed. Okay. The review structure has changed. Also, I tried to load the reviews for Legends of the Dead, and they're not there. I think my stream is still live. Hopefully I'm not having internet problems, because I can't see. Yeah, Hearts of Iron is the most popular Paradox game, which is, every time I say it, still sounds crazy to me. Steam servers are cooked. Okay, good to know. It's not just me. Endorse the Constitution of 1925. In the 1920s, we had a severe social and economic crisis that led to the loss of prestige for the old ruling class and the rise of a government led by Arturo Alessandri. In 1924, he was ousted in a coup, but was called back in 1925, after which he used his presidency to draft a new constitution to replace the Constitution of 1833. We should endeavor to follow his guiding words as the founding father of the new Chile. 5% stability and 50 political power, I'll take it. We're very thirsty for any of these resources right now, so This is like squeezing out the last drop of water from your canteen in the desert right now. Because we got to get out of this low stability, which is holding our factories' political power back. We get a new political advisor, Ulk, which lowers your political power gain to increase your recruitable population. That is a interesting trade there. Interesting trade. Okay, and now our tree has diminished because we have chosen our mutually exclusive political, so we don't see the other ones anymore. We'd have to start a new game. Now, do we go to suppress the Nasistas, like, immediately? Or do we just progress policies of Arturo Alessandri? That opens up a bunch of stuff. Including a presidential election. These are, this is a 35-day, 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 70, 70, 70, 35, 70, 35, 70, 70, 70, 70, 35, 35, 70, 35, 70, 70, 70, 35, 70. Okay, there's a decent amount of 35-day focuses in here. It doesn't look like it's bricked. Like, I feel like the Turkey campaign is all 70-day focuses, is the one that comes to mind. Maybe that's not true. That's just how I remember it. I feel like, in my heart, something's going to happen with the Nasistas. And if you don't pick this now, when are you going to pick it, right? We want fascism popularity down. We want stability up. We want the insurgency to be weakened, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding our goals. Unlocks a decision that'll also give us some stability, lessen the impact of the insurgency, and lowers the effect of near-anarchic society. I don't know, that sounds all good to me, because near-anarchic society right now is 15% political power down, stability down a quarter, war support down, and fascism is just going up daily. So I'd say go with that first. I can hire a political... Do we have... Dude, Ulk is a dog! Alright, Chile is clearly the best of the nations in this DLC because we can get a dog political advisor as our first hire. Wow. That lowers your political power gain by 10%, but increases your recruitable population by 1. I don't think, chat, I can't. Listen, he'll get picked, but he can't get picked yet. I can't just tank my political power gain for recruitable pop that I don't need right now. I gotta hire a different guy first, but we'll save a spot for Ulk. I can't just throw because dog. Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Assa. The first war... Rumors are swirling the annexation of Assa by Italian forces may be imminent. Italian troops have been seen amassing on the border of the isolated nation, and sources indicate pressure is being exerted diplomatically in Assa to force a capitulation with no bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure, but the situation does not look promising. There's Assa right there. We can maybe watch it capitulate in real time. Unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Assa has accepted demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope in avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear the colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia spare any military personnel to support them. Well, they can't. The situation so bleak, the government has bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up new positions on the border with Ethiopia, and it's unclear whether the occupation is permanent or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict in Ethiopia. Good luck, Ethiopia. AI got changed for Ethiopia. We'll see if that made any difference. Look, I'm going to try and pick dog eventually, chat, but we got other fish to fry first. Fascism popularity is about to go up. It's currently at 7.8%, rising daily. Okay, we need at least 150 political power to hire anyone else. We can add a theorist. early, but that would be useless. Chief of Army is okay, but not what we need first. And then it's 150 to do any of the other policy changes. What is the dog lore? Okay, Ulk the dog, 1932 to 1942, was a Great Dane owned by Chilean President Arturo Alessandri during his second presidency. Eventually, Ulk became the symbol of his government, appearing in numerous photographs of the time. Ulk is remembered in various anecdotes about the government of Alessandri. Allegedly, Ulk once stepped in while the diplomat was offering his credentials to the president and rose on two legs and licked the diplomat in the face. Hence, in the game, he is called Face Licker. That's his title, official title of dog. That is Ulk lore. I'm glad that there wasn't like a final paragraph on the Wikipedia page that was like something tragic. And it was just a wholesome character in political history of Chile. What's up, Crescent Wolf? Thanks for 106 months, by the way. Crazy long time. Insane sub duration. Thanks for subbing again. Alright, 10 days until their support is finished. We got more than that till we can suppress the Nazistas. Hopefully we're picking the right thing. But we'll see. Hello from Brazil. What's up, Blinks? Hello from Chile. Hopefully if this game goes well, we'll be on your borders soon. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're playing the new South American DLC. Lutra, thank you for subscribing for a 28th month. I appreciate the sub. Thanks for your prime. But yeah, we're just going to be chilling today. I'm not in like a 5x kind of mood yet. I don't want to go fast. I just want to go slow. Enjoy the fact that I have a game that I actually want to play and want to stream to come out of retirement for. And watch the German Reich declare war on the German Empire, which doesn't really happen as much anymore on Ahistorical as it used to. It's actually been a while. It's been at least a couple campaigns since we've seen the German Civil War on Ahistorical. Suppress the Nazistas. The Movimiento Nacional Socialista has been on a move of late. And it is quite clear they will try something in the near future. We must remain vigilant and crack down on any dissidents wherever it may appear. Fascism popularity down 5%. I could have sworn it said 10%. Base stability is up 5. All right, we're back to 30. The insurgency is weakened. Unlock the new decision. Lessens the impact of the insurgency and lower the effects of our like bad national spirit. So near anarchic society is a little better. It's a little better. It's not best, but it's getting improved. Okay, from there, we just need to go policies of Arturo. Dog. He's in the picture. Also 35 days. I like it when the first political focuses are 35-day focuses. That's nice. The new decision that we have is expand the Carabineros. We get 3% base stability, will lessen the impact of the insurgency. This lowers fascism down 10%. Establish the anti-fascist coalition. These seem really important, but also I really want to save up 150 PP to change like one of my laws. Probably the economy. But we don't even have 25%. We don't even have, oh, we can't! Because we don't have war support. Yeah, we have like 12% war support, so we have to mobilize the people first. And I don't really want to change my export focus. Maybe do we want a beginning of game political advisor though? Stability and construction speed, trade laws, and consumer good factory bonuses. 30% lower political power gain. Whew. Ouch. 15% factor off consumer goods is good. Attack and defense. Stability and communist reduction. Monthly population up. Does this dude make babies? Just by... He's a health minister. Defense. Agricultural capitalist is unaligned support. We're probably gonna want this dude, but we have to approach the moderates first. There's your 20% political power gain guy. Defense, improve relations, construction speed, a few small bonuses with operatives, construction bonus, infrastructure dude, trade laws, and economy laws. Ooh, I mean, economy laws 50% off, and trade laws down. And this is a pretty good guy. Minister of Economy and Commerce. Do we need him before picking the other things, though? Probably not. I say let's go ahead and maybe spend the political power on our relevant decisions. Since I don't think Chile has a ton that it needs right at the beginning of the game. I assume we're not supposed to be supporting the Nazistas. Because that would be pretty funny if we were. Down here, and I just didn't realize it. Because we need current ruling party as communist here. Increased presidential powers is a new ruling party. We lose 5% stability. Partido Liberal becomes a ruling party. Democracy popularity is down. We become a dictator. So you keep Alessandri, so the dog stays. And this is a research slot. The research slot baked into the political path? That's pretty sick. Okay, so I think we want to stay in power. We want to stay in power. Therefore, I'd say let's expand the Carabineros. Because that's just 3% stability, and it lowers near anarchic society again. So it's actually like 8% stability net, because it changes anarchic society by +5, and we get +3 just naturally. Okay, let's do that. Germany embroiled in civil war. A sudden Wehrmacht coup led by famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen has triggered a civil war in Germany early this morning. Fascists, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen, and military units have been removed from the borders to see to the internal threat. The fascists, under order of Hitler, have already vowed to destroy the nation, rather than see it fall to treasonous Germans. Let us hope peace will soon return. Turkey remilitarizes the Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, signed and implemented after the Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has been amended finally in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey has complete control over traffic that passes in and out of the Turkish Straits, and the states around the straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. Good job, everybody. Hey, I love DLC. Arch? Me too, dude. My whole stream career is built on DLC. How's it going, dude? Anyone else up protecting their regime? Home Desktop, thanks for priming for a year and a half and dropping your sub off. And thanks again, Lutra. It's going well. Been a long week. Sending some folks to PAX East. Oh, PAX East is soon. Nice. But yeah, other than my internet already crashing the stream at the beginning today, it's been going pretty good. Maybe things are stabilized, because it's been an hour and a half. Somehow. I don't know where the time goes, dude. When I'm like reading Hearts of Iron focus trees, poof, time's gone. Disappears. It'd be interesting to see how this campaign ends up playing out. Getting that extra research from our political tree is going to be excellent. The question is, where are the rest of them? Okay, there's one there, but we have to be in a faction. Wait, no. We join a tech sharing group. That's different. There's one at the bottom of this. I don't know why that one's getting highlighted. Maybe we can only have 4? It's possible we can only have 4. Might be missing one, though. Alright, our first baby research is done. Learning about electronic engineering so that we can figure out how radio works. And typewriters. That's not a typewriter. Like, are we going to end up in a very early war that I'm really going to want radio for and not mechanical computing? I don't know. I always think forward. And the later you wait to get research speed bonus, the more useless it becomes as a research. So, I don't know. It's not always the right pick when you only have 2 research slots, but it seems correct. I don't have enough command power to upgrade you, Field Marshal. Streaming. I'm trying, Mary Skipper. March has been a slow start to the month, for sure. I was not enamored with the last Crusader Kings run, which, to be fair, was partially because I was getting bullied and partially because it just... I honestly think that the missed trick on Crusader Kings is that they started off on the right foot with Northern Lords and then decided never to do another DLC that was like Northern Lords. Like, the Iranian Intermezzo and Iberian struggles are kind of fun, but they're not the same as the Northern Lords DLC. They should have just made, like, regional packs for every major region of their map. India, Africa, as far east as you can go, which I guess is kind of India, because the map doesn't go all the way through China. But, like, my focus would have been having a release with a China and, like, Jade expansion by last year, right? It launched in 2020. My goal would have been to have the major DLC where the map gets expanded by 2023, 3 years later, with support for Northern Lord style DLCs that just make each area feel unique to play, to add replayability, with a host of new events and characters and goals that are specific to those regions. So you want to play, like, everybody wants to play Holy Roman Empire. Add some specific additional campaign goals, objectives, and events for that. Do it for the other European majors, and, like, just do what Hearts of Iron already does, but do it for Crusader Kings, right? Like, that's why I think I come into Hearts of Iron much more happy and positive, because what I want when a DLC comes out is for the game to feel different than it did before, because it should add something that is noticeable. And Hearts of Iron takes care of that. It just rips the Band-Aid off. It's like, you're going to play as a country you've never played as before without DLC. And it's going to be a different experience from the beginning. I don't have to, like, wait for small changes to tweak the gameplay. It's, like, on its face already a different point of view. And I think Crusader Kings 3 needed that. The Silk Road doesn't exist. Yeah, so sad. The policies of Alessandria are many, and his final term is not even over yet. He's helped the nation immensely and still has the power to help more. He's truly the father of the latest incarnation of Chile. 50 political power, cool. Near anarchic society gets reduced again. We get some political power and stability back, so let's take a look at it now. Now it looks like this. We're still losing 5% political power, 20% stability, and 10% war support. But it doesn't feel like it's doing exactly what it says it's doing, but I could be wrong. It says daily fascism support. I assume it modifies it by all of these things. Daily fascism support looks like it's still going up the same rate, but I could be wrong. Okay, do we want to go to inflation control, which moves us toward the election and improves the economy, or do we want to stop for any of these? Because we get 3 building spots, and near anarchic gets improved again. When Gustavo Ross becomes president of Chile, gains 75 political power. I don't think he's gonna become it if we have our way, right? Because we need to do. I guess it depends. We might be able to switch. Alessandria has political power buff, stability buff, and drift defense buff. I don't think we want Gustavo Ross. This is okay. When Gustavo becomes president of Chile, gains political power, stability, and give him popular among the people. That gives you compliance growth, drift defense, and 10% stability. That's a 70-day. Is there any reason to put up? Why would you put up Gustavo instead? Just for like he has better traits? I don't know if it ruins any of my other plans, because this has requirements as well. Which is... has not yet completely removed the near anarchic society national spirit. For us to do that. So how do we have to avoid completely removing it? This one requires Arturo Alessandri as the current leader. The other ones don't. This is a presidential election. So it seems like you can have either president for either of these paths. Never seen this game before. What's the gist? You're locked in 1936 to roughly 1950, constantly repeating World War II in a myriad of historically accurate and inaccurate ways. Playing as whichever nation you choose, where they play uniquely based on what DLCs you have. War! Effectively, if you thought Risk was kind of neat, this is like Risk on a large regimen of steroids. And do silly alternate history paths, such as forming the Incan Empire as Chile, which we almost did. A large regimen of steroids over a large amount of years. Correct. I mean, there's an election here, so we have to win the election. Okay, I think Gustavo Ross is running regardless of us when the election happens. So if we don't prop him up, he's going to come in weaker. right? Because the election here says that it's between Carlos Ibanez del Campo. In the middle, we have Gustavo Ross. And further left, we have Elias Laferte Gavino and the communists. But if we're going communism, who do we actually want to be the leader? You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I don't need to prop up Gustavo Ross if we're going to go with the communist path. All right, so I'm going to skip this 70 days and just go to inflation control. Hopefully this doesn't get invalidated. I don't think it can. All right, sorry. I got to work this out because I've never seen this focus tree before. We can establish the anti-fascist coalition to buff support of communism. 42 days, I lose political power gain a little bit. Democracy, fascism support goes down. Communism support goes up. Remove 70 days from the Nazista coup and decreases the time until the coup is launched, which weakens them. All right, let's go. Let's do both of those. We're committing. We're gonna lock it in. I think I need to see what the election event looks like before we know. So I might regret not propping up Gustavo. But I'm gonna go for the fact that it says Elias and the communists. And that's the direction that we're headed. We're going boom, boom. Enact no, we're going boom, then boom. One of the following must be true. Has not yet completely removed the near anarchic society, national spirit, or Elias is the current country leader. Okay, so that's sort of what we're gunning for then. We figured it out. Who's winning the German Civil War? It's usually the junta. It would be interesting to see the junta lose. But I've never seen it. Not once. Also in Ethiopia, have we ever seen... We've seen the AI ally with the Soviets to stop the war, but I haven't seen Ethiopia win on their own. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935 discussing a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricts the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. Good luck with that. Our Ethiopia campaign was a lot of fun. It took like 10 attempts before we got it right, but it was fun. Extremely difficult start. All right, so there's like 850 days before the coup attempt. I'm curious what that'll say when these two finish. How much it's gonna like accelerate the timeline. Because there's also propaganda that's incoming that's going against us, which will make near anarchic society worse. Lower stability, political power gain. So we're kind of like in a tug of war right now. And we're going to go from inflation control. I definitely want this one. Oh, you can only do this one if Arturo Alessandri is the current country leader. Oh, okay, so I probably need to double back and do this one before the election. Otherwise, we're going to lose 3 building slots in Santiago, which is a bit spooky. 3 building slots is a lot for Chile. We're quite small. Chile is what I would call petite 4 building slots here, 8 building slots there, 4 building slots, 4 building slots, 2 building slots. Granted, without the technology that expands the space, but, like, let's put it like this. If you add 3 building slots to Santiago, right, then your base level of building slots is going up. So Santiago has 8. So if we add 3, that's 11. So then when we get our upgrades that are like plus 20% space, then it's making that plus 20% go further because our base amount of building slots are higher. So it's more valuable than it initially sounds with a plus 3, right? Okay, we only have 2 research slots though, so what are we doing? Are we doing improved machine tools for efficiency cap, or are we going to do concentrated industry for the space? I feel like right now, we're not really building factories very fast because construction is out, and it's not 1937, so we're either doing this, this, or this. Dispersed is just more better, especially for a place like Chile. By spreading out our industries, we can ensure it's difficult for the enemy to target in times of war. Bomb vulnerability down. 20% more factories in a state. That's exactly what I'm talking about. When we switch to production chains, they have more retention, higher base when they start. Factories have more output regardless of which of these we pick, but concentrated is more. I think dispersed is just better for, especially when you have no military factories. Because when we start acquiring them, we're going to start spooling up new production lines. And they're going to come out a little bit better or a little bit faster with dispersed. Ooh, new events. Bolivian generals blunder their coup. Following the largest strike movement known until now in Bolivia, the military under the young Lieutenant Colonel Herman Busch moved to overthrow the genuine Republican government of Jose Luis Tejada Sorzano. They claim that, unlike Tejada, they stand on the side of the Bolivian people and its socialist ideals. But as they failed to capture La Paz, the government and remaining army men have hunted their group down and imprisoned their leaders. I wouldn't have made that move. I wouldn't have made that move. U.S. Congress passes the Neutrality Act. With tensions rising around the globe, the U.S. Congress has been the scene of intense discussions on the role the U.S. should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President FDR might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the United States out of foreign entanglements. Eager to shore up support for his proposed programs of economic reform, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt has signed the Neutrality Act into law, which places heavy restrictions on trade with nations at war and specifically prohibits the president from offering any kind of support to other nations. Ask the Belgians how well neutrality defended them in 1914. Isn't dispersed industry always better than concentrated? For most of the time it is. Times when it's not, in my opinion, are when you're playing a major power and you expect to dominate. First of all, like nations that start with a ton of factories already, and you predict you're going to have a pretty good air force, I would say concentrated is better. Dispersed is generally better for you don't have many factories, you're going to be switching your production lines often, and you're expecting to be the underdog. Maybe you're not even building an air force at all. Those is generally the type of nations that I play. So that's why I usually pick it, because it's very strong. Switching your production lines and having higher base is really, really strong, actually. Okay, I'm debating whether to pick this one. I kind of want to see what happens when these 3 days run out. Oh, there is still a decent amount. Well, yeah, I'm curious, like, with 1 day left, the Anti-Fascist Coalition done should give a significant boost to communism while reducing fascism to about 9%. So maybe we should do the investigations then. We'll lose some political power, but fascism will go down 10% popularity. And yeah, the coup accelerated to 761 days. So this should weaken it Less preparations to be done. Sure. Throw it in. Not sure if it's necessary, but we don't have an economy change until we have war support, so we're not really in a rush to mobilize. Yeah, we've done concentrated industry before, and I remember being like, not sure if that was a good idea. Because I think it could have gone better if we were doing dispersed instead. I don't remember which campaign it was, though. We're 2,000 guns in the hole still. We only have 2 military factories making 13 guns a day. It's gonna be a little while, chat. We get to sit back and watch what's happening in the rest of the world. The junta is winning, as I expect them to. The first of many future ahistorical accounts have been taken off. We're not going to be doing any recruitment for a while. Not a lot of building, though we're up from 4 to 6 factories, presumably because of trade. We're exporting 24 steel, not exporting any tungsten. Yeah, exporting some steel. To Panama, Colombia, and Ecuador. What's the long game for Chile here? For us, it's going to be communism, sponsoring American revolutionaries, and making the Union of Hispanic Republics. Which, you know, just cores Buenos Aires and 69 others. And getting claims on Panama, Costa Rica, etc. You know, just your normal thing. Striking down South American fascism. So, all that good stuff. Criticize liberal complacency. That lowers the stability of, or popularity of democracy, but it's 100. Whew. The Banco Central de Chile was founded by President Arturo Alessandri in 1925. We should task them with controlling inflation to support Chile's long-term economic development and prevent spiraling prices, causing economic and political damage. Upgrade the bank by consumer good factory factor minus 10%. Okay. So fewer consumer goods for the civilians. Construction speed a little faster. And we get a new industrial concern. Bank of Chile. Another civilian consumer goods factory factor. Okay. So before we throw the election in, when presidential election happens in late October 1938, this focus will be automatically completed. Okay, interesting. So I have to wait till October 1938 to do this. That's a ways away. So there's no rush. I'm gonna go ahead and get the building slots and lower the near anarchic society effects. Well, see, if I would have read that far ahead, I probably would have done things a little differently. And focused on some industrial pursuits. That being said, it's a bit late, so I'm just gonna grab the building slots while they're still here and we have the same president. I think I'm going out of order. But it is my first time doing the focus tree, so it happens. Not optimal gameplay? Unacceptable, dude. Suboptimal? Not min-maxing? Planning your entire route out ahead of time? Couldn't be me. Also, Germany is getting rolled right now. Berlin has been taken by the mustached man with the skull on his hat. You have to be a certain kind of person to just put a skull on your poofy hat. You know what I mean? That is a choice. You want to let everybody know. Oh, Chile is where I live. Darkencito, if you look out your window, you might see some parades in the street heralding my arrival. To lead your country to greatness in the 1930s and 1940s. Welcome to the stream. Civil War in Germany. Italian campaign in Ethiopia, still going strong. Meanwhile, I'm interested in how this will go, because fascism is at exactly 10%, so I don't know if it'll go to 0 from this. We're about to find out. It did. It's not technically eliminated. It is still going up daily, but now it's at 0. So it's like 56% Democratic, 34% Communist. And I think we need to criticize liberal complacency with our next 100 political power. Nationalist Spain! The war is on. It has begun. Jose Sanjurjo and Manuel Azaña are raring to go. I'm not losing all my points again. Oh yeah, I guess we could do it. I don't know. Am I intervening, chat? I thought I was possibly intervening. Or was that a different path? Am I sending volunteers, or was that a different... I think that was a different path, right? Can we do a channel point bet? Okay. Who will win the Spanish Civil War? Nationalist Spain? Spain. I had to cut off the word democracy. Carlist Spain. Or anarchist Spain. Chat, you got 10 minutes. Good luck. May your channel points guide you to riches beyond your expectations and wildest dreams. If Carl doesn't show up for some reason, you just lose. He almost always shows up, like 95% of the time. I have never seen Anarchist win. FYI, I think. Yeah, I've never seen Anarchist Spain win. The big dogs are the two that are out right now. The two that are out right now, those are the odds. Those are the big odds, I'd say. Nacis's approach Del Campo. Alright, so yeah, they're still working to popularize fascism, so they're not out. This will boost it by another 10%, and the coup's happening in 500 days. So it's accelerating. It's getting faster. We're antagonizing them. Anarchist Spain has never won. I like those odds. Okay, so right now, we're just in, like, chilling in the research. I gotta figure out what to do. Also, why didn't we get a Spanish Civil War pop-up? Right? Shouldn't there have been a pop-up blurb? There's volunteers. Volunteers to the Republicans. But I don't know if that helps us, right? Because they're not necessarily communist. They're just like they're democratic. I don't think that that makes them go communist, though, right? I mean, it's better than the fascists winning, but... You'd have to hope that a commie faction shows up eventually. Yeah. Alessandri's biggest effort to restore the economy and trust of the people has been through public works, and his magnum opus is the Estadio Nacional, a grandiose national stadium for sports, which is a great showcase of his ability to lead the nation. Santiago gets 3 building slots. Near Anarchic Society gets nerfed again, but it's tug of war, so they keep going back. Yeah, I don't think that this guarantees. I think our efforts are better spent not really worrying about Spain. I don't know. I might regret that later. There might be something that punishes me for not doing that. So we should probably start working on, like, either this or this. So on the one hand... One sec, chat. I need to get a program open that just crashed on my desktop. There we go. Fixed. Okay. This gives us good resource gain efficiency, dockyard output, gives us some resources. Ooh, yeah, it gives us some decent resource buffs. And then leads to dig deeper. We lose construction speed, but we gain resources, infrastructure, lots of resource gain efficiencies. Land forts. Take loans to improve the economy. That's never backfired. Establish beneficial trade relationships as a positive trade relation buff. Okay, and then on this side, it's Public Works Project. Building slot and infrastructure. Lots of building slots. Building slot, infrastructure, civilian factory. These are pickable regardless of which thing you go with. These are possible regardless of which one you go with. I feel like the right one is better? I don't know. Because over here, you do get you get steel, which is kind of like getting factories if you think about it. Because this is like plus 8 steel. That's one factory, effectively. But over here, you get 2 building slots and infrastructure. And then 4 building slots. Wait. No, according to this, you get 7 building slots. It's 3 for 1 building slot for 3 different regions. Then Santiago, then Araucanía. And then you get another one here. That's tough, dude. But over here, you can get loans. Those loans could be anything. They could even put you in crippling debt. I don't know. I feel like the Public Works is better, but I feel like I'm missing something. Because this one has to be, like, good, or it wouldn't be mutually exclusive. Right? We're just going to lose a bunch of steel, tungsten, chromium, and loans. The Chileans dug too greedily and too deep. This is more resources to market as well. So you're always trading 15% more resources in getting factories back. Are you playing Democratic? No, we're going to play Communists. But we, in theory, should have decent relationships with them anyways. Yeah, this one you get This one you get dockyard output and resource efficiency gain. This one you get factory output and construction speed. Yeah, I want to multiply the building slots, but I'm just saying, is this, I feel like I'm just trying to see if I'm getting a fast one pulled over me. Because this is a lot of extra resources. Because we're extracting 60 steel right now. You know what? I'm going to go against the grain and maybe regret this later, but let's try dissolving Covenza. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but we're going to give it a try. Do the weird one that I normally wouldn't pick. So either we make our factories better or we get more stuff and trade to get more factories. Well, the thing is, on the side, they don't build the factories for you. They just give you building slots. That's 2 building slots. You have to build in them, right? That's the issue. We only get 1 civilian factory from this contract. So, and then down here, you can get this regardless. You can get this regardless. You can get this regardless. But having more steel and more trade might give us more factories now, because we're putting more resources to market over here. Or we can work on the highway, or we can construct a dam, bond purchases, impose new taxes. We can do these regardless. Oh, I have 106 political power. Criticize liberal complacency to change democracy by 15%. This will move the country one step closer to a peaceful communist revolution. That's what we want. No civil war in Chile while I am in charge. Because we don't have any guns. Well, we're 439 short now. We were like 1,600, so it's getting better. But we don't want to fight when we have this low manpower and this small amount of guns. That would not be good. It's going to lower stability a bit. But we're up to 44%. Like, it's definitely improving. This is going to change. Minus 75 political power. Oof. That's effect if not completed. Okay, so it is going to complete. I think. I don't know. Confused. But we should be okay. Chat, Ethiopia doesn't look so good. I remember when we were here. Backs to the wall. I don't remember if we did this in 1 or 2 streams. And then, I don't know how the Civil War is still happening in Germany. By the way, Chad, did you put your channel points on the line? 2 million channel points. Almost 1 million for Fascist Spain. So Fascist Spain's the clear front runner. If anybody else wins, you guys are getting an insane, like 8-to-1 payout if Carlists randomly wins. That would be one of the biggest upsets. Just millions of channel points going your way. The Hungarian crown goes to Otto. In a search for a suitable king, the Kingdom of Hungary has extended an invitation to Otto von Habsburg to return to the lands that were until recently ruled by his family. Otto, who's lived in exile throughout Western Europe since the end of the Great War and the dissolution of his father's empire, chose to accept the offer. Today, amidst much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace in Budapest. During his coronation speech, King Otto thanked the Hungarian people for their loyalty and devotion and vowed to see the Habsburg lands reunited once more, promising that this time Hungary would be the dominant constituent part. There he is, this handsome devil. The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO. Earlier today, Bulgarian leader Boris III issued an official statement showing rejection toward the internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemned their activities. The Bulgarian Minister of the Interior has announced the implementation of a package of extraordinary measure that will allow the government to allocate more resources to take active action against them and root out this terrorist organization once and for all. With this, it seems finally the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tension in the Balkans. Chat, what happened to exiling rulers when they lose a war? Why don't we do that anymore? When did we stop honorably sending someone to live on a small island with a retinue? German Reich was annexed. Equipment has been seized. They won. Good job. Because people kept abusing it to take it back over. It's kind of true, though. That's like... This is... You ever, like, make... Okay, never mind. I was going to make a Tarkov reference, but I realized that chat won't get it, largely, but that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. It's like when you think you made a friend in Tarkov over VoIP, and you're working together, and then they shoot you in the back of the head, and you lose all trust in your fellow humans. All those people in exile, man, you're like, I'm gonna let you live. I'm gonna let you live. I could have killed you, but I decided not to. And then they come and they shoot you in the back of the head later. You're playing by two different sets of rules. The civil war that has racked Germany has come to an end. The fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fanatical resistance by the Nazis causing devastation on a scale reminiscent of the Great War. It appears Hitler is dead and the Nazi leadership imprisoned or executed. The provisional government has now announced that it is necessary to secure their hold over the state and ensure the return of stability to the nation before there can be any thought of embarking on constitutional reform. Let us hope the new regime is more accommodating. I also think that there's a different point of view compared to when like leaders were exiled to small islands, which is on my mind because I just watched Napoleon, the movie, on Apple, the Ridley Scott film, which gotta say, the trailers were so much better than the actual movie. I saw the Napoleon movie after I watched it, described as a PowerPoint presentation on Napoleon, and I think it's extremely accurate. There is the closest thing to a plot thread that connects the entire movie is the love interest of Josephine, and even that is totally fumbled as far as a compelling, like, through line. I saw that there was the possibility of an interesting take on Napoleon, which admittedly I am not the biggest history buff on. And I'm also of the opinion that you don't need to have a completely historically accurate movie. You just need to have an entertaining movie. So I think there's too many people caught up with insulting its accuracy. And like I saw a bunch of criticism like, oh, this battle wasn't as cool as, like, they barely showed this battle. Like, I just want a good movie. Like, I don't care about wanting like a fan movie of, I just wanted to see Battle of Waterloo for the entire movie, or like a real account for the Egyptian campaign, or whatever. Like, just give me a good movie. There's not a good movie in there. Like, I would like a good movie about the interesting relationship between Napoleon and Josephine, but it didn't even have that. It was just weird. Now, I saw some people complain that it made Napoleon look like a person who is less than ideal, which is true. I think it made fun of Napoleon a lot. However, it definitely went over the top. But if you go back and read the dude's love letters, I think that we just... What was then considered, like, enviable and charismatic is today extremely cringe, bro. Like, Napoleon was charismatic probably for his time, but is just a super weirdo by today's standards. And if you don't believe me, no, he was not considered a weirdo at the time, IMC. He was considered one of the most... Like, if you just search Napoleon charisma, I promise you, you can't be that legendary of a leader without having a shit ton of people that think you're the greatest thing ever. Especially when you come back from exile and lead another revolution that is successful and people rejoin you even after you lost. However, if you read some of his love letters, they are hilarious. I'm just gonna pick one at random. Okay, this is Bonaparte's 5th letter that he sent to his wife, published for the first time in 1827 in the 2nd volume of the Memoirs of a Contemporary. This is the text verbatim translated to English. I'm skipping toward the end. The day when you say, I love you less, will either be the end of my love or the last day of my life. If my heart were base enough to love without being loved in return, I would tear it to pieces with my teeth. Josephine, Josephine, remember what I have sometimes said to you. Nature has made me strong and decisive. She has made you out of lace and gossamer. Do you love me no longer? Forgive me, love of my life. My heart is racked by conflicting forces, obsessed by you. My heart is full of fears which make me unhappy. I am distressed not to be calling you by name. I shall wait for you to write it. Farewell. Ah, if you love me less, you can never have loved me. In that case, I shall truly be pitiable. Also, this is my favorite part. He has a PS. He wasn't done. He has a PS at the end. And at the end of it, he says, my soldiers are showing inexpressible confidence in me. You alone are a source of chagrin to me. You alone are the joy and torment of my life. I send a kiss to your children, whom you do not mention. By God, if you did, it would make your letters longer, and then the 10 o'clock in the morning visitors would not have the pleasure of seeing you. Woman! And he writes 3 exclamation points and just goes, woman! Dude is passive aggressive as hell. Okay? That's why it's so cringy, man. He's like, my men consider me the strongest and the greatest, whereas you maybe you won't have any 10 a.m. visitors. Who's in your house right now? Anyway, real letter, by the way, and that's just one of them. If you read the rest of them, they are equally desperate. So, here's the thing, chat. Over the years, that kind of desperation has... We have unraveled passive aggressiveness over the last, 20 to 50 years. You know what I mean? It used to be entire societies were built on passive aggressive social faux pas, not being committed, and getting right to the edge of being just verbally saying what you mean, and implying it was considered clever back then. You know what I mean? Or smart. Nowadays, we have laid it bare, where passive aggressiveness just does not fly, and it comes off as complete and utter desperation and deplorable by comparison. How did you come into reading Napoleon's love letters? Me or like the world? Because the world was like the love letters got stolen by some house staff and then sold and revealed. This dude sucks. They should have exiled him for this instead of the worst. I bet it sounds sexier in French. But anyway, if you want to read the rest of his letters, they are funny. Like, they are actually hilarious because dude is down bad. But apparently that was like extremely. That was working for the population of France back then. Why? I wonder if there's any like good theses on like passive aggressive letters and communication being the standard of the world hundreds of years ago. And like high society. I wonder if it has something to do with just like a baseline level of education, right? Like, not everybody went to school or had, like, you couldn't go to school, right? If you were working class or poor, I feel like it was like a status thing. Like, oh, because I know more words, I can say what I mean without saying what I mean. And that was considered like enviable. You say everything except what you're trying to say. Whereas if you're not as learned or educated, you're base and you just say exactly what you mean and you have no tact, I guess. Tact thing. Hello, Evanito. Thanks for 70 months. Is this a Five Guys or a Shake Shack kind of night? Oh, emptying the bank account tonight, are we? Got some deep pockets, if those are your two options. Anyway, it kind of depends. Kind of depends on... I don't know. You're either in the mood for a greasy bag of fries where the grease is bleeding through, or you're not. Like, I feel like Shake Shack, if you're feeling classy, and Five Guys, if you're like, I just won $50 on a scratcher, you know? That's that kind of energy, I think, to go to Five Guys. I just won $50 on a scratcher, and I'm treating myself tonight. That's the Five Guys motto. But also, if you like the chicken sandwiches, I don't know. I would probably pick, if you really want a burger, I'd pick Five Guys. If you want to, I like to get a burger and a chicken sandwich, okay? If I'm going to Shake Shack, I'm going big. And fries. Shake Shack is just expensive Wendy's, though. False. Lies and slander. And I can tell you that the number of times I've gone to Shake Shack and they are out of food, 0. The number of times I have gone to Wendy's and they are out of food, uncountable. And if you're comparing Wendy's chicken to Shake Shack chicken, you just haven't had Shake Shack's chicken. Yeah, I don't even go to Wendy's anymore. It is on the ban list. I would rather wait 30 to 40 minutes in the Popeyes drive-thru, which recently happened. Is not an exaggeration. I spent half an hour waiting for my food in the drive-thru. But guess what? It was damn good. And that's what pisses me off. Because I'm like, ah, do I really want the chicken sandwich, man? And the Tindies? It was so good. It was fresh. It was flavorful. It was juicy. Everything tasted good. But they forgot my macaroni and cheese, though. Even though I waited 30 minutes. There's a missing item every time I go to Popeyes. And it takes me 20 to 30 minutes to go through the drive-thru. I thought Wendy's was in the S-tier fast food meta. When they're good, they're good. The problem is, Wendy's in Las Vegas are awful. Mismanaged to hell. Alright, somehow the German Olympics still happened in post-Civil War Germany. The creation of the internal resource distribution company Covinsa was a mistake, and we all know it. The one true way to solve our economic issue is to restart our large-scale exports, but to do that, we must liquidate the organization and reform it to resemble their predecessor, COSAC. Chilean economy gets resource efficiency gain up, dockyard output up, and we get 4 steel, just 1 chromium, tungsten, or aluminum. Oh, we don't even get to pick which one. In every core state already providing one of those mineral resources. Current effect, Santiago and Araucania get 4 steel each. Santiago and 2 others get tungsten. We get 4 chromium in Santiago, so we get all of the above. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then Asen gets 4. All right, sick. Happy with that. But now we got a lot of choices. More resources in trade. Dig for more. Work on the Pan American Highway. Infrastructure. Oh, this actually buffs other South American places. Oh, okay. So okay. This is similar to the other shared tree. Interesting. So some of them, only that one. If we're planning on stretching all the way across there, that'd probably be good. What is this? I need to focus on one at a time. I keep scrolling over all of them. Impose new taxes, which grants consumer goods factories for... Okay, so a debuff for 360 days, but then at the end, we get like a positive. So there's some initial blowback to the taxes, but then we get a good thing. Stability in consumer goods down. That's a building slot and a civilian factory, but it worsens the Mapuche conflict. How do I get rid of that? When do we handle the Mapuche conflict at some point during this? Low-cost housing lessens the Mapuche conflict, but doesn't get rid of it. And I don't think we're going to even be going down this tree. So we might not be able to do anything about that. If we dig deeper, we can go straight to these, which gets us closer to a research slot. I say we just go dig deeper. It's a 35-day. Add expansive Chilean mine networks, which give 15% resource gain, lowers construction speed again, but infrastructure is faster and we get more resources. I don't know. Let's just try that. And the Civil War rages on. Why are you driving there? Food comes to you. Dude, food delivery does not accept fast food in Vegas. Ain't nobody waiting in line to pick up your food for like... You ordered like 2 tacos... and a burrito that was like $10. How much are you tipping the dude who's bringing your fast food for that small little fast food order you made? People like that. Food delivery is very pricey, yeah, that's also true. It's only getting more expensive, yeah. I don't not do it, but I do it a lot less than I used to, shall we say. A lot less. All right, just keep building civilian factories for now. I don't know. My secret is I only order if it's a big order, so I can justify using it with the, because, you know, if you pay for the fees and stuff, some of them are static fees. May as well get more food out of it. Americans too lazy to get their own fast food. That's because fast food is not fast anymore. Okay? Everywhere that I have gone for fast food is slow as molasses now. Like, I cannot leave the house to go pick up food and come back in less than an hour. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna spend a full hour doing this. And you know, the amount of time you have at night, especially if you worked, is not that many hours. So if you order food, the way I look at it is, I am paying a fee to have an extra, I'm just paying for an extra hour in my day that I don't have to sacrifice. You know what I mean? Like, I am doing pay to win free time. Because I gotta get ready, I gotta put clothes on, like enough to be seen through a window that's like a, you know, like a truck is looking in my window, they need to be able to see that I'm dressed. And you got, like, I gotta put Midas up in, he's gotta get some treats when I leave, okay? So I gotta do that. Oh, where are my shoes? Hold on, where's my keys? Why not just cook if it takes you an hour to get fast food, bro? Because I ain't gotta clean the dishes or cook the food. You're asking an age-old question. Well, ancient Romans want to know, why are we getting food from stalls instead of simply cooking it all ourselves? This is crazy. We got some kind of like made-up money thing, and we exchange for goods and services. Also, true story, chat, almost all of you, if you have a choice between waiting an hour for something or actively participating in the creation and the cleanup of your food, which cooking is a scam because you got to work for at least half an hour to cook, then you get to only eat for 5 to 10 minutes and it's gone, and then you have to clean for another 20 or 10 to 20 afterwards? Come on, dude. The ratio's off. I would rather wait for an hour, just sit still staring at the wall, if possible. Every time. By spreading out industries, we can ensure that it becomes difficult for the enemy to target in times of war. All right, we got more space for factories. We need to get that way up. We need way more factory output up. So low. Did we finish both these at the same time? Got mechanical computing for a small research speed buff. I don't think we're gonna go to war anytime soon. We need to catch up on construction 1. Because we need to work on industrializing. This is only 0.1 year ahead of time. All right, and then we're gonna probably start pivoting into military stuff because we only have 2. Anyway, chat, you forgot the part where to cook, you have to have already gone to the grocery store and gotten groceries, which is at least an hour and a half total from deciding that you want to do it to getting back and unloading everything and putting it up. And, you know, like, who's got time for that? I'm just kidding. Does anybody else not care if you eat like a frozen meal for lunch? For me, lunch like doesn't matter. When it's dinner time, that's when I want real food. Lunch is just like, let's get this over with, dude. I got places to be. Just chuck a thing in the microwave. Just let me eat my 400 calories. I don't care. Is it just a plain sandwich? That's fine. Whatever is there is okay. I'd eat a peanut butter jelly and be fine for lunch. But dinner comes around and suddenly I am like fancy, you know? Sandwich not good enough anymore. I want something hot. I want like a side. I want there to be like a vegetable or something. I want that to be like the big long meal. Watch a YouTube video or something while it's going on, you know? Lunch, I'm ready to just... I got things to do. All right, we're about to dig deeper. What we should be noticing is we're extracting and exporting more steel. Yeah. That's supply. Where's resources? There it is. Shh. Oh, yeah. +4 to all of those resources that were already producing those resources is pretty good. So we're going to have some decent steel to tap into if we want to stop exporting in the future. But because we're exporting, we actually have 20 left for export. So we can get some more people to want to trade with us. I don't really know. Chad, I'm going to be real with you. I don't know how trade influence works. I don't know. That's a mechanic I'm unfamiliar with. I probably need to look it up on the wiki. The Fourth International, a number of communist delegates from around the world, met in Paris today for a founding conference. With supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead, the groundwork for the Fourth International was laid. Although it's still unclear what impact these efforts of organize will have on the international political stage, the news appeared to have stirred Stalin's suspicions. He has suspected many high-ranking members of the party and the military to secretly support Trotsky, and many of them are still alive. With his paranoia back in full force, he has grown increasingly reclusive. His distrust and instability have caused a crisis in the Soviet government. At this rate, the nation will be plunged into civil war. How many internationals will there be? Communism popularity just shoots up 10% as a result of that, which means we're now the majority. That's good before the election happens. There is no such thing as digging too deep. Tell that to the dwarves. Even if we tunnel beneath our own cities, slightly damaging their foundations, if we are to restore our economy using exports, we must take risks and do so fast to get as much as possible out of the mines. Build speed's down, but we just got 6 more resources and some resource gain efficiency, so we should just be getting more out of some of our best. Because, yeah, oh my god, yeah, we were up to 150 already, I think. I wonder if this number will update or if it's already updated. So we can either do boom, boom, or boom. This is the only one that leads down. Devalue the peso, which gives you 15% off consumer goods factories for 365 days, but base stability goes down. We can strengthen the bank to get it back. Or build some dockyards, coastal forts. Ooh, military factories. Ooh, I'm interested. I'm listening. We really want that research slot, so I think I'm just going to rush research and devalue the peso. So what's the next decision we want to make? Spread anti-fascist thought throughout the universities. A motion of no confidence against Alessandri. I feel like this is for fascists. Whereas this boosts communism and democracy support. Oh yeah, it just keeps going up because they're getting 0.02 a day. So yeah, we probably want the university one. Otherwise, fascist popularity goes up. Because historically, that's what it did. Breakfast is special and rare for me. Also true. I never get to eat breakfast because I wake up at noon. So I just go straight. My breakfast is lunch. And I want, like, constantly breakfast for dinner. And the fact that there's not more breakfast for dinner places than just IHOP is puzzling to me. Because that means that economically breakfast for dinner is not profitable. Because there's very few restaurants that are open that serve breakfast primarily that are after 3. And that means that either I'm weird or all the business people are stupid. Or, third option, the places that do open and then close were making bad breakfast, which is really easy to do. Like, if you're getting... I think people that get breakfast at restaurants are just much pickier. Because if you just get some plain, unseasoned, like, eggs and potatoes and bacon, you're just like, well, I could have made that. Doesn't take that long to fry some bacon. So it doesn't have to be like crazy special, but it needs to be like better than just plain toast with plain bacon and plain eggs on a plate for like $20, which is I feel like how it goes. You know, everyone you're paying more for your plate of breakfast at a lot of breakfast places than it would cost you to buy those ingredients in bulk at the grocery store and do the exact same thing. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Lots of places just make bad breakfast. It's very easy to do. All right, let's spread the anti-fascist thought throughout the universities to get a communism and democracy buff. What's weird is it doesn't lower fascism support. It just does so via raising the others. But yeah, I think there are some extremely good breakfast places in Las Vegas that are they just close at 3. That's the problem, right? I don't expect people to work forever. I don't expect places to be open forever, right? If you open for breakfast at like 6, 7 a.m., I understand why you close in the early afternoon. Because I've seen enough kitchen nightmares to know that a lot of these chefs, they only have one chef, and the dude works 7 days a week, which is obviously a problem with the establishment and not the chef for not hiring more people. But yeah, you don't want to be open from like 6 a.m. to like 9 p.m. That's crazy hours, and you can't manage for that many hours a day. But like, I understand the dichotomy, because if you're a breakfast place, you're like, well, I want to be a breakfast place that's open for dinner, but that means you have to be closed in the mornings, which is the opposite of breakfast. If you're just like a mom and pop, like family-owned business. So it feels like you're cutting out your best chance of being successful. Places close in Vegas? Oh yeah, especially since COVID. Places started closing a lot earlier during COVID, and they just kind of kept those hours. Devalue the peso. While other countries allowed their currencies to become less valuable to help their economies, we have not yet done so. As a result, we are lagging far behind. If we want to catch up, we must not wait, even if it would prove an unpopular measure. Stability's down 5% again, and we get 365 days of a consumer goods factory bonus. Now that the peso is devalued, how do I do the other things? Oh, we have to wait until the peso is done. So, like, we got that timer started, which is probably a good thing for us. So our choices are... I want to try the beneficial trade relationships, because it's improving trade relations by plus 50 with a ton of people. We need trading partners we can trust. I need to, like, look up Hearts of Iron 4 trade opinion on the wiki. Trade opinion factor. When someone imports resources from you, they like you more based on the amount of resources. If you, for example, want a non-aggression pact with Japan, and you would otherwise be missing only a few points of relations with them, the trade deal opinion factor could come in handy. You have to remember, though, this opinion factor only counts towards your big opinion value. So if you're already at 100 opinion, you won't gain anything. Overall, it's a nice little mechanic, but usually doesn't have that much of an impact. But we do get 5% more resource gain efficiency, and plus 15% of our resources go to the market, which I don't know if that's going to be good long-term or not, but I'm going to give it a try. I probably need to start bulking up my military factories and all that good stuff, because that'll help our infrastructure. So we may not be going about this in the correct order.
Attention!
I believe we have 40 command power now. So, what do I want my field marshal to do? Supply consumption down's probably awesome in South America. Planning speed, max planning. Offensive, defensive, reinforce rate. I'm going to say Logistics Wizard sounds huge here. For the minus 15% and extra supply ability. And then our main general, he's already a mountaineer, which is cool. I feel like we're going to want to be offensive, so infantry expert for the 10% bonus attack. Okay. Looking good. It's 1937. There's a lot of new stuff to process and figure out. There was a breakfast place in St. Louis that started doing an after dark, which was 6 to 10 p.m., and nobody went. Maybe they have bad food. You ever thought of that? COVID destroyed my late night grocery hours. Also true, I used to go grocery shopping like 10 p.m. It was an awesome time to grocery shop. I have every aisle to myself. Nobody's there. There's no awkward like pretending like I'm very interested in the jars of peanut butter that are over here because over there I want those chips, and the family is not managing their children and they've been just playing in front of it for like 2 full minutes now, but I'm gonna keep staring at the peanut butter jars like hoping that they just leave so I can go get what I want. Or you're like behind 2 people and they're equally spread in the aisle and you can't, you're just like, and they don't notice you and they don't see you're there. And you're just like, I don't know whether I should cough. Should I say, excuse me? No, I just have the whole aisle to myself. I can do what I want. Also, if you go to a grocery store that has restocked at night, you get like first pick of everything. That's nice too. Your channel points, chat. Currently safe. Seems pretty even. I used to go at like midnight. It's good times, Mary Skipper. Very good times. One day until we should see a pop. Ooh, yeah. All right, we're at 50% communist support. Huge majority. Should be easy for the elections. I like this kind of gameplay. I enjoy the, like, trying to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. There's 351 days until the imminent coup attempt. Should be fairly weak now. I'd like to actually hire a political advisor with my next 100 political power, but we get so little a day. We got a lot of debuffs. Japan has declared war on the Japanese People's Republic. Okay. Fascist Hirohito versus fascist, but actually communist Kiuchi Takuda. Huh. I don't know if I've ever seen a communist revolution in Japan, so that's cool. There are multiple requirements for trade to be successful, and having the resources that are in demand is not the only one. We need trade partners we can trust, and contracts that do not sell our labor and natural resources too cheap. As such, we should approach our brothers and sisters in the Americas to make sure we know those we trade with. Yeah, I don't know if this was going to be a good one long term, but it's 15% more resources to market. Oh yeah, we went from like 80 to 93 steel, I think. We're extracting a lot more. Then we have 36 left to export. So nobody's getting our exports yet, but I'm assuming that'll change. We'll see how that goes. Now, I think it'd be nice to start pumping up the military. So we'll get the army going first and maybe get some military factories. Would be very useful. Okay, about halfway on both our researches. No new decisions. And we're waiting for another 100 political power. I think now's a good time to take a quick gamer death break since it's been about almost 3 hours. And actually more than that if you count the internet outages. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start zooming at like 4x. Because I think we're chilling until the world state. We kind of know our path. Kind of know what we want to research and pursue on the focus tree. So we can start kind of accelerating time a little faster. Now that we got our feet under us. But I'll be back in just a minute, chat. We're going to switch to night mode here too. But I will be right back. I'll pause this. Boop. Play this. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Thanks for watching. New DLC seems cool so far. I'm enjoying the new focus trees. And I'll return in just a minute. Flapjack, thanks for 37 months, by the way. What up, Flapjack? Classy Doge with the 42 months. Thanks for the tier 2 sub, by the way. Appreciate the 2 and 1. Feeling cold? Feeling cold in the south? In Chile? Shag, I don't know. What's the temperature like in Chile? Probably. I guess the closer you get to Antarctica, it's probably pretty chilly. And thanks again, Dynamic Boost, for the 46 months earlier, if I missed you. Much appreciated. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay. Get back. We are back. What up, chat? Whew. That Coke still hits me. I don't drink it frequently enough. The fizzy. I don't really like that Coke. I'm just drinking it because I haven't bought Coke Zero. I don't know. Are they really the same thing? They just taste different? Also, that reminds me. One sec. Okay. Hello, Gamer Death Pop. Just a different artificial sweetener between the two? That sounds about right, yeah. How are we already at this part of the soundtrack? Feels like it happened so fast. Cherry Coke Zero is the best. I have never, and I will never, endorse Cherry Coke. Ever. There, I said it. I always feel like I should be looking up here. I'm like not used to having the camera on South America, so I'm like, oh, what's going on over here? Alex just broke my cold, dead heart. It wasn't dead before, but now it is. Vanilla Coke, just not necessary. I'm gonna be real with you, okay? Regular Coca-Cola is a miracle of science that has never been duplicated. There isn't another beverage that I would say is better than just regular Coca-Cola. I don't care if you want to lump in the cane sugar cola Coke, just whatever type of Coke it is, we're gonna all encompassing. Regular Coke is somehow just better than everything else. You can still drink the other stuff for variety, but I'm never gonna be like, this is better than the original. You can be in the mood for something different. Like, I like Pepsi. I think Pepsi is good, and I'll drink it. But something about just regular Coca-Cola with, like, ice is just... Maybe it's nostalgia? I don't know. It's like the eternal search for the next flavor. Yeah, there's something just comfy about regular, plain, cold Coke. I think Pepsi's good too, though. Though they are nothing to scoff at, our armed forces are still much weaker than desired. Arming the soldiers with modern weapons and training them to be ready for combat anytime is essential. All right, so nice Army XP. We get a free building slot, a free military factory, and Army XP daily. Where does that go in? Oh, That's a national spirit. Ejército de Chile. Free army XP gain per day is kind of awesome, actually. And then we can do both of these. Let's get the other military factory. So yeah, we have a third one now. We actually have a small stockpile of guns. I'm gonna start our first support equipment production line with the new factory there. It's gonna take a while to spool up. The United Kingdom concedes to trade unions, ostensibly in an effort to garner more popular support for their rearmament programs. The British government has entered into conversations with the trade unions, proposing to make concessions in return for their support. It's expected this will greatly increase socialist influence over the government. Okay. Haven't seen that one in a while. Like a long time. Interesting, though. All right, so at this stage, we're gonna make Ulk there eventually, just not yet. We need 150 political power, and then we can hire a political advisor. We need war support, so we can start mobilizing. I guess you could do limited conscription, get some manpower, but... All right, so we start going 4x, so we will. Because I think we're sort of just in between. Luckily, some nice 35-day national focuses, which is cool. Production efficiency cap up 10%. We're learning about mass production techniques. So we'll actually top out. Like, Chile goes up pretty fast because we have a 15% from our Hacienda National Spirit, which may go away in the future. So we're at an early 85% max here, which is cool. And then it is 1937, so let's just go dispersed industry. We really need that extra research slot. We're so far behind on our basic researches. Yeah, I just recently started drinking soda again. I have like maybe 2 Diet Cokes a week now. I'm trying to keep it chill because I used to be obsessed. The real reason is you know what? The only time that I want to drink water in the day is with a meal. If I don't have food, I don't want water. At least not plain water. Unless I'm actually just thirsty, right? But just like having something to drink, not even at night. I mean, sure, if I'm like going to bed and if I'm thirsty, I'm gonna drink water. But I'm saying like, I like having something to sip on and drink throughout the day, and that won't be water. It's gonna be coffee. It's gonna be something like that has a flavor. I think if you can just drink only water all day, and that's your like idle drink as well. I don't know, something it just needs food or like a innate thirst. I want to drink like something that has a flavor throughout the day. I know you guys have to be like that because some of you are obsessed with coffee. And you probably drink like 3 to 4 cups of coffee a day. And I also don't consider tea water. No, it's made with water. Yeah, interesting. I'm talking about plain, regular water. I drink 7 cups of coffee a day. I hope those are small cups. Otherwise, I feel bad for your heart. I'm complete opposite. A drink at mealtimes has to taste good. All day I drink liters of water for hydration. See, yeah, I'm the complete opposite. I want something that tastes good to occupy me during the day. And then water, I crave water with meals. In order to properly arm the military, we must enlarge the weapon industry. Thus, building new industrial facilities specifically tailored toward production of military equipment is a must. We get a military factory permanent construction speed bonus and a free military factory is pretty cool. Now we do have a mutually exclusive decision. We can either do invest in the motor industry, which makes trucks and mechanized cheaper, or just the strength of the common soldier, which is division defense, research bonuses on infantry. I'd like to do motor, but I don't know if we will actually be able to do anything with it. I don't think it locks us out from anything else. So, what to do? You know what? I'm gonna try and aim for the stars and go for motorized. Well, actually, is that our top priority? Hold on. It might not be our top priority. I could take international loans and actually see what that does. Encourage bond purchases as a stability buff. Consumer goods factories down. Work on the Pan American Highway is kind of good for everybody. They get good opinion of me. I don't know if we'll need a good opinion from them, but we might. I guess it'll decline over time, maybe. Yeah, this is tough. I feel like I'm not sure which... perhaps I should focus the 35 days that have military factories. Like this one. 2 building slots, a military factory, and an airbase. And some more free XP we can start accumulating per day. Probably that one. Oh, we have another factory as well. We'll do 3 on infantry equipment, 2 on support. Uh-oh. The coup's less than a year away. Growing influence in the universities. What? What? Poland declares war on the Polish Republic. Austria votes to unite with Hungary. At the insistence of the Hungarians, Austria has carried out a referendum on the possible reunification of the two nations under the Habsburg crown. The final count has almost been completed, but it's already clear it's a landslide for the reunification camp. No irregularity in the voting process has been reported, and the Austrian government has found itself obligated to reform into a regional government of the Hungarian state. Though the move is greatly welcomed by the Hungarian public, the political repercussions will likely be felt keenly throughout Europe. The empire's power vacuum may yet be filled. Okay, well, we have Hungary is big and long. Polish peasants versus Sanationist Poland. The peasants are rising up. The young state of Poland has erupted in civil war, decades of government infighting, and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in the rural eastern Poland led to a general strike from the nation's lower classes, and the continued brutal treatment of the strikers by the police and military split the nation in two. The peasant government headed by Stanislav... the L again. It's Stanislav, right? Mikowasik is backed by the Democratic Front Morge faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist, Socialist, and Liberal. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and the peasants in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of peasants. Hindenburg is alive! Disaster was nearly averted today when a diesel fuel leak was discovered on the German passenger airship Hindenburg as it came into dock at Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the US. The leak was promptly repaired. If unnoticed, flammable vapor could have resulted in a fire that would have engulfed the entire airship. Critics have long questioned the wisdom of passenger airships given their spotty safety records, and this incident's bound to make them even more vocal. Bring the airships back, dude. I think we could figure it out. Are they still trying to do the little processes by which we use like airships to haul vast amounts of cargo? Is that still a thing people are working on? I feel like I watched a video about that. Who made that video on YouTube? I think most of those projects are dead now. I remember hearing about them from somewhere. Was it a Tom Scott video? It was someone. It was like Tom Scott or Veritasium or somebody. Was it flying whales or was it something else? I don't remember. Construction. We're learning how to build buildings. I think I vaguely remember a Veritasium video on it. I don't know. It's something that wasn't that long ago. 10% bonus construction speed. Okay. You know what? All in on catching up our industry. Where did that political power go? Oh, we just lost a ton of political power because of the Nazistas. They stole it. They stole the PP. They took 40 PP. Carl is here. Carl! Any Carl voters in chat? Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having their influence over the nationalist front more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced the affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist riquetes, predominantly in the north of the country, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effects on their military position in the Civil War are being downplayed by nationalist leadership, but it's evident the current chaos presents ample opportunity for the Republicans. Oh, Carl, you have one of the worst starts I've ever seen. That's a terrible spawn in orange right there. And nationalist Spain took a huge hit. Who's gonna fill in the gaps first? What just happened? Oh my god, is that the Regional Defense Council of Aragon in the corner? Wow, that's a long coastline, man. All the way down to Gibraltar. That's the fastest 1-2 that I've ever seen of both of them rising up at the same time. Continued government attempts at reasserting centralized control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain and Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints has led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise has meant the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. If the anarchists are ever going to win, now's the time. I'd probably agree with that. Is it common for countries other than Spain to start civil wars? If you're playing ahistorical, then yes. We've already got a Polish civil war. We've resolved a German civil war. Now August von Mackensen leads the now German Empire. We've got a Japanese civil war. Sometimes campaigns there's more civil wars than others. I think that, wow, I didn't even notice who is currently the leader of the Japanese People's Republic now. This is the most fascist communist government I've ever seen. Fuerza Aérea de Chile. Many theorists would argue that the area we are currently falling behind in most is the development of a modern air force. Therefore, we must work hard to remedy this by constructing new hangar and facilities and training additional pilots. Plus 25 air XP, 2 building slots, a military factory goes in one of those, an air base does not take one up, and we get another bonus XP per day. Here's my question, chat. Should we reconsider going communist? It's not too late. Well, actually, it might be too late, but It feels like the whole world's going communist this campaign. The UK is going communist, I believe. Japan went communist. And Poland is going communist if they win. Actually, they're democratic, technically. That being said, we still have our own problems to deal with that are not the world stage. We got to make it through Argentina first before we care about the rest of the world, you know? So, there is that. Support Spain with volunteers. It's kind of an interesting choice, but I don't think we should pick it. All right, I say we do some infrastructure. I kind of want to see what the take loan decision is, but I think we can wait on it for a minute. I'd say let's get some upgraded infrastructure, because if we go to war, we're so long that we need to be able to move like north to south very fast. So we got southern infrastructure and then northern infrastructure. This builds us a level 1 railway from Araucania, I guess, to the Magellans. It's not Magellans. It's Magallanes? Magallanes? So you get a free level 1 railway stretching, and you get 3 infrastructure and 3 building slots. It's kind of a lot. Because at the moment, look at our infrastructure. It's like 1 out of 5, 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5. And then we only have like 4 building slots. So getting like a nice railway going all the way up, because we don't have any railway down here. None. That's crazy. And we have no railway kind of on the interior here. We do have a supply hub there in Arica. That's awesome. That's really good for frontline. And we have ports down here. Obviously, a railway leading to those ports would be ideal. That way we can have supply for troops. Meanwhile, in Spain, it's a little dusty. Actually, okay, those rain clouds. Anarchist Spain might be doing things. It's hard to say. They're kind of losing ground, but also gaining at the same time. Carl's breaking out. Oh, we have 150 PP. We should spend it. I guess I could add one of these. It's a bit late, though. I think I'd rather grab one of these dudes. So we have stability and construction speed. Trade laws are cheaper. Where was the guy that I said he's kind of awesome? The economy and commerce dude. So the consumer goods factories factors down. Trade laws are cheaper and economy laws are cheaper. That one seems good. This one builds factories and infrastructure faster is good. Could take the 20% political power guy. Popular Latinian poet. Monthly population and stability is kind of interesting. This one just seems bad compared to this. All right, I'm going to take the one that's kind of helping us in the near future with the trade laws and economy law reduction. That way we can change economy law for only 75, change these for 112, and kind of go boop, 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 all the way up, and be taking advantage of the 15% modifier for our consumer goods. So now we're only committing 5 civilian factories. We have 9 left over for building. It's slowly moving in the right direction. Slowly. Yeah, I'm curious how Brazil interacts with Portugal in its focus trees. Amelia Earhart is gone! We might have saved the Hindenburg, but we couldn't save Amelia. She disappeared with her navigator Fred Noonan in the middle of the Pacific. They were attempting a flight around the entire world in a twin-engine Lockheed Electra when they vanished. A search for the missing aviators is now being conducted, but there is little hope of finding them. Chat, how do you feel about where you've put your channel points? The coup attempt is approaching in 200 days. So this'll happen before they approach foreign fascists. So I think that is good. There's currently little to no actual infrastructure in the far south of Chile, and no railway lines at all. We must thus spend great effort to connect the southern port towns of Punta Arenas and Punta Delgada with our railway line. You got it. Check it out now. Oh yeah. Connects railway line to both of the ports. Stretches all the way up. And we got +1 to infrastructure for all these. That's actually quite nice for a 35-day focus. And I say we just go ahead and do the north as well while we're here, right? Another 35-day pretty fast one. Because we only have like 1 out of 5 infrastructure there as well. Infrastructure does a few things for us. Among other things, it increases the speed our troops can move along our territories, as do railways, and better railways increase the speed, so we can reposition. Also helps us build on that territory a little bit faster. It also, if we have resources and raw materials, gets more resources and raw materials. So if we look at, that's infrastructure, resource map mode. If I was to add infrastructure here, we're getting 54 steel from this tile, but if I up it, we're now getting another 5 and then another 6. So if I max the infrastructure here, we can actually increase the amount of materials that we're exporting, or extracting. And in our case, we'll have more to export. They're not using it right now, but they will. Give them time. China has declared war on Yunnan. All sorts of wars going on, right? Chat, did we get any pop-up about Mexico? I feel like we're missing some events. Why is there a fascist Saturnino Cedillo Martinez invading Mexico right now? We didn't get any pop-up on that one. The Polish peasants also appear to be winning. The railways and roads in the north, especially in Arica, are poorly interconnected with the rest of our infrastructure, and effort must be placed to improving the general infrastructure of our northernmost regions. I like the way that this is written. It's like repeats the first thing it says at the end. Listen, my word count needs to go up for my essay. But honestly, another civilian factory is great. Infrastructure, another railway. It's good stuff. I haven't tried the loans yet. It's a 70-day, which I was a little worried about taking, but I think that it's probably fine to grab now. Yeah, I want to try it out and see what it is. So our ahistorical is already going a bit off the rails, and that's without knowing what Brazil and our neighbors in Argentina are doing, you know? Like, they could be doing their own thing. They have a big fascist presence there. Like, it's not entirely impossible that Argentina takes something that puts our existence in jeopardy, and I didn't spend enough time mobilizing a military to defeat it, and we just lose really quick. Who knows? China Beeg. The warlords are fighting. Because Japan kind of went a different direction. Chat, this was a genuine question. Why, in the age of samurai in Japan, was it normal to shave the top of your head right here and only leave the balding? Obviously, this guy got lucky and just has that hairstyle by default. Like, I have a theory that older Japanese people in that era just, like, tried to sway. Well, there's a plot afoot to make it fashionable so that everyone else had to shave their head to look like them while they were balding. You know what I mean? The helmets fit better. Maybe. Because it's so interesting to me. It's the equivalent of people who... To me, it's like... It'd be like shaving half of your face, but not the other half. My guess is it was fashionable emulating a certain leader from the past, like how wigs became popular in Europe because Louis XIV wore one. According to Wikipedia, it was to keep their helmet steady and a status symbol. With the reunification of Austria and Hungary completed, the Hungarian government has gathered international press in Budapest and announced the restoration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They're going big. King Otto has resumed his rightful title as Emperor of Austria and reiterated his vow that, though the empire is yet but a shadow of its former self, he shall not rest until all Habsburg lands have been reunited. Their neighbors undoubtedly eye the proceedings in Budapest suspiciously. Meanwhile, Portugal's going to war with itself. We got Antonio Oliveira Salazar on one side, and this nerd, Binto... How do you say that C? Is it a C sound, or a K sound, or a different sound? Backed by popular demand. Yep, there's Austria-Hungary. It's an S sound. Dude, look at... Spain is messed up! It's like a patchwork quilt now that we got Portugal with two different sides. Binto Gonçalves. Gonçalves? 125 days till the coup attempt, unless something changes. Chat, how do I stop it? Or maybe I don't know. Dispersed Industry 2. Further decentralizing our manufacturing makes it harder to strike at specific parts. Alright, so we got Dispersed 2 is nice. Now we're pretty much done on this tree for a while. Got more space for more factories. Base retention is good when we switch our production lines. And a starting plus 5% every time we make a new line. It just starts more efficient. Okay, and the factories are better. Now, my other research slot, I think it's finally time to go back. We don't even have weapons 1. I think it's time to get better guns. What we're making now on the left and what we could be making on the right for the same amount of steel, but it's just better. It's literally twice as much soft attack. 50% more breakthrough, twice as much hard attack, 4 times as much piercing, Same reliability. Yeah. Do we want to start using a manufacturer and spending political power or saving the political power? I'd say let's save the political power for now. Now, I'm wondering if I'm not supposed to have picked a motion of no confidence. Because it says the prereq is your current ruling party is not fascist. Effects when removed, you get the event The Winds of Change. With base stability down 5%. Chat, I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this. Or if this is the fascist one. Because we got 120 days until this fires off. When is the... October 19th? We have to make it till another year. October 1938 for the presidential election. And we want to have the election. I'm pretty sure. So I don't think we want the current president to just step down. I think. But also, I don't know what's going to happen when this coup attempt starts. I guess we're going to find out. Because I'm not going to click this and just see what happens, I guess. Portugal's moving into Spain? No! Ethiopia has lost and given in to Italy. It's so sad. Yeah. Apparently, Portugal is at war with most of Spain. And communist Portugal is at war with anarchists. This is crazy. They're not even allies. What is, chat, what, someone explain what we're seeing here. How is it a Iberian civil war? Yeah, they're not in a faction together. Yeah, I've never seen this before. So we got the Spanish directory up top in the corner. Non-aligned Portugal. Communist Portugal. Democratic, technically Spain. Yeah, this is messed up. Carl's getting pushed back in a big way. They're not gonna make it that far, dude. Also, rip Ethiopia. So sad. It's just that kind of campaign. The Soviet Union has declared war on the Soviet Union. Okay. Oh, God. This is the most Civil War campaign I have ever seen. We got Stalin versus Ivan Smirnov. The Smirnov? Union of Soviet Republics. Our former president, Carlos Ibanez del Campo, went about attempting to solve the economic crisis with loans from foreign powers and investing the money into the state, hoping to be able to produce enough value from it to pay them back later. This strategy was, in ways, successful. We should attempt to follow in his steps and do the same once again. So we got an influx of 100 political power and new decisions. Take loans and invest in industrial development. Prereq. Is considered a major country and exists. We're not considered a major country. So I can't do these anyways. Yet. I guess it'll be open for later. This dude has a research speed bonus? This is mostly a democracy support line. Let's... Am I just going to be good guy Chile? I'm going to work on the Pan American Highway next and see what happens. Are you Chile? It's what I said, yeah. Also, we got the flag up here. The Soviet Civil War. Civil war has once more erupted in Russia. With the memories of the last civil war still fresh on everyone's mind, it's a bit of a surprise they would come to this. After years of political infighting between the Stalinist and Trotskyist factions, the Soviet government has finally split, and the two groups now battle in the streets for control of the country. Ivan Smirnov has declared himself the leader of what he calls the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia, and leads the war against Stalin from his base in Odessa. Oh wait, I need to do this guy right here. New political advisor. Industrialization is good. Don't want democracy support. Don't want communism support down. This monthly population and stability dude is kind of interesting to me. Dog. A lot of defense on core territory. Am I in danger? Could just get the infrastructure and civilian factory bonus guy. I feel like I just want stability 5, construction speed 15. Maybe I'll get him third. All right, I'm interested in monthly population and 10% stability. I don't know if that's actually doing anything for me. Monthly population plus it's a month is a long time, but it's 10%. That's a lot, right? So if we're growing at 6.26K, it's 10% of that. So I guess there's another 600 people. Maybe it's not that many. Never mind. All right, I'll go with stability and construction speed. Maybe I should have done research. The United Kingdom revisits its colonial policy. In a speech today, Neville Chamberlain announced a change in the nation's colonial policy. Recognizing the rights of all peoples for self-determination, the British government has resolved to set all imperial subjects on the path to independence, the conclusion of which is intended to occur in the foreseeable future. In response to concerns that this would greatly weaken the United Kingdom's position in the world, Neville Chamberlain stated that all nations that desire to do so will be welcome to remain as a member of a newly founded community of nations, but then as fully equal and independent parties. It remains to be seen whether any nations will accept. They have gone insane. No, they're going communist. Chat, I hope you like Civil Wars, dog. Because we've got them. Well, hopefully, well, do we got them? We're gonna find out in 98 days, I guess. We might got them too. I feel like everyone who has started the Civil War has won so far. Maybe the Mexican junta is an exception. We haven't played Mexico in a long time. I just remember the one time we did, I tried to do something crazy and didn't follow the political focus tree fast enough, and I missed my chance and then ruined the entire run. That's all I remember is I screwed it up and got like soft locked in my focus tree, and then I never tried it again. There's pockets of resistance all over. I don't know if they've got any troops in them that can do anything cool. All right, there's not a lot of time left before this apparent coup attempt. Yeah, I don't think World War II has started yet. It's 1937, which I guess that makes sense. But there's a ton of civil wars that are going to be making it a weird one. 10% construction speed. And we're all caught up. Okay, so we can finally either get radio or we can get support weapons 1. Let's go ahead and grab support weapons 1. Buff our infantry and start catching up on that. What focus tree are we on? We're kind of doing like center communist. Center communist Chile with fascist-leaning neighbors and democratic Brazil. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what these dudes are gonna do. My goal is to figure out what I'm gonna do before they figure out what they're gonna do. And then we make one united South American supercontinent. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. A decent chunk of the world is also going communist. I think the UK is. They just released all of their colonies. Japan went communist. They're fascist with a communist banner. Communist minority government. I guess the Soviet Union is getting weakened by the Civil War. So that's a thing. Polish Republic is democratic. Ooh, we got a free civilian factory. We should have a decent number of options. Yeah, 16 building slots. We also raised the infrastructure of a few of these, which is nice. I'm trying to get to 15 civilian factories at least before I move on to other types of buildings so that I can like have a basis by which to build other things. What should we spend political power on next? Probably like an industrial concern, if I had to pick. But anyways, the focus tree condenses to the Union of Hispanic Republics down here. You can tell that it's communist because of all the red in the icons. Going for those 2 bonus armies? No. We have to be at war for the Republican Guard. That is one of the prereqs. Chile has to make it. We're gonna make it. We might get ourselves into some trouble, but we're gonna make it. We really need to be building stability and war support. We have 16% war support, which is enough to get to limited conscription. Ooh. This didn't highlight. Yeah, we just crested over that 15%, so we can go ahead and switch to early mobilization. I'd love to skip, but that's 25% war support, so it's a ways away. There might be... There might be some things that improve our war support, because it goes up when we have the elections in October 1938. So you could argue that it's worth waiting, because that's plus 10% right there. And then we can just skip straight to it, but I don't know if we want to wait another 10 months, do we? When going to limited conscription can start getting us some manpower now, which we can start training. Yeah, I'd say that limited conscription is fine. That'll take us from 1.28% to just under like 2.5%. During the various Pan-American conferences held in recent years, we have agreed to cooperate with our brothers in North and South America to help connect the two the two American continents and fulfill this Pan-American Highway project. Gained connections through the Pan-American Highway, which grants a nice 365-day stability, resource to market, consumer good factory factor down. We get an infrastructure, and everyone gets a good opinion of us because they think we're pretty sweet. We're pretty chill. I want them to remember that later. Okay, let's go ahead. What do I want to do? I think let's go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off of new taxes. It's going to give us stability down 10% for a year. But then after that, it goes away and we end up with a permanent boost to consumer goods factories and construction. We're levying some new taxes. Wilhelm II returns to the German Empire. And Ivan Smirnov has made a call for volunteers. The call has been answered by various groups and international brigades are forming. Oh. Minus 330 manpower. Well, a good thing we started recruiting more. In a surprise announcement yesterday, the German government officially lifted the exile on Wilhelm II. Later in the day, the old Kaiser's motorcade passed the Dutch-German border, and upon his return to Berlin, he was ceremoniously reinstated as Kaiser of the German Empire. The Kaiser has already vowed to see Germany return to its old greatness, but it remains to be seen which direction they will go. There he is. Helmet and beard and mustache. All aplomb. All right, we got 28 days until this apparent coup attempt. And then I don't know what's actually going to happen. We'll have to find out. Experience it ourselves. We're chilling on 4 times speed. We just hit 1938, 2 years after the start of the game, and hurtling toward World War II proper. The Civil War dust is settling. The German Empire has still... Oh. That was the fastest? Dude, do you guys remember last campaign we were Spain and the Soviet Union Civil War lasted the entire campaign? Well, this is the opposite of that. Probably the fastest takeover of the Soviet Union I've seen. Ivan Smirnov is now the head of the Union of Soviet Republics. Just quickly, unceremoniously disposed of. The capitulation of the last remaining units loyal to Stalin marks the end of the Soviet Civil War. Ivan Smirnov has declared himself victorious and vowed to make the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia rise from the ashes of civil war and destruction. The task ahead is enormous, and the world situation unclear, but he is adamant that a new era for the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia, and for the world, has just started. Can we abbreviate that? USREA. Usria. Getting rid of Stalin is probably for the best. Those 330 men that volunteered made all the difference. You might be right. All right, manpower is mobilizing slowly. Got to start somewhere, though. We're actually low on steel because we're committing so many resources to the trade. We have so many left for export, though. No one's buying them. Okay. It's time to find out what happens with the coup. We get the event, the Seguro Obrero Massacre. It's probably not good. Okay, just checking some screens. It's time. Let's see what happens. The National Socialist Movement of Chile has attempted a coup d'etat, but to no avail. Wait. Is that not what... Hang on, what did we want? Our carabineros have put down their insurrection with limited casualties stemming from a shootout and standoff outside the occupied University of Chile. Oscar Novoa Fuentes and Humberto Arriagada Valdivieso commanded our forces during the battle and will be rewarded. Plus 75 political power. Stability down 5%. Okay, so that was Fascist Party because they lose fascism support. And near anarchic society is also reduced in penalty. They shouldn't bother us again, it says. Okay, so this is chillin'. After breakdowns and negotiations with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, the Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by British Parliament or monarchy. Although not an anti-British move in its own right, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. While a natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure future stability, it does nothing to alleviate the already tense state of global politics. An empire coming apart at the seams. Okay, so we also got some taxes. Our coffers have run thin after many efforts to restore the country to its former state, and to help alleviate this, a good plan would be to impose new income taxes on the population. They might not like them at first, but give it some time and they'll quiet down. With us having a lot more money to spend. Yes! Listen, they might not like the taxes at first, but just give it a while. They'll find something else to get angry about. And we'll have more money to spend. Sipping on their wine. When the national spirit imposed new taxes is... Okay, so we got 360 days of bad stability. But then it gets good again. And we'll get bonus construction speed and factory factor. Okay, we're still waiting on the October election. We have... Where do we get 27 war support from? World tension going up or something? Why do we just get... Oh, the failed coup had an event for that? Okay, well, in that case, I've been waiting to change the economic policy from civilian, which is all bad. Look at this bad. We have to have more factories for consumer goods. We're losing fuel per oil. And the biggest offender, all military and civilian factories are 30% slower. So we're going to get rid of all that. We're going to get a bonus to military factory speed. And we're going to lose 15, actually 10% on the consumer goods factory commitment. Easy pick. Now we're only doing 5. This might change a little bit. Yeah, we got 13 factories. New national focus time, though. So, since it's been a year since we devalued the peso, we can now open up all of these and/or the central bank. I want to do whatever is going to lead me to this research slot the fastest. Probably this one. It's just like 5% base stability and some political power. Division attack and defense. Resource gain efficiency is good. 2 military factories. 4 military factories. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah, let's go around, do the central bank, and skip to the research. I'm curious who's going to make the first move in South America now there's all these extra trees. I didn't even look to see what Paraguay's looks like now. They have the ones that are consistent. I wonder if we can't see some of them. But yeah, Paraguay and Uruguay have their own trees too now. Guns! All right, we got upgraded infantry equipment, and it is 1938, and I'm falling behind on computing machine. 5% faster research speed is a stinky research, but we're about to have a third slot, so it's going to get a little better. And we need to stop making old guns. We got 8,500 guns stockpiled, which is, you know, it's okay. But what I really need is to go to tier 1 guns. Gonna lose a bunch of production efficiency, and we're gonna start the upgrade. So we gotta upgrade like over 5,000 guns. I'm gonna take one factory off support, throw it onto infantry equipment, try and like get through that a little faster, but we are starved for factories right now. Chat, I got a random question. Are there any Last Epoch gamers in the chat right now? Me and Alice have been playing it a little bit for fun, casually. I'm enjoying my time with it, but I have a question. I'm playing it right now. Okay, my question is, when are you supposed to start actually crafting gear in the leveling process? When you don't have like a stash of stuff already. China declared war on communist China. Yeah, I watched the whole tutorial for crafting, and it taught me a lot about what you can do. But it doesn't seem like crafting is ever a good idea when I'm like level 30 or like level 25. Because I'm just going to find like a higher level piece that outclasses it in every way. And I'm just using runes or glyphs that are going to benefit me just as much later. And also, all the tutorials are like, well, you can tell that a shard is rare because you don't have many of them. And I'm like, dude, I don't have many of any of them. So I can't tell. Can always shatter it to get the item back. You can't shatter it because you got to have shatter glyphs, and by level 25, I only have like 8 shatter glyphs. I don't have anything. I'm like level 25 to 30. In order for our economy to improve further than just the label of improvement, we should endeavor to strengthen the Banco Central de Chile. Founded by President Arturo Alessandri, we will give them more liberty to do what they see fit in the endeavor that they help us out in the long run. So we got injected with 50 PP and some stability up, and then we can't do this. We have to have more than 30 factories for this. Dude, I gotta read, man. We only have 21. All right, do the ones that build you military factories then. You can buy Shattering for 1500 G in the stores. Chat, some of you guys are just so many hours into the game that you don't know that as a new player with one character who's level 25 to 30, that you only have, I've sold every item I've gotten and I have like 35,000 gold. That's it. And if I want to respec any skill points, it's like 1500 G for the base one right now. I've done a couple of those to move points around to try to experiment. What class did you pick? I picked Void Knight. I picked the Void Knight, and he seems cool. I started with a Spellblade, and I got a little into it, and I just didn't like it. So I went Void Knight instead, and I've been enjoying that a lot more. Spellblade seemed boring to me. Spellblade seemed like, I actually looked up some videos on people's Spellblades to kind of see what they look like, and every single one that I looked at like 4 different videos of people showing off their build. They all used the same melee attack that you get when you first become a Spellblade, which is like an ice clap. Like it does damage around you and in front of you. And doing that at like 500% attack speed. And that was the only build. And I was like, oh, I'm sure there's more you can do, but No, I looked at like okay, this is gonna sound dumb, but for me, I need my moves to look cool. And I watched like a gameplay video that was like all abilities and variations of the Spellblade, and none of them look cool. So because this, for those who don't know, the Spellblade in Last Epoch is a mastery class of the mage or the wizard equivalent. So you can either be like a regular sorcerer, which is what you expect from any other ARPG. You can be the Spellblade, which is like a battle mage, which sounded cool to me, but in reality is just like enchant weapon and do basic melee attack 1,000 times. Or you can be the Rune Master, which is like the last one that they just added to the game, and it is the flashiest, most RGB appealing character class I've ever seen. So Spellblade just looks so sad by comparison visually, even amongst its own choices. Whereas with a Void Knight, I get to do purple explosions, which I'm fine with. Just make purple explosions. I dig it. So yeah, Rune Master looked like a lot of fun, but also I like picking off-peak classes, and Void Knight seemed like an off-peak class. So I went with that. And I like paladins or evil-looking paladins as well. Okay, 5% flat to defense and offense from these. We can take these another step further, or I can go ahead and get truck so we can get some support classes. Or we can get, let's just get radio. Radio's a boring one, but a very useful one. Are there any games that have made a fun, like, battle mage? No, in my opinion. I'm yet to find one. It's an archetype that I think that there's a chance Dragon's Dogma 2 could, because just based on the flashiness of the abilities, it looks pretty sick. I didn't care that much for Dragon's Dogma 1, but I think Dragon's Dogma 2 looks... It's starting to pique my interest. Let me find the video. Okay. Chat saying Divinity 2 and Baldur's Gate? No. That's not what we're talking about, dude. I promise you that Divinity 2 and Baldur's Gate do not fulfill what I'm talking about. Cool factor, making you feel as cool. Like, there is no RPG where you, as like a combat battle mage, ever feel as cool as the other dude next to you who fireballs the entire room. You just, or freezes the entire room and shatters their bodies into a million ice pieces, right? That just doesn't exist. There's just like, I enchant my blade, and I give myself magic armor. I am now a battle mage. Like, you just, I don't know why, but battle mage is always the least flashy, like, lamest version. I'm not saying what's viable and playable, because I'm certain that the Spellblade in Last Epoch is playable. It's just vanilla toast, you know what I mean? Anyway, these are the Dragon's Dogma mage vocations. I assume one of them is a battle mage equivalent. Can we go HD? It supposedly is HD. This one sucks, all right? The baseline is just, like, stupid. That's not the one I'm interested in. This one looks dumb. I'm more interested in the ones that are... What is that Bert noise? What is that noise, dude? Chat, where's the battle mage? This is the wrong. I clicked on the wrong trailer. Classic. Is mage one of the subclasses? Where's the one I'm talking about? Dragon's Dogma 2 classes. Okay. I swear there was like a good gameplay trailer for this. Mystic Spearhand is my jive. Is that what it's called? This is surprisingly difficult to find information for without going to like the shady websites. Maybe it is Mystic Spearhand. Okay. Let's see. Try this one. Why does it do this weird freeze frame? It's okay, yeah, you are basically a Jedi. With magic powers. You even got Force Lightning. Damn, dude. Yeah, it looks pretty. That looks pretty sick, dude. A far cry from the first one. I'm sorry I showed you the first wizard one. That one was lame. The second one was cool, though. Anyway. The British government is waking up to elections in India. Yunnan is joining the mutual assistance bloc. Interesting. We got 150 PP. We've got conscription up. We got mobilization up. We can get our third political advisor. Or we can get an industrial electronics research speed, consumer goods factories, or industrial research speed. Let's try... I mean, we're probably going to want to do all the excavate... Wait, we never did answer this. I asked this last time. Was it only these? Because electronic engineering is all of this. I don't know. I'm going to do the industrial one anyways. I think it's just better. Campania Electro... Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough word, chat. SFAL. We'll just abbreviate it. An iron and steel industry located at Valdivia in Chile. The enterprise is considered the inheritor of Altos Hornos y Acerías de Corral, whose infrastructure it bought in 1926 when it was created by entrepreneurs from Valdivia. I'll try it. Lock it in. Who won the Spanish Civil War? Nobody yet. It's gotten a little out of control because Portugal is also embroiled in the Civil War. Somehow. Never seen this before. But yeah, I don't know what vocation I would want to play. Because you know I'm not going to play the one that I think looks cool. Because you guys all think Mystic Spearhand looks cool. So I'm not going to pick the one you pick. Okay? All vocations in Dragon's Dogma 2. fighter, archer, thief, mage, warrior, sorcerer, magic archer, mystic spearhand, trickster, and warfarer. Yunnan is dead. The dead. I can tell you it's definitely not going to be a fighter or a thief or that mage that I just looked at. Oh, the Warfarer is a new vocation that can use every weapon and learn different skills from each vocation. So it's the Druid. It's the WoW Druid character. Does Anarchist Spain have a chance? Maybe, yeah. It's possible. I really just need to actually go and watch the video demo of each of the Dragon's Dogma classes to decide. Okay. Game's been on pause this whole time. We're chilling, dude. About to get 2 military factories. We're trying to get over 30 military factories. And we're also waiting for the big October 1938 presidential election that should finally change our government type. Start moving us the right direction. Carl, I got bad news for the Carls in chat. I play big guy who hits things with big weapon. Also reasonable. I feel like I want some magic. Because it just seems fun. There's no way I can be just a basic fighter, though. I'm sure they get some magic or something. We might check it out, chat. We might check out the stupid little website thing here in a little bit. Oak! Oak! I don't think we can use Ulk because Alessandri is not going to be the current country leader. Nor is Gustavo. Is Gustavo Ross Santa Maria? No, neither of them will be, so we can never have dog. I'm sorry, chat. Utilize Feme. Our arms industry is currently relying on international purchases and the odd locally manufactured rifle. If we want to ramp up our military production, we must make sure we have a state-controlled arms manufacturer at our side, such as the centuries-old Fábricas y Mestranzas del Ejército, which must be modernized rapidly. Modify the Chilean economy by factory output plus 5 and 2 military factories. Love to see it. More! Now, the problem is we don't have enough steel because we're exporting so much of it, so that's kind of funny. We should start making maybe some trains. We have 6 in stockpile. I don't know how many we're going to need. I will want artillery and trucks. I don't know. I feel like civilian train is a waste for now. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Let's just get a basic artillery line up. Oh, they patched it where it'll automatically start using your industrial for manufacturing without you having to manual click it. I like that. Okay, this is for infantry equipment. I want infantry equipment to just have some basic soft attack and reliability, but I don't want to update it. Meanwhile, in Poland... Ooh, civilian factories. Dude, we have 20 civilian factories. Well, kind of. We got 14 out of 15 right now. If we were doing some more trade, that number would go up. This is probably the last civilian factory that we're just going to make ourselves. And then it's time to pivot into making some military factories and or dockyards. Man, that sucks. We have to share because we have the whole coast. Where am I going to build dockyards? Are we ever going to have a navy? He thinks he's going to have a Chilean navy. This guy. He thinks he's going to have a navy in Chile. Listen, the doggo chose the losing side. If the dog wanted to be in our government, they should have stopped being democratic. Carl is dead. Carl is dead. Long live Carl. They've been eliminated. Game over. Spanish Directory has kind of reformed its line. It's hard to tell who's going to win this one. It's pretty close. What's up, KJ? Thank you for a 36th month sub, actually. Contrary to your belief, this is your 3rd year of sub. Thanks for subbing again. Yeah, I was talking about the t-shirt at the beginning of the stream. I was also talking about the fact that, chat, you are only going to hear me sound like this for another day or two. Because big change, the first big change is coming. I've got an entire new audio setup on order. And this microphone and all of its constituent parts are about to be replaced, which is going to lead to a scary change for you. I'm going to sound weird. Going to sound different. Could be better, could be worse. It better be better because it was expensive. But long story short, my mixer has been basically threatening to go down for the last few days. And also, before that, we were having like weird crackle and pop in the microphone every so often. And all of my equipment is like 8 years old this year, which is pretty old for stuff that's on 24/7. Like, my mixer is just on 24/7. And it's time for replacement. So I basically am getting not just a one-to-one replacement. Everything that I have gotten is 1 to 2 tiers higher quality than this. So it better sound better, okay? Because I tried to pick some quality gear. Since we didn't stream yesterday, I spent most of the day yesterday researching audio equipment. And I found this cool website. I mean, this is a popular website, but I found it. You know, it's different. Sweetwater, which is all audio equipment stuff. And they have this awesome page with a microphone shootout where they listed like dozens of microphones and then had a male and female artist sing into them so that you can hear what each one sounds like. So that was very helpful. The audiophile rabbit hole. It is my entire job to speak into a microphone. So, the two things that should be the highest quality in my setup are my computer and my microphone, in that order. Someone's going to get banned saying it sounds worse the first day. I don't doubt that it'll sound different. Because right now, the microphone is going to change. The preamp is going to change, which can color the sound a little bit. The compressor is going to change, and the mixer and the compressor are being combined. I use Sweetwater for my audio setup. Yeah, they seem pretty cool. They seem pretty knowledgeable. Sure, the cam doesn't matter. Yeah, you don't have to have camera to be popular or successful. There's a lot. I follow a lot of no camera ever streamers. It's definitely much less important than the microphone by orders of magnitude. I'm hoping that I can also get rid of the, like, plosives. I feel like this microphone setup, I don't know if it's the mic itself or the guard. The plosives became super apparent during the subathon we were recording for the AI voices. I didn't realize they were that crazy. So I got a new microphone screen. I got a new support cage for the microphone to try to keep it from picking up vibrations, all that stuff. Going deep, chat. And that's the first huge change post subathon that's coming. I have not had a different microphone since pre-2016. I've had this exact same mic and setup for 8 years. It's going to be scary for some of you. Gabriel Terra, the president of Uruguay, announced last week that he was holding elections and stepping down from power, a rule which he extended through a coup in 1933. The power will hereby be handed down to the leader of the National Party of Uruguay, Luis Alberto de Herrera. Interesting. Interesting. That's Rafael Franco in Paraguay. And Luis seems happy. Seems like a happy guy. But yeah, the second big change will be coming shortly after, hopefully. This is going to be a refreshing year for the channel. I'm finally starting to get the ball rolling on all this stuff. It took a little while for the setup. Alright, how we doing on infantry equipment 1? Still about 2,800 to replace. Factory's getting more efficient by the day. We've started some artillery manufacture. And we are -8 steel in the hole. We're committing too much of our steel. And we got a lot left for exports. We can't do limited exports unless certain things become true. So we're kind of just like producing support and towed artillery with a deficit, so we're making them at reduced speed. We've already got our very first bottleneck. We picked a lot of national focuses that usher more resources into trade, but it's unfortunate that no one's buying them. Once the war machine gets rolling, then they'll probably start buying. New mic, new merch, and new emotes? Yeah. It's on its way. What is going on? Japanese People's Republic joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. What? And domestic production of the Willys MB. We are able to produce plenty of small arms and ammo in our own home country, but we lack the expertise to produce proper motorized and armored vehicles. To alleviate this issue, we should purchase cars from anyone willing to sell them and copy their designs. So, +2 military factories, and we can finally do the research. This requires more factories than 30. It says we have 27. That doesn't seem like more than 30, but I'm not going to argue. Give me that extra research slot. We should start some trucks. And we don't have enough steel to support this anyway, so I'm just going to get trains going. Are you going to war or just staying beefy for security? What do you mean? All roads lead to war in Hearts of Iron. All right, this is for automotive manufacture. I don't like taking away the rely. I'm just gonna pick the breakthrough bonus, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, someone will eventually be at war with somebody in Hearts of Iron. It is inevitable. But yes, this is a World War II simulator where eventually the world will be embroiled in flames. Even if it's ahistorically so. Also, Mexican junta is kind of winning, so fascist Mexico is making a move. And then Japan joined an alliance with Shanxi and then Communist China, and then signed a white peace with China. Interesting. Don't really understand exactly what's going on. All right, the real game is about to begin because in October of this year, there's going to be an election that we'll probably be able to sway, because communism is what we're going for, and it is by far the majority. So they should vote for the communist candidate. Logically speaking. We need to start maybe training. We have 35 army XP. Let's start editing our division. So we're going to be fighting in the mountains a lot. Mountains have a combat width of 50. Additional attacks of 25. And we have quite a lot of territory that we need to fill. So I'm not really looking to make huge single divisions, necessarily. We need to kind of spread out a little bit. Because this is going to be 9,000 manpower per division of infantry, and we only have 61k. So that doesn't go very far. So what I might be doing is looking into... I don't know, maybe the presidential regiments and just get the small ones with only that's still 4,000 manpower. Cavalry is not very good at defense, is kind of the big issue. And I can just train some more full divisions, but it's gonna shred our manpower pool. Which, we're not quite done recruiting, but we will be soon. If we're not already. Because I'll only be able to make, what, like three more divisions? And they'll be pretty strong, but we have a lot of empty territory tiles. Alright, yeah, let's just train the small ones. We're already down to 25k manpower. Okay, we'll go to 16k, and that's as far as low as I can. Oh wait, I picked the wrong ones. It's these guys. There we go. All right, I'll train 12 divisions of these weenies, 2 cav, 2 infantry, and I just aim to kind of fill in all of the borders that we have. And then these guys can just turn around and be Coast Guard later. I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm having second thoughts. What if we train like 4 of the weenies? And then 3 of the big boys. Because if we want to be offensive, we need some chunguses to take the capital. And it's not a foregone conclusion. So that's 7 new divisions total. It's probably good. That's doubling our current quantity of divisions. Making us twice as strong. And now their training will begin. Once they're done training, they'll come out as trained individuals. Level 2 deployments, which is great. We've learned how radio works. Adopting the invention of amateur radio operators and extending the use of FM radio will reduce radio interference and allow us to find new uses for this radio tech. Mostly we're concerned with the reinforce rate. And the coordination, which will help us focus on a single target when we're at war. And knock him out. Let's research. Did we do the truck research? I think I was going to. So let's hold off on researching trucks for now. It's September 1938, so almost 1939, but not quite. Let's go ahead and buff infantry equipment. We should be on the cusp of getting that extra research slot, and then we're going to go all in industrializing for 1939. And then the war should be kicking off really any time. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Chat, where did Czechoslovakia go? New song! Austria-Hungary is big, dude. And the peasants won the uprising in Poland. Austria was a bit hungry. I see what you did there. I see what you're doing. All right, what are we working on next? New song time. Division attack and def. No, that one's not good. The dog is 25 PP, yes, and also goes away after the election that's next month. That's why we're not taking him. I feel like of these, the longest term beneficial one is something that buffs military factory. This one's 15%. Am I gonna want land forts? Eventually. I'm gonna take the 15% military factory and 10% defense. Seems balanced, because we're building factories right now. Two of them, in fact. Wait. I actually need another civilian factory. Because we're down to 14 civilian factories being used. Alright, we're definitely going to need more guns. And we need a lot more steel. We need to be able to change our trade policy from export to limited exports. I'm exporting too much. We're exporting 91 with 59 left to export, unfortunately. I can trade with, like, the US. I guess I'll do that for now. All sorts of new music, dude. We're on the new soundtracks. What's up, Golden Apples? How's it going? We're learning how computers work. 5% faster research speed forever. Now let's get started on 1939 stuff. It's a quarter of a year ahead of time. That's the only downside. 128 days is a long time. 150 days is a longer time. 103 days is not that bad, but we're almost done there. Okay, chat. Maybe I will research one more thing. Let's get artillery buffed. We're not using artillery yet, but you know, it's always good to have some. Is this the PP game? Sure is. Biff Gimbal, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Over 2 years. Welcome back. It's nice to be back and not actively growing more resentful of the game that I'm playing as I'm playing it, you know? Curious where this campaign's gonna lead. Our scientists working in R&D have begun developing better techniques utilizing not only radios, but also advancing the possible use case for televisions, and through this, we can get general knowledge out to the populations easier, as well as better communicate findings between faraway departments in the country's science labs. We got a full research slot and a new industrial concern for electronic research speed. Wait. Did I pick this way too soon? Oh my god, it's a flat 10% to all research. And I already picked this one. I did not know this one was here. That's crazy. 10% research speed, dude? I wasted 150 PP. The PP! But we got the extra slot. Alright, let's get support weapons. And then we're gonna go all in on industry. All 3 of these. Nice to have 3 slots finally. Now we wait. We actually want to save our national focus up because the election should be imminent. Late October, it says. So we might actually cap on this for a bit. But I'm going to do it intentionally. Waiting for the election to proc. Samba of the South. All right, it's late October, dude. It's 26th. Wins the election. There it is. The presidential election has finally arrived, and the final term for President Arturo Alessandri has come to an end. The country still experiences growing discontent and radicalism, both left and right, and no one truly knows the definitive answer to properly saving the country from the economic disaster. Who should take up Alessandri's mantle and lead the country toward the future? Well, a left-wing president takes over. Gustavo Ross is the protege of our current leader, Arturo. Carlos Ibanez del Campo is the daily support for unaligned and acceptance of fascist. And then Elias, I think, is our pick. Add Partido Comunista, which grants political power gain up, war support up, daily democracy support up, but daily communism support up more. He becomes the workers' president. We get 10% stability, production efficiency cap up 5%, compliance growth up, and daily communism support up. Retire Arturo from Chile and gets an event. All right, this is us. Good. The presidential election of 1938 is upon us, and the country has to choose a leader from 4 major candidates. Who will prevail? Automatically completed, and now we can just go straight in to establishing Corfo. Because this one requires you have anyone except Elias. So we're locked into the left mutual exclusive path now. And it's a 70-day, but we've already got 10 days banked. So it should get a little buff at the beginning, which is nice. A new commander-in-chief of the army. There are many men in our army who are willing to take up the mantle and responsibility to lead. And there are also many who are ready and willing to fight to their last breath for our country. Due to having a new president, we now need to select a successor to Oscar Novoa Fuentes, who has held the position for almost 5 years at this point. Who will lead? Who's this? Oh no, my cool field marshal is going to get replaced. Carlos Fuentes. Can I look at these dudes first?
And Fila.
Okay, so it's either this dude, Cav Leader, and Mountaineer. Blood of your heroes. Escuero Oscar Otorola, which is our inflexible strategist and Mountaineer. Guillermo Barrios Tirado. This dude's just a hill fighter. Who cares about him? I guess he'll give us recruitable population factor. Or Alfredo. Where is he? This guy? Winter Specialist. Yeah, that guy, meh. I don't know, maybe he's good. I think either the artillery dude or the supply hub construction speed dude. Because Cav Leader and Mountaineer could be fun. Motorized attack. Let's pick that guy because he sounds neat. Supply hubs built faster sounds good in South America. Alright, I'll pick him.
Sí, señor.
So now he is a Field Marshal level 1. Level 2, I guess. Can have a new trait assigned, though. I could make him get some motorized, mechanized defense. Organization loss when moving down, attack up, entrenchment up. This is a tough one. I might leave that for a bit until we max on command power. Communist majority. The current election has resulted in a victory for the communist parties, with mixed reactions from the former administration. While the new rulers claim to represent the people as a whole, they view many of the democratic institutions we cherish as attempts to manipulate and oppress the working class, leading to discussion about what truly constitutes a rule of the people. In some nations, the revolution began in rivers of blood. In Chile, it didn't, but it may yet end in them. This is troubling, but they truly do represent the majority. PCCH becomes the ruling party and public elections will not be held. We must stop them before they abolish every sign of dissenting thought. Communist supporters start a civil war. I think we just let them become the ruling party and become them. We got a new flag! No longer do we have to fight with Texas for control of the star. We've got a pretty nice, like, Christmas wreath with a star on top. And the hammer and sickle with a red, white, and blue striped flag. It's kind of, I kind of like it, though. I kind of enjoy it. I like the new jams in the DLC. Seem nice. Also happy to finally move past the election I feel like we've been waiting on for a while. The United States is attempting to isolate Chile. American diplomats left their embassy in Santiago today after issuing a stern declaration from their government. They state they will no longer come to our aid should we find ourselves in conflict with other nations, and they do not accept us as the legitimate government of the nation. Furthermore, they have enacted an embargo against us in an attempt to weaken our economy. While it was obvious the United States would be hostile to our regime, the swiftness and forcefulness of their actions has come as a shock to many. Didn't they already do the isolationist policies? How can you sit here and tell me you have a neutrality act and then immediately abandon, like, the Monroe Doctrine? Chat, can they legally just be like, the Monroe Doctrine? Yeah, I mean, South America, that's everywhere except Chile. Right? Is there a Red Scare in 1938? Arrogant imperialists, plus 1% support. All right, they're no longer coming to our aid. We have to defend ourselves. We'll figure it out. It's gonna take us some time. How's our trade looking? Yeah, we're still exporting to the same South American people we were before. We need to export more. Oh, I can't. I was trading with the U.S. a second ago. Well, as long as we're not at war, supporting the Union of Soviet Republics with 11 is fine. I'm just gonna get 8 with 1 factory. Where did our factories go? Maybe they were trading with us? The embargo is working! In his speech this morning, Prime Minister John Curtin announced the Australian government's dedication to growth and stability as an oceanic state. This means looking to new shores other than those of Britain's Europe, as the Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflict on their shoulders. In a direct reference to the King's speech at the open of the last Parliament, John Curtin hit the point home by stating, "Never another Gallipoli!" The rapturous cheers from the crowd indicate a new era of Australian politics has begun. Where it'll end, the world can only pontificate. Speculate. This is still crazy, dude. This is a crazy. I think anarchist Spain has it rough because they're at war with both Portugals, whereas regular communist-leaning Spain. Maybe I should have supported communist Spain. I don't know if they're gonna change their government type.
Listo.
It's a little late now. Ooh, we got our first divisions trained. I lost a general, though, because he literally just got promoted. Probably the Mountaineer 2322 is pretty good. Surprise Portuguese victory in the Spanish Civil War. Yeah. Very strange.
Atención.
All right, so we got 10 divisions. We're spreading out a little bit more along the Argentinian border. Though we're gonna need more than that. What is their opinion of us? Plus 15. The Pan American Highway is pretty good. I'm not sure when this, I'm not sure when it's gonna get spicy. Yeah, I am starting to think, though, that we probably missed a trick in helping volunteers. It's too late to do volunteers, but it's okay. Italy Civil War 2? Okay, are all the major leaders gonna get deposed from the Axis? We got Republican Italy, no faction. The Comitato de Liberazione versus Mussolini. Republican Italy has Sardinia. Oops. We should attempt to establish an organization that can be responsible for industrial development, resource distribution, and reconstruction efforts. It can be called the Corporación de Fomento de la Producción de Chile. Chilean economy goes up 10%, better resource gain efficiency, and faster construction speed. We get a free civilian factory and build slot. And the new industrial concern. Why do we have so many of these? Industrial research speed, railway, it's just pales in comparison to this electronics developer. That electronics developer is crazy. All right, low-cost housing it is. Lessens the Mapuche conflict. That's good. Mapuche conflict, we got so many national spirits, it's kind of crazy, actually. Right now, Mapuche conflict is lowering our recruitable population. It's costing us consumer goods factories, lowering our war support, and lowering our production efficiency retention. So we're gonna try and solve that a little bit. Japan, what are you doing, dude? They keep signing a white peace with China.
Sí, Sí, señor.
All right, these are 4 tiny divisions, 8 combat width only, very small. We're trying to just make sure that we don't have any gaps in our front line against our neighbors. We don't have anybody on the border with Bolivia, but that's fine. I'm more concerned with Argentina right now.
Atención.
And we do still have some holes in our defenses. Then again, so do they, you know, so. Gotta be fighting in the mountains. What I really want is like some mountaineer divisions. That would be excellent. Personal crew serve weapons for infantry and bits of kit. Soft attack up 5%. All right, we caught up on our basic infantry. Now we need to do 1930. Perfect timing. It's January of 39, so we're right on cue for industry. Starting with dispersed industry 3 for even more factory space. 10% more output. And more. And we got 165 PP. We can up to extensive conscription now, which I feel like we need to do before anything else. Chat, I probably should have looked at the dudes that I hired for our... I think I misplayed. Turns out changing our leader to Elias Laferte Gavino might affect who your political advisors can be. And I, of course, picked the ones who refused to work with my new government, wasting 300 political power in the process that I could have spent on anything else. Just literally anything else. So we're going to start with extensive conscription and go from there. Yeah, I've definitely made some misplays in this campaign. The PP was misspent, misallocated. The PP was misallocated. It's fair to say. But yeah, this is going to double our manpower pool, so we can start training some more manpower. You know, the Great Chilean Earthquake. Oh no, history. I actually knew about this, but I forgot. At 23:32 yesterday, the Earth began to shake strongly underneath Chile, destroying more than half... Oh, wait, there's a city called Chillán. There's actually a city called Chillán. Destroying more than half the city. At 23:35, Concepcion was violently hit. Almost all the buildings were completely destroyed. The earthquake is estimated to have a surface wave magnitude of 8.3 and a maximum Mercalli intensity of X, leaving the death toll around 28,000 people, with many more displaced or injured. Today is a grim day for the people of Chile. That's crazy. Did 28,000 people really die in an earthquake? That's insanely high numbers. We need to help, or we have larger problems. Stability down 5, 4,000 manpower gone. You get relief efforts, which grant consumer goods, factories factor 10%, stability goes up, democracy and communism support go up for a year. When it's removed, worsens the effects of near anarchic society. Add near anarchic society. Oh no, again? And an event aftermath. Okay, so either one of these... This is 15% stability. I don't know why you would pick that one. Just to get 25 command power. We need to help the people. Yeah, I don't know why you'd pick the other one. Portugal was annexed by Maximalist Portugal. They're still at war with the Spanish Directory and the Regional Defense Council. It's Communist Portugal. And Democratic Spain versus... So I want to say I'm sorry in advance for the brave believers who believed in anything but regular Spain coming out on top. All right, we got to build... Oh, I am building something. We need to build more... Where did I... Dude, we need civilian factories, man. But they're not here. We need to be trading more. Nobody's buying my goods. Oh, we have too much steel. Why didn't you tell me that? When did we get that? $110? The Chilean economy is plus 20%. An earthquake of magnitude 8.3 maximum Mercalli intensity of X has left the Chilean cities above Chillán and Concepcion in complete ruin, with a death toll above 28,000. Reconstruction and relief efforts are on the way, but many have been displaced, and the countries in the region are unsure how to solve the ongoing issue. Okay. Well, I guess it's good that we started getting, like, more steel. We have a lot of national spirits. Someday anarchy will reign. Yeah, one day we'll see the Regional Defense Council actually succeed. All right, impose new taxes going down is actually good because it was like negatives that were affecting our stability. So our stability should be up, and we should have, I forgot what the other benefit was. The other benefit, construction speed plus 5% and our stability resets back to normal. Permanent construction speed and consumer goods factory bonuses. All right, we've buffed our artillery that we're currently working on. I could start researching more artillery, but I think it's better to hit construction and our other industrials. Don't play till 1960. You don't have to tell me twice. I don't plan on it. Anyways. Chat, I just remembered. We were talking about the Napoleon movie earlier. And there's a couple scenes that made me burst out laughing out loud. And then I read some comments after I watched the movie that said it was supposed to be a comedy. And I'm very confused on what I watched. It was a very strange movie. I would say the Napoleon movie was borderline, and I'm going to say that it was stupid. And I don't mean stupid as in like the way a 12-year-old child might say like you're stupid. I hate you. I mean like it was kind of a dumb movie in a way. Like completely disjointed for sure. Nothing that connected the whole movie together. A series of slideshows. I agree with all of that, but it was really dumb. And there was one scene in particular that made me laugh the hardest. And I'm going to try and find it. Here it is. Because it's like the perfect meme format. Here we go. The perfect meme format. I just linked it in chat. It's like a 10-second video. I can't watch it on stream, obviously. But it was like weirdly funny, but also super awkward. At random parts, hilarious. Can I just say that I did not like the movie, but I enjoyed watching it once. Is that a strange take? Like, if I went to the theater to see that, I would have been very disappointed. But just like having something to give me value out of my Apple subscription, it was not unpleasant visually to watch. Because Ridley Scott has some skills in his ancient age, not as many as he used to, unfortunately for all of us. The casting was strange. I wish there would be a historical fiction saga that wasn't afraid to use characters that we conventionally find less attractive. Like, like, if we are to believe the accuracy of, you know, 19th century or 18th century portrait artists, you know what I mean? Then why are we not casting a dude who actually looks like... Here, I'm gonna give you a... I can't find a picture that's not an AV1. I'm just gonna give you the classic, all right? The classic Napoleon JPEG. But, like, no one's brave enough to cast a dude who looks like this, you know what I mean? Like, Greg from accounting is Napoleon. And he's the emperor, right? Like this, look at this armchair general. In real life nowadays, this guy is sitting behind his computer as a keyboard warrior, has 10,000 Reddit karma, and is debating somebody in the comments, 16 comments deep, where you gotta hit more and it opens up a whole new page, about whether or not the, like, World War II would have gone differently if, like, he's the guy talking about whether Napoleon should have invaded Russia during the winter. You know what I mean? He just called Napoleon a Redditor. Like, yeah, okay. I that doesn't look anything like Joaquin Phoenix. I've made my point. Supported weapons too. Okay, cool. Now, let's get our advanced machine tools for the efficiency cap. And our production lines will be modernized for 1939. And World War II should be kicking off proper. We're actually only at 19% world tension, so all the civil wars are kind of keeping things in check right now. He looks like David Mitchell. I feel like a lot of politicians look that way. Yeah, but he wasn't like just a politician. He was a revolutionary. I feel like describing Napoleon as a politician sort of undersells the accomplishments that he was able to achieve in his lifetime. And the amounts of envy that followed him throughout most of his, at least the first 2/3 of his life. But yeah, it's just funny to, like, see how Hollywoodized even... I don't mind some things being Hollywoodized. It just still has to be a good movie. Ooh, earlier today, the UK and the Polish Republic issued a joint statement. The latter has been granted member status of the Allies. Sick. Uh-oh. Spain's getting big, dude. So that's a big thumbs down for Napoleon. Oh yeah, big thumbs down for the Napoleon movie. The trailer, I was actually convinced that I almost went to the theater to watch it because I was fooled by the trailers, thinking that it was going to be, like, good. I liked the stylistic design of the trailers visually. I also started another Apple movie today, or yesterday. I started watching, it's like a 3.5-hour movie because Martin Scorsese left unchecked is a menace. But the Flower Moon movie, which in the first 45 minutes to an hour, I've only gotten to watch an hour of it because it's a 3.5-hour movie, is very surreal. What's the name of it? Killers of the Flower Moon by Martin Scorsese, which follows a true story. So that's the first part. It's a true story, so that's part of what makes it surreal. But from a film perspective, it's very surreal because it's almost like the whole movie has not been edited. It was like Martin Scorsese was there. It was like, we're keeping everything that I shot. All the B-roll, all the A-roll, doesn't matter. It's in the movie. There was like a 60-second long scene of a random guy that has no name and no character dancing at like a fair. And it doesn't cut away. And he's just doing some crazy, energetic, tiring-looking dancing. And then he starts doing like a crab walk on the ground. And it's just like no cuts. It has nothing to do with the story. It's just like this. It's there for a vibe, and the vibe is almost that you're beginning to get uncomfortable with how long that dude has just been there dancing. And it's like, I don't think that there was like any kind of slow zoom in, but it's almost like an ambiance thing where you're supposed to be getting progressively more uncomfortable. Because the movie is about people getting murdered, but the first like hour of the movie is kind of like only tangentially about that. So I think it's almost there to make you get progressively less comfortable until the flip happens at some point that I haven't gotten to yet. How long is it? The movie's like 3.5 hours. That's why I said it's like crazy uncut fluff, but not in a way that I dislike. It's crazy well researched and it feels authentic, but it's a long movie. Very, very much like a grandiose period piece. There are many in our country who are either displaced or poor, and we should do the utmost to support these unfortunate souls, who are still people of our nation. Therefore, we should establish national housing organizations, as well as make it government policy to construct social nets that can catch any unfortunate enough to fall. Lessen the Mapuche conflict. All right, recruitable population factors getting better, consumer goods factories better, war support's better. We're at 36% war support. It's pretty good. Now what? We got two things. One's a dead end. Enact universal suffrage. Lots of good stuff here. New political advisors. We don't need democracy support, though. War support goes down, interestingly. All right, we want to probably... Oh, the investigations. Police of Chile. Army XP. Oh, this is like a spy. So you can make a nice spy network. Interesting. Strengthen the Institute Nacional. We probably want... Oh, research slot. Yes. We want that one first. 4th research slot. Huge turnaround. I'm also thinking about opening an intelligence agency soon. Like maybe once this fixes, because I want to do some spying in Argentina. The Irishman was the same way, almost exactly 3.5 hours long. He's just, I like how he's just old and famous enough that no one can make him cut his movie down. I miss 90-minute movies. I don't. There's kind of like more 90-minute movies than ever, I feel like. The thing is, movies have not historically been that short. That's like a new thing. Unless we're just talking by volume. Like, by volume, then they're shorter than longer. But I'm thinking more like award-winning films I feel like have traditionally been longer movies. I'm okay with long movies, but they need to bring back intermissions. Long movies, you just get more money for the same ticket price. That's just a deal. You know? You pay the same amount for the ticket regardless of how long the movie is. You're just getting more content. But yeah, intermissions are tough because if they know there's going to be an intermission, they're designing the movie differently. Right? Here's the thing. I can think of a lot of movies that I think should have been longer. I cannot think of that many movies that I think should have been shorter. We need to get some divisions in basic training. All right, let's get a few more of our, like... Let's get 2 more of our big divisions. And then 4 of our small. Because we're still recruiting up to 5%, and we're only at 2.74. Is this music in game? Yup. I appreciate a 90-minute story told in 90 minutes, and I appreciate a 3-hour story told over 3 hours. I'm not a fan of a 3-hour story crammed into 90 minutes. Yeah. In a hotly contested vote, a small majority in the Australian Parliament decided the country should leave the British Empire. The last few remnants of British legal rule have been declared null and void. John Curtin has already signed the decision into law, thereby bypassing a long-standing legal tradition of royal assent being granted by the Governor-General and turning Australia into a fully sovereign nation. Parliament also voted to form a constitutional committee, which will discuss and advise on changes that'll be made to the Constitution to remove all traces of British intervention in Australian affairs. Yeah, if you designed the movie with the intermission in mind, then sure, it could work. I think as long as it was made purposefully like that, then definitely. Okay, things have kind of mellowed out for us. I'm sorry? The German Empire claims Memel. With German forces on their border poised to attack, this is not Hitler, by the way, this is the Kaiser, Lithuania has given into a German ultimatum demanding the surrender of the old Prussian territory of Memel, passed to Lithuania by the Treaty of Versailles, but has now been reintegrated into Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions in Europe? Well, they're still gonna have to... They gotta deal with... Poland is in the Allies now. France is not. So right now it's the UK and Poland versus the world. If it comes to that. I'm honestly shocked that world tension is as chill as it is. My ahistorical games have been way crazier than this since 1939, and we're still 21% world tension. How is Mexico doing? Mexico is actually not doing so good. Junta is larger than ever. Fascism on the border with the U.S.? But yeah, the other stuff, I watched Shogun Episode 3, which was brilliant. Probably still my favorite TV show right now. Really enjoying the pacing, the characters, and the progression of the plot. Feels like it's moving right along. So Shogun is still a 10 out of 10 for me personally. I love it. I'm also glad that it's doing well. I hope I can actually try watching it on like Disney Plus or something, because the Hulu apps, I'm not going to rant about them again. I already have. All right, I can either replace this and get faster research, or I can refill one of our political advisors that I mistakenly hired. Actually, this dude's pretty good. Communist intellectuals, 5% research speed, daily communism support, and acceptance of communist diplomacy, which I think it might be an AI thing. But 5% research speed is still good. We're at 22% now. I keep hearing about Shogun. Is it really good? Well, I mean, I said it's my favorite TV show, and it's a 10 out of 10 for me personally. So I don't know how much more I can gush about it. But yeah, I would say that it's my favorite TV show since the Last of Us TV show. But do you really like it? Yeah. Yeah. Like, I would say that if Shogun keeps up at its current quality level, it'll be a guaranteed rewatch from me. Curious to see how you'd rate it against The Expanse. Well, two things. Number one, Shogun is like not a seasonal show. It's based on a book, and it's technically a miniseries, and it'll be 10 episodes. So in theory, it should be done, which is very different from The Expanse. Two, they're completely different genres. And three, because it is just a single one and done, I would say if I'm only comparing season 1 of The Expanse to the whole of Shogun, then Shogun's easily better because I got into it from episode 1. And if you're not into it by episode 2, then you just have terrible taste. Whereas The Expanse took like 5 episodes. Seems like FX is the only network left that's still doing original HBO-style quality epics. Yeah, what happened to... Like, once HBO got bought out, they lost all of their teeth, man. They got defanged. Netflix is kind of becoming more cowardly as well, canceling shows real fast. But anyway, Shogun, I think, is supposed to be a self-contained 10-episode thing. I would love if it had a setup for a second season and like somehow continued, but if they go past book material, then we're just in Game of Thrones territory. So don't do that to me. You know what I mean? The reason Shogun's so good is because it has like the book to go. We had this discussion before. Every good piece of media right now is based on a book. Because the book carries the story and the characters, and then they can apply money, sets, actors, acting, and enjoyable, relatable characterization in giving them a visual to go with it. So if they like, oh, it's season 2 actually, and there's no book material for it, then I'm instantly worried. Strengthen the Instituto Nacional. Though founded as early on as during the Patria Vieja, the Instituto Nacional should be expanded and strengthened to ensure the people of our nation can read and that which they need, and that we can progress at a rate beneficial. All right, so +1 research slot is huge. Very excited about that. I'm thinking about just doing a quick 35-day... this creates a intelligence agency without us having to divert any factories. Also gives us stability. We're at 56, it's going up, and we're actually getting bonuses instead of debuffs to our factory output and political power gain and consumer goods. I like all those things. So yeah, maybe we will go ahead and get an agency started and try some spycraft in Chile. It's when Dexter shows up. Oh, I got a research slot. So we're doing all of our industrial. And it's 39, so maybe weapons too. We haven't done trucks though, because I keep putting it off. Which one is it? It's this one. 70 days. 2 50% research bonuses for truck. Now, when you say research bonuses for truck, does that mean mechanized? As well? Or what? I don't know. I've been holding off on it. But I don't know when I'm going to go back and get it. Okay, let's just go ahead and at least learn 1939 infantry equipment. It's just better guns that we can start producing. I'm going to add a third full-size division and 2 more small divisions. I will never forgive Netflix for canceling Mindhunters. Netflix just canceled The Brother's Son, which I was watching slowly, mind you, but I liked it. Here's the problem. When they cancel a show, it's like, I don't want to finish it now. If you were, like, announcing that there's a season 2 for something is a motivator to continue watching it. You know what I mean? Like, it's difficult to get invested in anything now. It's like, why should I watch this new show if I don't even know if it's going to get a season 2? Because it's like 50% plus chance of that. Okay. Got more space for factories. I love the 10% production efficiency retention because when we switch from like guns 1 to guns 2, we get to spool it up faster. 10% more effective factories. All right, let's go over to artillery 2. I think we'll benefit from having some sick, nasty artillery. Cappy Shammy, thank you for 26 months. How you doing? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. We're in Chile. It's June 1939, expecting the war to kick off here shortly, and we have a good amount of factories for once. I would like to upgrade our 2 out of 5 infrastructure to 3 out of 5. That would make me feel good. And then possibly increase, since we rely on this rail, like have the whole rail upgraded to at least level 2, right? Because we don't know where we're going to need to be north to south. And then go back to some factories. Policía de Investigaciones, I don't know how to say that. Investigaciones de Chile. The Investigations Police of Chile were founded in 1933, and it is one of 2 Chilean police bodies, along with law enforcement, the Carabineros de Chile. The investigative police divides its investigation area according to the crime investigated, counting with it several specialized units of police investigation, which have detective specialists. Okay, we get some free army XP, which is useful. Stability's up over 60, and a new advisor for operations. But more importantly, we got the PDI. This looks like a sticker to me. This logo right there. That's a sticker logo. Something about it looks strange. But yeah, I want a spy. So we're going to get a spy in 29 days. That we can start using in Argentina, probably. All right, we need a new focus, though. I really want to increase presidential powers. But I'm going to do the stupid truck 70-day first. So we can actually start researching and producing better trucks. It's getting embarrassing. But thanks, Cappy Shammy and Chaotic Kiwi. Chaotic Kiwi's back for 48 months. Happy 4 years. I've come to enlist and do my part. You are welcome to sign up because Chile does not have the largest manpower pool. We're taking less than 5% of a total population of 5.3 million. So there's not a lot of people there. But we're doing what we can. The world has been pretty chill so far. I'm not sure how long that'll last. Or if we did our focus tree in the wrong order or something, you know? That's possible too. Construction speed 10% up. Nice. All right, we need to start researching some support companies because we have none. We're going to need to learn how recon works. Just any recon. How do binoculars work? How do I send a small squad to get intel forward, down the front, and report back? You know, how does this work? Okay, we're training some dudes. We're going to train a couple more divisions. These are our small divisions. These are our full size, which full size currently means 18 combat width, which is how it started. No support companies. We should probably give them... This is our, like, core infantry. So they probably need an engineer company. Defense goes up pretty massively, like more than 10%. Breakthrough, soft attack, and of course movement through hills. Sometimes good for us, or over rivers. Not to mention entrenchment, so we can fare better on defense. So, that's going to cost only 240 support equipment. We have 962 in storage, so we're quite good to do that. Now, support artillery, we just need 96, and we have 236 in storage. So I think it's worth adding both of these to our core infantry. It'll really give them some backbone with the NGs, and then support artillery is huge for our soft attack bonus. It's like a 20 to 40% increase. Yeah. Okay, chat, what is... Division de Infanteria is... You know, it is what it is, but we're going to go grunts. That's what they are. They are grunts. Communist Chile's flag looks amazing. I know, right? The flag is actually crazy. Automating machine tools and servo mechanisms. 10% more efficiency cap. So we are back to 103% total. It's actually quite good. Because we still have this and this. So we're going to go up like to 120% the way things are right now. Because he gets 5% for our leader. Communism support looking great. All right, back to the support companies. Let's improve our NGs. I'm loving having the 4 research slots finally. Twins. It's time to hire an agent. Seducer. Own operative detection chance minus 20%. Infiltration effectiveness up and risk down. Good at picking up new languages. Let's pick Rosita. Rosita, I need you to go build an intel network in Buenos Aires and start getting some information on our neighbor, Argentina. Chat, if you do quiet intel network, that doesn't expand it, right? It just maintains it, because this is daily gain. I feel like I still don't know how to do spies well. So this is probably the earliest I've ever tried doing any spies in a campaign as a small power. Hey, Tal, did you see the Dragon Ball creator just passed away? Oh, no. Why did you come in here and give us bad news and make everyone sad? You did this. Toriyama? Wait, that was March 1st? Why didn't I see this? At 68? Get that guy. 6 days. It was revealed today. They just announced it. Oh, man. Yeah, this is from less than an hour ago. Rip to a legend. Honestly, though. From an acute subdural hematoma. Which is blood collecting between the skull and the surface of the brain. Ugh. That's scary. Anyway, yeah, rest in peace to a real one, man. That sucks. The new show was a tribute to him too? Yeah, the new show's coming out pretty soon. Did he have a contusion? I don't know. If he had like a head injury or something like that. I don't know if I need to make anti-air, but I guess I'm gonna start doing it. But yeah, that's that sucks. I'll be sad about that one. I think Dragon Ball Z specifically was extremely formative for me. So I don't feel affected, I think, by celebrity deaths very much. But then again, normally you don't unless it's something that's personal to you. Because most of the time I'm like, whatever. But yeah, 68 is pretty young, man. It happens if you think too hard. Oh, Chad doesn't have to worry about that then. Thank you, Blue Adder, for the 60-monther, by the way. I appreciate the resub.
Sí, señor.
Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome to the Chilean campaign. We're training some new troops. We got 4 more divisions in the oven. That'll put us at a nice 24. And we will have, hopefully, an advantage along the coast of Argentina here. The future of warfare involves quick vehicles moving to surround and destroy enemies without giving them enough time to react. Not some 16th or 17th century infantry firing lines, a strategy that needlessly wastes time and manpower for not much effect. Add motorization efforts, which grants truck productions cost cheaper, mechanized is cheaper, and we get 2 research bonuses. Okay, now back to politics. Is it time to increase presidential powers? PCCH becomes the ruling party. Public elections will not be held. I thought we already had that. Elias becomes a dictator. Yeah, we can bypass this, right? Is because we picked Elias? Oh, so I could have already had that? I don't know. It looks like the stats are the same. Now, instead of development inwards, we're going the future of the Chilean Socialist Republic. Political power plus 75 gets event the Santiago Conference. The Communist Party must convene with the purpose of deciding the path to take in the coming years. Seeing as the current Big Tent coalition is not able to entirely agree on all points, it currently stands between the Marxist Elias Laferte Gavino, the Socialist Marmaduke Grove Vallejo, the Stalinist Carlos Contreras Labarca, and the Trotskyist Manuel Hidalgo Plaza. That's a lot of people, dude. I guess we're gonna have to do some research on which one to pick. Uh-oh. Spanish Directory was annexed. Chat, it is the anarchists versus all of Spain and Portugal. I think you're gonna have some problems here in a sec. Two more divisions in basic. We got tier 2 artillery, which is the same price, so it's just going to take us a bit to retool and rekit our production lines. But otherwise, it's the exact same resource drain, just better equipment. I mean, this thing looks unreliable. Come on, look at it. That one has a long barrel and a long weight on the back. It's way better. And it sits flat and not at an angle. Why is a 50 cal MG the same shape as anti-air? It's confusing. I like that artillery somehow unlocks the 50 cal. But mostly we're here for the 50% more defense, some decent soft attack. Those are the main 2 bonuses. All right, it's September 1939. We're getting guns. We got the research bonus for trucks. I greedily held out until the end. Yeah, let's use the automotive manufacturer to research it and give it a buff. And we're gonna just switch Goodbye. 86.5% production efficiency. Hello, 44. It's not bad. Dispersed Industries saving us a little bit there. And we got room for another advisor. Non-core manpower plus 10%, monthly population up, max factories in a state plus 5%, and construction speed. Minister of Lands and Colonization is interesting. That sounds like the one we want. Or 15% monthly pop and max factories plus 20%. Yo. Anarcho-socialist. I don't want to pick one of these until the government changes and I know who's actually going to stay with our government. So I think maybe it's time to get a chief of the army for only like 50 or 100. Training time down? No, let's get division attack up. And start gaining some more daily army XP is a good idea for the long term. Okay, how is our spy doing? They got a 22%. So, do I want to boost ideology? Like, what is my goal here with this spy? Daily ideology support plus 0.1. The bigger my intel network, the more information I'll have on them. We probably want to continue to build up our intel network until we can infiltrate the administration and then set up a collaboration government, right? That sounds the most reasonable? I think so, yeah. Not looking good for the anarchists. It's really not, no. I think some channel points. The people who bet $1 million are about to just get their standard pay rate, I believe. The lines are moving east.
Atención.
There's just one dude?
Sí, señor.
Just one dude, I guess.
Atención.
Probably gonna split these dudes up into multiple groups. With similar front lines. Because this one has a lot more cavalry for now. This is going to end up becoming my Coast Guard, so I'm thinking about that. Militia and cavalry officer. Maybe we just give them to you.
Fila.
And then put the cav
Listo, señor.
and the other militia with him. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Listo.
That way we have two generals kind of training simultaneously, you know, together. So we need to do two things. Number one, I want to delete my front line, and I want to set up a group front line that they can spread out. And also, we're going to shift left-click exercise, which means they will train, but they'll automatically stop training when all the units are as trained as they can be. Because we had some dudes who had lapsed back into green, level 1, and we can get them up to level 3 with training. So we should do that. And it'll burn some of our extra equipment, but we have a decent surplus. So we have way too much support equipment somehow. I guess I do have 3 factories on it. I'm gonna take one away and put it on artillery since I want to get some line artillery out eventually. Okay, let's just do infantry equipment gets plus 3%.
Atención.
2 divisions for the new group. Low manpower, don't care about doctrines, templates, or modifying the officer corps. I do, however, care about political power, but I'm going to hold on to it for a little bit and not just spend it. We also have uncovered the technology of recon. Motorized and cav. So we're about to buff our core group, our grunts, I think. Maybe we'll buff the other dudes too, but they're not very big. We're probably gonna need military police, but I don't know if I need it now. I'd say let's go ahead and grab radio for the coordination buff. Easy, big payout incoming. Is that how you feel? Is that how you feel about Spain? You just bet on the boring option every time and just expect to win? How dare you? Okay. So, we got another new weapon upgrade, but this one is more expensive on steel. 22 to 28 defense. Another breakthrough points. 50% more soft attack. 50% more hard attack. I love it. Alright, that's a nice one to have. We got armored car. Oh yeah, the research buff. It'd be fun to try mechanized, but mechanized is like really bad in mountains, aren't they? I guess it's only 5% in the mountains. It's not as bad as I thought. I don't know how we can spool up mechanized, but it'd be cool if we could. Maybe we should, let's buff our mountaineers. We need more mountain infantry, chat. We don't even have a specialist group of mountaineers. We should. Let's create a new division. How do I do this? Historical division names group. That's not what I wanted. Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay, I'm good. So I don't know how many special forces we can have. 24, I believe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mingle these together to kind of spread out the specialty of the Mountaineers. Right? And we're going to have like 4 Mountaineers, 4 regular infantry. 16 combat with is kind of small, but it's 8,000 manpower, and we don't have a lot of manpower. So just give them like 4 strong divisions. And they'll get better at being like the mountain. Because right now there's a... The infantry technically have a little bit more defense. Mountaineers have a lot more breakthrough. They have the same soft attack, same hard attack. But these guys get movement, attack, and defense bonuses in mountains and hills. Is Argentina going to invade? Maybe. I mean, we have to prepare for that. I don't know what their focus tree allows them to do. But I want the engineer company to buff us in hills even more and let us dig in. We can give them some cavalry now, which is great for the movement bonuses. Also, it buffs your artillery soft attack, which we don't have. But really, we're in it for the +1 reconnaissance. Whoever has more recon gets a battle bonus on making better rolls. And then we don't have enough to add a support artillery from the army XP, but we will. So let's start there. The Mountaineers, plain and simple, gives us a brand new division that we can now start training. We're almost out of manpower, so we're kind of getting a little low. But let's train about half of our total of Mountaineers. We should be recruiting a few more people. And we're also going to up our conscription to service by... Dude, we're already at extensive and I'm out of manpower already. We got to fix that, and we got to stop making old stinky infantry guns. It's time to upgrade everyone to the new hotness. Weapons 2 and dispersed industry is letting us maintain 50% production efficiency. We got to upgrade 15,000 guns. No problem. Piece of cake. Okay, it's time. The Santiago Conference. The Communist Party has today convened with the sole purpose of deciding the path the country must take in the coming years. as well as to elect the person who will help lead the country toward progress, seeing as the current Big Tent coalition is not able to entirely agree on all points and needs someone to take action and provide guidance. It currently stands between the Marxist Elias Laferte Gavino, the socialist Marmaduke Grove Vallejo, the Stalinist Carlos Contreras Labarca, and the Trotskyist. Okay, here's the thing. I need to consult the event. We also got 75 PP. Which of these two we want? We have mutually exclusive decision, support for the international revolution, which changes communism popularity in our neighbors and adds the international revolution, which gets a send volunteer tension limit down. Justify war goal is faster, which leads to sponsor American revolutionaries, which increases support of communism in other South American places, which leads to send an event to all communist nations demanding they submit to us. We can also do the Union of Hispanic Republics. So probably that one's better. We can do joint research regardless of which thing we take. The Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia get the event. Chilean Socialist Republic wishes to join our faction. And then we can do strike down South American fascism and puppet El Salvador, Peru, and Venezuela. I mean, the left one sounds cooler. Plus, Stalinism is gone. So as long as our ruling party is communist, it doesn't really matter who our leader is, I think. So Elias is stability and political power. Marmaduke Grove Vallejo becomes the leader of the Communist Party. Easter Island Socialist is some political power, resistance, growth speed down, communism support up, 5% stability, and Rolando Marino Reyes gains Minister of Lands and Colonization. Is that one of our assistants? Staunch Stalinist, factory output up, or devoted Trotskyist, send volunteers. It's kind of a bit late. They've already had their civil wars. Like, I don't know, chat. I don't think it matters that much. I think chat liked the name Marmaduke. And I don't see any reason to not pick them. Easter Island Socialist seems okay. Resistance growth speed down. Daily communism support up is fine. We get a cool dude who adds to non-core manpower. I think let's take Marmaduke. Here he is, chat. This is who you voted for. You voted for Mr. Facebook himself in his old age. Chat is investing heavily in meta stock right now with our new leader. Tell me that that's not him in 20 years and that that's a different guy. Kind of creepy how close that is. Stare. Ugh. Mark Wahlberg? Just kidding. Selfie in the front seat of the car wearing aviators. Okay, we got 250 political power to spend now. What was the dude who we just buffed? It was Rolando Marino Reyes, right? Construction speeds 10%. Factories and estates up 10%. Monthly population up 10%. And non-core manpower up 15%. You gotta pick that one, right? I like the 20% more factories and estate, though. I might like it better than these. I feel like there's a lot of powerful advisors for this one. Yeah, let's do the new guy, Rolando. I don't know why that keeps firing off. All right. So anyway, we're going to do support for the international revolution. and start trying to change the popularity of our South American friends and try and go down that road. We also need to start committing political power because we're going to sort of demand... I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I'm going to try improving relations with at least our neighbors. Which are going to cost us a lot of political power. But it's basically going to send them... It also... I probably shouldn't have done that yet, because this is going to unlock decisions. I was trying to do it in preparation of this, but whatever. We'll just get started on it. Doggo is gone forever. True, though. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Engie Company 2 unlock some pieces for tanks that we could eventually build, maybe. But we're here for plus 50% more entrenchment. It is 1939. What we researching, boys? Recon Company 2, I guess. Get our support companies up. We've got a pretty good set of forces along the border. They're currently training
Attention!
to get to level 3. That's why their organization's so low. We're probably outnumbered, but not for super long. The dawn of the Asian League. Even Imperial Kwantung territories, famed for its faith in the strength and superiority of its people and nation, is not beyond forming alliances with those they respect. Aisin Gioropuyi announced today that the final agreements have been made about the Asian League, a military coalition which purportedly room only for honorable nations destined for greatness. Whether this greatness is intended to come from building the ideal society in their borders, or by working together to expand beyond them, the world will not know until it is too late. So Minkakuo and the Imperial Kwantung territories are in alliance? Apart from Japan, who is part of the Shanxi Communist China alliance, of course. As you do. Republican Italy is still at war with Mussolini, and I regret to inform you that anarchist Spain is about to be no more. They are about to be disintegrated. All right, 2 more of our decent divisions have come out that actually have engineers and support. We're starting to build some more military factories. We just got done upgrading everyone to a level 2 railway, all up and down Chile. And also, infrastructure is a minimum of 3 out of 5 everywhere, I'm proud to announce. Huge strides. And now we need to muscle in probably a good dose of military factories. If we were afraid, I'd start doing land forts. But I'm not afraid. Or am I? I might be. We're probably going to need some fuel. Eventually. Like, I wouldn't mind building... Oh, we need fuel storage tech. Of course. Dude, Santiago's crazy dense compared to everything else. All right, we need a 6th on guns, then a 3rd on support equipment. Then we go from there. Liberian Protectorate proclaimed. Poland has today taken overlordship of Liberia. I didn't see what... The exclamation at the end confused me. I thought it was an L. Okay. Since 1932, Liberia has seen Poland as its preferred investment partner, believing the nation to have few colonial ambitions. However, the agreement signed between Poland, Liberia, and the League of Nations has now made Liberia little more than a Polish puppet. Chat, it is December 1939, and the League of Nations still exists. USA officials have denounced the decision, seeing Liberian independence as a necessary component of the nation's founding principles. The Maritime and Colonial League of Poland sees this as a tremendous victory for Polish colonial ambitions and claim this is not even close to the full ambition of Poles in Africa. This certainly looks like imperialism. Meanwhile, there are many out there who have to fight against not only foreign nations invading their homes, but also corrupt governments and industries taking their livelihood. We must do all we can to make sure that the people of the world feel safe and protected from evil. Add the International Revolution, which grants send volunteer tension limit down 20%. We can send up to 4 additional volunteers. And it's basically just easier for us to justify war goals and send volunteers. That's unfortunate because who are we sending volunteers to? If there were any other communist revolutions happening, certainly those, but there's really not any. So, I don't know. Nationalize foreign industries. 2 building slots, 2 civilian factories. Ay. Huge factory and construction bonuses, too. Or we can just unlock, because we just changed popularity in the Argentine League, Bolivian Republic, and Peru. Communism just went up 3%. Now we can do 5% to those and 24 others, just everyone in South America, and unlocks crazy decisions. I think we need those decisions ASAP to spend political power on. Which, now I wish I had saved more political power. Hello, GamerDeathBot. How the heck are you here again already? Where's World War II? Is it really going to be 1940 with no big war? Okay, interesting. Curious, but interesting. Truck time. Trucks! Before, we just put regular trucks. Now we put covers over our trucks, and they're so much better. No, okay, these are completely different. Look how small the wheels are. This looks like a Hot Wheels. That's a real truck with rubber tires, man. 2.5 times the breakthrough. Reliability way up. Yeah, these old trucks suck. Max speed, faster. Unlocks motorized infantry. And if I wanted to, I could get mechanized. But what we really need is 1940 computing machines for another 8% research buff. And we gotta stop making old stinky trucks, of which we have like 700, and start making the newfangled cool trucks. We're gonna add another factory to that too. Speaking of trucks, let's give them some hardness bonus. Eventually. Okay. I'm actually contemplating going to the international market and selling some stuff. Like some early trucks. Like, what do we just sold? 400 trucks. Oh, why did that screen go away? I wanted to see if there were already a bunch of trucks. There are. So maybe we offer them at a discount. Just to try to get people to take them off our hands, because something's better than nothing. So we'll discount them. Add that to the market and see if anybody buys and gives us some civilian factories as payment. Pretty cool. But yeah, Chile seems interesting so far. Communist Chile is going to give us a bunch of new decisions to play with. And from there, I don't know where we go. Things are pretty quiet. Republican victory in the Spanish Civil War. With extensive Soviet aid, the Second Republic has finally defeated their anarchist and nationalist enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of nationalist troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local Republican control in the previously nationalist areas, it's unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. As the nation focuses on rebuilding war-torn cities and industry, Soviet pressure on the nation is mounting, and it remains to be seen whether the democratic Spanish government can remain true to its principles, or whether it will become simply an outpost of Moscow's influence in Western Europe. Spain is dead, but also Spain has won. Just Spain. Channel points are rolling out. Wow, you guys are gonna get a 3.5 to 1 return on investment. 29% of the channel points bet on this. So, Fascist was the favorite to win, with the biggest loser being Lavolt with 250k channel points gone. The biggest winner on this one is Nataruk, who put down 100,000 channel points. Is going to get 350 back. Republican/Democratic Spain. Prediction complete. Goodbye, channel points. Or some of you, hello. Most of you lost channel points. That's how it works. And with that, I should take a quick BRB because it's been 3 hours. I need to stretch to make sure the blood is still flowing in my legs. And also the Union of Soviet Republics wants to buy our trucks. Sounds sick, dude. I absolutely accept that we're going to get a bunch of, like, production speed in return. Sounds like a deal, man. We're going to start making better trucks. I'm going to get rid of the old stinkies and add another factory to this. All right, January 1940. The world is strangely quiet. I will be right back, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Hope you guys are having fun. If you're playing the new DLC, we'll talk about what you guys are playing when I get back. Because I want to know what you guys are gaming on and what you've been playing this week. Because I haven't seen a lot of you this week. Because I have been coming out of retirement multiple times. I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta take the dog outside. I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be back, and we'll continue, hopefully, like, making some border changes. I think we're finally almost done planting the seeds, to some extent. We have more seeds to plant, to get people to be communist, and then join us willingly. But it should be cool. I'll be right back. Yo. What's up? Okay. Let's go. We back. Welcome back. Chat, what have you guys been gaming on, dude? What are you playing? What is occupying your brain? You got me into Derail Valley. That's a good one. Crusader Kings. I'm sorry. Helldivers. Rage about the patch. FF. No, you. Guild Wars 2. Balatro. Dune Spice Wars. That's a weird one. Final Fantasy 14. Unicorn. Keepers. More Final Fantasies. More CK3. Oh no. Scum. Why? TF2. Why? I'm still addicted to Balatro. I don't know how to help. It's uncurable. Democracy 4. Interesting. Building a Lego Ornithopter. I got some Lego I need to build on stream at some point. The Hunt Showdown Gamers. Total War. World of Warcraft. Again? Skyrim. Again? Warhammer. You guys have too many games. It's crazy. Okay, have you considered how crazy it is, how little overlap there is between all of you? There's like a handful of people playing CK3 because there was a new DLC, like 3 of you. And then like 3 of you are playing Helldivers. Everyone else is playing a different game. A couple Balatro gamers, I guess. Poland returns Danzig in exchange for military guarantees. Oh boy. Poland. Poland, Poland, Poland. I thought you guys were getting ready to expand. You guys are so small now. Why did you just rebel against your former government if you're just going to capitulate? We no longer get the effective relief efforts, probably from the earthquake. There are many people who have the potential to succeed with revolution if they tried, but who don't have the funds or the weapons to make the means meet the end. Therefore, we should make sure to sponsor such revolutionaries and kick capitalism out of South America. All right, basically everyone in South America gets 5% communism support. And we have new decisions to check out. Let me see them. Colonial states where resistance can be supported. Okay, this is not as cool as I thought it was. Hold on. Unlock decision to sponsor ideology rallies in other South and North American countries. Where's that? Is it just a map? This is a decision. And yet... Okay, I feel like once we do this, we have to be ready. And I don't think that they're ready demanding South America submit to us. It's probably not going to work. Yet. But we can also do development inwards. Let's go ahead and nationalize foreign industry first and get the 2 civilian factory build slots. Ooh, we can host Spanish refugees because the Civil War just ended. Our brothers in Spain have fought their friends and families and are shattered spiritually. Now with their civil war being over, many seek to flee the current regime, and as a Spanish brother, we are a prime candidate. Spain gets decreased opinion of you by -25, but we get 2 building slots, 2 research bonuses, manpower and local population up. Do we care if Spain hates us? I don't know. They're communist leaning, but they're not communist yet. Right? 2 building slots. 2 research bonuses, right? Construction speed, factory output, and 2 civilian factories. I don't know how long we can do this for. I don't know if there's a timer on this. Let's go ahead and just pick foreign industries, because that gives us 2 civilian factories right now. Yeah, the only way their opinion would matter is if we could somehow invite them to our faction at some point. You can see the Soviet republics are giving us economic payment. Help us build faster. Got some new factories going up. We're eventually going to want some sea forts. Oh, it's this song. Did I accidentally skip a good one? I don't know. I get confused now.
Listo, señor.
I'm not sure if I'm skipping the good songs or not. Also, look at our army. Up to level 3. Plus 25% combat modifier. The training has worked.
En fila.
And all of our other forces are level 3 as well. Okay, that's great. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, there they are. Okay, I found the decisions. I think it took a minute to load in. the American Revolution. This is the biggest pool of decisions I've ever seen. Launch the revolution in Mexico. Oh my god, we're going crazy, chat. Where should we start, dude? Should we start in like Bolivia or should we start in Argentina? Chilean agents will carry out missions to arm and enlarge revolutionary forces and dissatisfied groups in the Argentine League, helping grow communism among the masses and destabilizing their state. We have to be at peace. We lose some political power, but when removed, they get 365 days of ideology drift defense down and daily communism support up. Okay, I think we just go ahead and do them first. Dude, we should have saved up a lot more political power. Maybe I should have just saved a ton more political power. Oh, I guess there is a launch the revolution, huh? Launch the revolution in everywhere. I don't know, dude. Okay, so these are... Communist China has capitulated to China. I guess here's what I'm worried about. We have this ability to propose closer cooperation, which sends an event to all communist nations, demanding that they submit to us. Yeah, but who does that even include? Not that many people, right? It's like Paraguay. Hey, Paraguay, what up? You guys want to be an alliance, bro? You feeling an alliance, dude? What do you think, man? Okay, so not Paraguay, then. There it is! Chad, I forgot about my agent, and now they've been captured behind enemy lines, man! Every time! Every single time! And they even have, like, infiltration risk down? Rosita Serrano was apprehended by counterintelligence. She's held in a remote location. We believe she will try to resist, but it's likely the enemy will eventually gain useful intelligence unless she is rescued or killed. I don't even have another agent. So, what do you, they just die in 270 days? And that's it? I have to do 5 upgrades. I don't have anybody to do... she can't launch her own rescue, right? Why is she even clickable here? What happens if I click prepare? Listen, just escape. Self-breakout. Okay, let's just see what happens. You hung her out to dry. We only had 63%. Oh, wait, no, that's rescue. '70s, 80. 83. So there's the preparation first, and then it commences. At midnight today, the long-awaited transfer of full sovereignty for the various subject nations of the British Empire was accomplished. Despite the government's invitation for former subjects to join the Allies, many have chosen to go their own way. The move continues to be controversial domestically, but is greatly applauded by socialists internationally. What weakness this has caused for the United Kingdom's position in the world remains to be seen, as does the situation of those nations who went their own way. Okay. Communist UK incoming. Latvia has joined the Allies. Lithuania has joined the Allies. Poland? Doing Poland things? All right, yeah, we can't do it because you can't select yourself. All right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Do I just do 5 upgrades? Here, let's make the economy and civilian intelligence branch. A waste of my resources. Big waste. But okay, we'll try. Who's still left in civil war right now? Mexico? Estonia-Finland League declared war on the Union of Soviet Republics. Wow, that is bold. Also, props to the AI for making the Estonia-Finland League. The Vapsid fascists have risen up against the former Soviet Union. Now they're the Union of Soviets, okay? It's different. Mountaineers, which we've actually started training, have some bonus Oregon soft attack. It's Feb 1940. We could do resources. We're already doing research. We could do, let's do infantry stuff. Improved equipment attack. And I need to save all of my political power. We need to start doing a different thing, though. Let's bolster Bolivia. The dawn of the German Empire coalition. Uh-oh. Germany at war again? Although many wish for a long-lasting peace in Europe, a turn of events has left Germany on the path to war. Despite clearly violating the Treaty of Versailles, troops have mobilized, ready to go on the offense. Wilhelm II announced today the German Empire has reached out to form a new alliance. The German Empire coalition have made public their intent to cooperate in the case of war. Although great coalitions can deter aggression, we've seen the consequences they bring when conflict arises. The intentions of the different parties joining this alliance is debatable. German Empire and Estonia-Finland League have joined, terrible name, the German Empire Coalition. I thought they were going to unite with Austria-Hungary. But I guess that makes sense. But yeah, that's just going to put Germany at war with the Union of Soviet Republics, and they're just going to fight around Poland. Poland is a stone in the river, breaking the waves around either side. That's so strange. So the war has officially begun March 1940. It took a while. They were a little late. Military factory. So we're still upgrading our infantry equipment. So I'd say that. We got 2 on trucks now. We're learning about radar. We can build our own radar now. I'll hit support weapons 3. Let's see how the Argentine League is doing with their communist popularity. I should have looked to see how long a year was for it. We're gonna have to save up like 200 PP for this. Oh my, this is so loud. Agency upgraded. All right, we're getting more intel from the civilian, not industry, but The Department of Economy Civilian will give us some intel when we click on countries. Let's get the Army Department in. Reconnaissance buffs. Prepping our patrols to move and withdraw rapidly will increase their chances of coming back alive. Okay, I think because we have such a small manpower pool that field hospital is incredibly important. So having that ASAP seems like for sure.
Listo.
Ooh, the Mountaineers.
Listo.
The Mountaineers are here, and they're going to spread out along the Andes. Our first squads. The capitalists still left in our country must be sweating bullets as they realize what our next step will be. We must confiscate any and all property they own and distribute it to the people. Our Chilean economy gets buffed with construction speed, factory output, dockyard output, and consumer goods. We get 2 civilian factories. I like it. There's 3 more building slots in civilian here as well. I can propose closer cooperation, but I don't know what benefit this is. It's 70 days to demand communist nations submit to us. The only communist nation is Paraguay. So I feel like it makes sense to keep pumping our industry. This is kind of bad, though, because military factory construction speed is down by like 25%. Align the Marxists. Just new political advisors are available. Yeah, I'm not really sure if we want to do this one yet. Like, I feel like we should just go ahead and host the Spanish refugees and say who cares about Spain's opinion. Because that's just a nice manpower bonus, quick 35-day. Looks like a button you click when you make everyone else communist. You'd think so. But I'm not sure how successful launching these revolutions is going to be. "30 days. The communist supporters start a civil war. Politics will change. UNF becomes a ruling party. Public elections will not be held. The revolter country, Argentine League, becomes a puppet of Chilean Socialist Republic. And I declare war on them." Oh! So I will join the civil war on the side of the revolutionaries. Okay, that's kind of spicy. Huh. Here's the thing. Argentina has way more troops than us. By a lot, chat. So we might need to go up to Bolivia first. Which we don't have a lot of intel on. Did you not already buy these? Thought they already bought these. They won't have that much when they get a revolution. Yeah, but it's still better not to go with the biggest fish first and lose. Because, yeah, it's hard to tell how long they're going to get that, like, daily communism support. Because they're at 20%, 29? I don't know how long ago I clicked this. Mexican junta was annexed. I am impressed, actually. I thought the junta was winning. Democratic Mexico wins in the end, I guess.
And fila.
All right, we have an army department for better army intel. Now I'm going to get some passive counterintelligence defense. Free military factories. We're doing pretty good on everything. How about 8 weapons, 2, 4 support equipment, and then a third line? What do I do with my civilian factories? This is a nice problem to have. How about up infrastructure? To get some more resources, because we're low on steel. Just get both of those up. Something like that. What was that noise? What was that noise? I don't know what that sound was.
Sí, señor.
Popularity of communism is definitely going up. Chilean bolstering of an internet internal. Okay, this tells you when it ends. 26th of March, 1941. The Estonia-Finland League declared war on the Nordic Defense Council. Nordic Defense Council joined the Fourth International. What is going on up here? The Nordic Defense Council has managed to unite Denmark, Norway, and Sweden in an alliance with the Union of Soviet Republics against the Finland-Estonia League and the German Empire, who is now breaching into the Soviet territory. Yeah, Germany's already in Belarus. They're not even allied with Austria-Hungary. Estonia, Finland's also pushing in. Now, there was a massive civil war in both the Soviet Union and the German Empire. It got completely different leaders. And Mussolini is losing in Republican Italy, and Hirohito lost in Japan. To this guy, Kiichi Takuda. So things are a little crazy here. Peru declared war on Ecuador. Okay. Host Spanish refugees. Our brothers in Spain have fought. Their friends and family. We get 5,000 manpower, research bonuses for electronics, population building slot boons. Seems okay. What else do we got? High quality nitrate is armor bonuses, artillery bonuses, resource gain. Nationalize copper. Promote immigration to South America decisions. I don't know if that's going to be good or bad. I guess good. Immigration to all of South America? It's only 35 days. I don't know what these decisions are going to be. I feel like I'm not doing a great job of pursuing goals. But oh yeah, this more PP decisions. True. Maybe I should cancel that then. True. Hydroelectric power stations. Armor tech, support artillery tech. Yeah, I don't really know what I want to pursue right now. I don't think the answer is obvious. A 35-day for some research bonuses is okay. Troops belonging to Peru have of yesterday started crossing into the region Napo Pastaza, a state that doesn't belong to them. After the Pacific War, we have quite recently had to give up on Tacna and hand it to Peru as part of a deal. But as they do not respect international borders, so do we not have to. We should press our claims on Tacna. Or it's not worth it. Chat, if we're gonna do this, like, revolutionary thing anyways, do I really need to press a claim? I'd say it's not worth provoking them. And we have a bunch of political power now. We can go ahead and get the ball rolling in Peru. Bolster revolutionary forces in Peru. And then save up the last political power. I'll lose a little political power for 28 days. All right, so... it's gonna be a while. I feel like we should be bolstering just a ton of forces right now. We can do Brazil as well. I feel like... how are we gonna get Paraguay to join us? I guess we have to demand that they submit, basically. Let's go through Uruguay, like get Uruguay going next. Start building communist support. War in South America, stemming from disputes that have been happening in the region of Napo Pastaza and Santiago Zamora on the border of Peru and Ecuador. Ever since the dissolution of the Gran Colombia, skirmishes have now started to occur between the two countries' forces. Due to the recent settlement in borders with Colombia, Peruvian soldiers feel confident in pushing their claims against the weaker Ecuadorian state, and the skirmishes have now escalated to open conflict. This will test the stability of the region as other countries may intervene. Interesting. German Empire has 15% world tension, but declaring war on Ecuador was only a 1.1% change. Poor Ecuador. They deserve better than that. Just got back from my final presentation in class for the semester. It's weird to have that in March. But what's up, Robot Mystic? We're gaming in Chile. We're making agency faster than I ever have before. I guess more passive defense. We're trying to get another agent so I can rescue this agent in the next 163 days. Oh, God. We're getting our infrastructure in our most settled areas up to 5, so we can max the amount of steel that we're getting. It's a quarter system, I just say semester to be difficult, I see. Venezuela wants to buy some trucks. It's gonna be a while before we take Venezuela. I'm gonna let them buy the trucks. Romania rejects Hungarian demands. The ultimatum's deadline has come and gone without a Romanian reply. Outraged Hungarian officials have already denounced Romania's government, claiming they are destabilizing the region with their insistence to adhering to unlawful treaties. Both nations seem to be prepping for a war that may erupt at any day. You stone-headed fools. Socialist Republic of Bulgaria joins an alliance. Popular Front bloc. Oh, with Portugal. Weird. Portugal and Bulgaria. And then Germany is making strides, dude. Oh, man. Austria-Hungary joined the German Empire. Well, I think we know who our final boss is going to be this time. It's the German Empire, Austria-Hungary, and Estonia-Finland League. That's our final boss. We just have to hope that they don't snowball. Or we can ignore them and just focus on South and North America. That's also a possibility. Peru and Ecuador signed the White Peace. We have unlocked field hospitals. We're getting both our infantry tech. How did I lose my mechanized? I must have had a time limit on how long I could have that bonus, and I just blew it? I don't know. Well, let's get mechanized 1. I kind of want to play with this if we can. I never get to play mechanized. It might be cool. We need more manpower, though. Free India has joined the German Empire coalition. Letting everyone out of the British Empire was a mistake in this timeline, apparently. India. Peru is justifying a war goal against us. Bring it on, Peru. Bring it freaking on. I'm already getting communism support in there. It's going very slowly, but it's in there. How am I supposed to declare war on you when you guys we have one border, man? We have a singular border, dude. What? Stemming from our recent effort to modernize heavy gun production, our experts come to a conclusion. We need to specialize the heavy arms department if we wish for our production lines to not get highly inefficient and a detriment to the security of our nation. What do we choose? The artillery needs modernization. We need to be able to defend ourselves against skybound enemies. Anti-air bonus, anti-tank bonus, artillery bonus. I mean, it seems like the artillery bonus is just always better. 15% defense, 10% attack. Or build anti-air faster. Or build anti-tank faster. So it seems like the artillery. They just give you the option anyways. Romania has returned Transylvania to Hungarian demands. Okay, so that event popped because of nitrate. Our economy is not as strong as the major powers like Britain, France, and Italy. As such, we need to specialize our heavy gun production for better equipment, even though we wish we had the money for all. True. So I passed up on 5% factory output for... Oh wait, no, I can still do this to get that. What the hell is all this? Add an equipment subsidy to us for Japan. Okay, for anybody. I can target the US, Japan, UK, France. We get some, like, construction bonuses. And it's cheaper to buy licenses. I don't really know how to do that gameplay, to be perfectly honest with you. I want to see what the immigration decisions are. Let's try that. What do I do about Peru justifying a war? This is going to be like the dumbest war, dude. I can actually do service by requirement because we have somehow more than 60% war support. I kind of need it. So we need 150 PP to go to that. Oscar Benavides questions Chilean sovereignty. Oh, that's the dude justifying a war on us. That's them verbally justifying against us. They failed to eat Ecuador. Yeah, they did a white peace. I'm not really sure what that's all about. I think resources are going to get a little scarce here, which is why I'm tempted to up our rail to 3 from the capital so that we can feed some more supplies here. That way we can house more troops on the border. It's probably more important than the infrastructure since they're actively sort of positioning themselves for war. Okay, we should be able to hire another spy soon, like after this one, I think, to go do the rescue op.
Attention!
Yeah, I need to upgrade my division designer because we need to give them recon and field hospitals. So field hospitals lessens the XP loss and also regurgitates casualties back in. So trickle back. It also helps us maintain war support because when you take a lot of casualties, you lose war support, and field hospitals help mitigate that. It also just gives all of our infantry plus 10% HP, which is a fairly recent addition to the game. Now, if we wanted to add motorized recon, that would take 520 trucks. We have 771 in storage. So that'd be a good use of our trucks, but we need to make sure we have enough fuel for them. We do have a little bit of fuel, but I don't know how much that's going to account for. Our armed forces aren't huge. Because you get, instead of 14 defense from cavalry, you get 25 defense. And then breakthrough is up 2.5 times. Soft attack is the same. Reconnaissance is actually 0.5 better with trucks. But yeah, you got to do fuel. Everything else is pretty much the same. You just need to have actual physical trucks manufactured. We'll have 250 left over. And then support equipment will have an extra 1,300 in storage. So we're doing okay on manufacturing these two things. I say let's go for it. And we still have a bunch of army XP because we've been doing training. So the Mountaineers could use a little love, in my opinion. They could use some support artillery. And a field hospital themselves. So their org is down to, it's still 50. I think that's reasonable, even with all the support. I'm worried about you running out of fuel. I mean, we'll see how it goes. There's ways to get more. Even this early. But anyway. Is this a mountain? That is a mountain. I'm probably going to take our Mountaineers. I need to create like a different army group.
Sí, señor.
Let's do like
En fila.
half. Give them over to... Militia, Hill Fighter. Old Guard is not really who I want right now. I mean, reconnaissance up is fine. Non-combat out of supply penalties down isn't that good. It's okay. And then I can give him... entrenchment speed up 50%. I value that. Yeah, I value that decently. Alright, I'll pick this dude. So basically, I just needed...
Listo, señor. Sí,
to do
señor.
some manual front lines. Our reserve is on the Argentinian border just to hold the line in case of emergency.
Listo.
These 8 are going to be on the border with the Bolivian Republic, and then these 8 are going to be specifically on the border with Peru. Because they are amassing there. So we need to get entrenched.
Avancen.
And take the railway. They will actually ride the trains to get up there.
Listo, señor.
We're still exercising, but they're almost level 3. So I'm just going to let them finish, because I don't think that they're going to finish justifying in time. But I could be wrong. We should have better equipment, too. We got artillery 2. We're working on weapons 2. Infrastructure's being built right now to support the dudes. Level 3 supplies and railway connection. Did we win? We haven't fought yet. We're about to fight. We're getting there. Chilean Socialist Republic is a diverse nation with people whose ancestry stretches around the globe. With our economy growing once more and an abundance of resources waiting to be tapped, it's time we encourage more people to move here and call themselves Chilean. I'm curious what that's going to do. At like a functional level. This is war support down, but stability up and political power up and new political advisors. It's mostly democracy focused, which makes sense. I'm scared of development inwards because it slows down our military factories by a lot. It would have helped me build infrastructure faster, which I've just been doing. And we get 3 civilian factories. It might give me some nice stuff over here, though. Yeah, actually there is. All right, let's do development inwards. I'm just going to deal with the 25% slower military factory construction speed. It lasts for 2 years. It's not, like, permanent. Did it say something about decision? Yes, we have a ton of decisions. But now, if we have 150, it's 150 PP. We didn't know how much it was going to cost. But yeah. Eventually we'll do this. I'm more concerned with the revolutions. Nordic Norway is doing a civil war. Oof. Oof. Ouch. Okay, support weapons 3. We need these infantry buffs because we're about to need this 5% defense and offense from the Peru is declaring an offensive war against us, which is crazy. All right, 1940. We're clearly gonna need better field hospitals. And we're about to have 8% faster research, which is awesome. But yeah, war is coming for us whether we like it or not, chat. Peru is justifying the fall of Kiev. Capital of Ukrainian SSR has been captured by the advancing German armies in the Soviet Union. The capture of one of their most important cities is a serious blow to the Soviets, but the question remains whether the Germans can keep up the momentum. Moments after they had occupied the city, thousands of mines planted by the NKVD were apparently detonated in buildings along the Khreshchatyk Main Street, causing even more damage to the already ruined city. Now, the invading forces look east. Also, Poland got... I don't know, this always happens where I'm not really sure. There's no event when this declaration of war fires. So somehow Poland is getting swallowed alive right now and also brought the Allies into the fight, which is probably good because Germany is clearly... German-Austria-Hungary combo is a little OP right now. They also have Finland. So getting the UK involved against this is at least a good thing. Somehow France is the only one not participating. Electronic programmable digital computers are in our wheelhouse. 8% bonus research speed. I like it. We need to get our... I think armored trains would be nice. I also think military police would be nice. Let's get armored trains going first for the inevitable war. Why is Portugal that? They're in a communist faction with Bulgaria. So they'd actually be a good target for us. But they already started a faction, so I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, we should chill on this because we're going to hire a new operative soon. Oh yeah, I can modify the officer corps with the army XP. That's a good shout. Spirit of the Academy. Do we want officers to have a chance of better attack on level up, defense on level up, planning, and I'm going to say planning and logistics because jungle? I think we picked this last time, but meticulous prep is kind of cool. It just sucks when it goes all in on planning and nothing on logistics. That's the only... I guess it's both. But yeah, jungle equals we need more logistics. I can pick another one. I like entrenchment speed, cav attack. Could be cool. Planning speed up. Weekly manpower plus 500. Chat, what are we trying this? 500 weekly manpower and a minus 20% encirclement penalty. Are we gonna get... We might get encircled as Chile. I don't know. I'm willing to try it. I think metal cost is better long term, but this is probably interesting now. We'll give that a try. So here's the real question. Do I wait and see when Peru declares war on us? Probably, right? Well, they got 13 divisions there, dude? Okay. In that case, I'm just going to get everyone... Can we get everyone off the border with Bolivia? Do we have enough supply for this? I guess they're encouraging me to just, like... max my rail? I don't know if we have more rail focuses, actually. Or if I already picked them all. I believe I've already picked them all, so we should be good to just do this rail upgrade to level 4. Because we're currently throttled on supplies up there from what I can see. Yeah, we have 0 supply remaining in this province. Because we're just amassing all of our troops in it, so it's straining what we can bring to bear. However, I think it's a good idea to create an offensive line in Peru that just goes at least up to Lima. And then across the river that way. That way they can begin planning. So you see a planned prep bonus. They'll get up to a 36% attack bonus here. And then the railways should be built pretty quick. We actually have 20 civilian factories now, which is cool. Yeah, I know they can't attack them all at once. You think I don't know how combat width works? What if I told you that you still need to match the amount of troops that they're committing? Because what happens is, when the AI is commanding your armies, they will strategically send in your strongest troops until your organization is whittled down. Then they will stop fighting and then pick the other troops who were there to start a new engagement. And that is a rapid attack strategy the AI does that humans cannot replicate. It is simply too fast. So if you've ever been playing Hearts of Iron, you've seen the AI just like attacking, and like stopping and alternating really fast, is because they're swapping out to keep pressure on the enemy organization and entrenchment. Sometimes it's probably a little buggy, but you don't want to have like, my mountain combat width is 50, therefore I only want 50 combat width in this tile. Is like not how that works. So just be aware of that. Calling upon the bonds forged during the Great War. France has requested a formal alliance with Britain. I'm surprised because France was like, can I please join the war against Germany and Austria-Hungary, please? It's like, okay. If that's what you really want, I mean, it's better for us, I guess. Improved infantry equipment right on the eve of battle's good for that extra 5%. And then we're probably going to want logistics company in our South American campaigns. But I also really want military police to already be researched before we're occupying any territory. The Netherlands is continuing the Zuer de Zee Works, which is, of course, the large-scale land reclamation project that's been undertaken in the Netherlands, continuing the series of such projects known collectively as the Zuer de Zee Works. After the closing off of the Jesselmeer with the Afsluitdijk, the reclamation of the Wieringermeer and the Noordoostpolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, of course, the largest area yet to be reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, draining has proceeded enough that small areas are already accessible and benefits to the Dutch are palpable. The Dutch. Bring on the Dutch words.
Sí, señor.
All right, we've got maximum planning here. I'll tell you what we really need. Service by requirement. We're going to lose construction speed, factory output, dock output, but we are going to get double the current amount of manpower. We have 4.7k manpower. It's getting dangerously low. I don't know if I should focus on land forts or say screw it and just get some more military factories in. Probably that one. Peru, I'd really rather you didn't do the thing right now. Wow, 40% communist support, man. 30% here. So we really have to, like, February with Argentina. So Peru's kind of throwing us... new agent. Oh, the agent. True, true, true. These guys suck. These guys are awful. Luciana, good luck. Because you're going to go on a rescue mission. You don't have the required network strength of 30%. I forgot that was a thing. We've done this before, and then Agent 2 gets captured trying to make an intel network. The spy stuff, man. I'm telling you, it's just a resource drain. I've never had it work. Why did we just hit 95? German Empire, 56%. They're just declaring war on everybody, I guess. They're at war with Spain? Oh, Spain joined the Fourth International. Along with the Nordic Defense Council. Oh, man, you mobilized everybody against you. So now it's France, the UK, Lithuania, Latvia, and whoever's left, a decent chunk of India. But not Australia. Australia's not in the Allies. Nor is Canada. Communist Canada. Interesting. Tim Buck. Tim Buck. The first, not two. But yeah, tons... They're at war with all of Europe. But this is still a powerhouse. They're finally taking Estonia-Finland League up here. Tim Buck sounds like a tech CEO. It does, yeah. All right, now we need to kind of hoard some political power. We're getting 1.5 a day, which is pretty high. It's decent. Because it's getting close to showtime with the revolutions. But again, Peru's kind of throwing us off by justifying against us. Chad, do you think there's a world in which we just build like 5 land forts here? And then simply... There's already one built, dude. And simply, like, redeploy all of our, like, mountaineers and friends down here and just put our, like, defense squads there. Like, this is a huge choke point. And this is plus 15 or minus 15% attack penalty per land fort. What's up, Soup Master? Hello, Fira. How's it going, guys? Good evening. It should be our policy to keep out of world affairs and develop the country internally without relying too heavily on exports. Santiago, Easter Island, and Magallanes, Magallanes gets a civilian factory and a build slot. We also get development inwards, which gives us more civilian factories, stability up. We're up to 85%, super stable. Infrastructure builds faster, but military factories build slower. It's kind of interesting, because then we can do one of these two. Or this. Operative slot +1. See? There you go. Strict secularism. Political power gain up a lot. Stability down. Research speed up a crazy amount. And then socialist youth, which gives us a huge recruitable population. 2.5%. That's crazy. Yeah, let's go for the recruitable pop. I think that's reasonable. Let's start training some more mountaineers. Because we have a lot of manpower coming weekly. 3 more divisions will max us out. All right, this is why we need to be ready. Our neighbor Peru is justifying a war against us, and they're almost done based on that. Because I think how many do you get? 3 prompts? It's on the 3rd one that there's war, and that was 2. I could be wrong. We're in the process of amassing land forts
En fila.
on the border. 96% world tension. Oh, that's probably the world tension sound earlier. You can see how many days they have left on the Diplo screen. Where? Oh, right here. 18th of Feb, 1941. Man, that's like when I want to go to war with Argentina. Like, almost identical, same day. I mean, it might be worth just, like, maxing the number of land forts we have there. Because I'll have 7 queued up now. They're building pretty fast. The trick, though, is we only have a level 2 railway going down the Argentinian border. So maybe we currently work on upping that to level 3. Peru might have their revolution first. I guess I could do... Dude, that's a great idea. We just launch the revolution before they're done justifying war against us. Okay. In that case, we don't need that many land forts. All right, sure. When are these guys going to be done? 13th of Feb, 1941. That's cutting it a little too close. We'll let them reinforce when the war's already begun. Okay, this is actually going to be pretty sick. The problem is, yeah, I'm hoping that that takes a chunk out of their divisions, because they have communist influence till August 1942. So we're just going to have to work with whatever the percentage here is. It's already increased to 30% popularity. I'm wondering if the amount of popularity scales with how many forces the revolutionaries get. You know? I hope so. But it's a shame we can't wait longer. We're about to get like 4 researchers simultaneously. All popping off at the same time. It's a good feeling. Up from 2 research slots at the beginning of the game. Field hospital's level 2, so 20% of our casualties will go back. I think it's 20%, right? Trickle back and war support protection. Yep, 20%. It's good. All right, it's almost 1941, but not quite. That being said, is it close enough for industrial? Why don't we just do like a 25% faster decimetric radar for this one? We can learn how to make, we've learned how to make mechanized. Equipped with armored personnel carriers or infantry fighting vehicles for transport and combat. This is distinguished from motorized infantry in that vehicles provide a degree of protection from hostile fire as opposed to soft-skin wheeled vehicles. Trucks or jeeps. Cool. We could also do logistics companies 3 months. But we're gonna want logistics company. All right, are we making APCs? I would like to. I think it sounds fun. It's just gonna require a lot of factories. We're also making some anti-air. That way I have a surplus just in case we need to pump some support companies in. I don't know if they have a big air force. They might. They have more than us, probably. What do we have? I have negative 82 planes. Okay, cool. You love to see that. Oh, back to production. We're still replacing all of our guns, which we're gonna need. We have we have 1,000 surplus artillery. Lots of extra trains. What do I drop? We need trucks for recon. We need artillery for support artillery. Maybe we just keep that at 2 for now. I need to do line artillery, but it's hard to do everything, isn't it? We have quite a lot of support equipment. For now, granted. All right, we'll just dedicate the new military factories to APCs. And then armored trains. They cost a lot more to produce, but they have some air attack now. I think that's a patch. That's new, right? Is it not? Or has that already been in for a while? 250 armor. I don't think that's a patch. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Now we're going to start on getting ahead of the game on dispersed industry for the factory, space, and production. And then get all of our 1941 industry going. Okay, it's almost game time. War with Peru. Civil war in Peru. More specifically. All right, military police. We're not using them yet, but when we occupy a nation, we're going to want military police. So getting tier 2 is a good investment right now. Outdated equipment in production. Oh yeah, the old trains. New trains are going to cost twice as much steel, but it is what it is. 98% world tension. Owner, the Second Brazilian Republic. What did they do? I thought it said that. Maybe I was just mousing over them and didn't realize it. France making plays? How is Poland still alive, dude? How are they still alive? We have already established secularism in the liberal constitution, but the church still holds a lot of power over both the people and select politicians. We should therefore demand taking a distance from religion and politics from any who wish to participate. So political power just went up plus 20%, which is wild. But stability's down, but research speed is up 15%. 15! That is, okay, to put 15% research speed in perspective, that is so that's 7, 12, 20. That's 5% less research than all of our research buffs combined. Like from the focus tree. Or the research tree, rather. My science! All right, now we're going to get Socialist Youth Organization, I think, and that's going to be recruitable population factor, which is already going up, but if we're going to be mobilizing for war, we need that to keep going up, and keep going up, and keep going up, and keep going up. Hearts of Iron stream, 7 hours late, more than that Inferior Donut, because we had a stream outage at the beginning. I actually started at like 2:40 today, so it's been 8 hours. But we had some internet woes. But what's up, Erathon? Inferior Donut, welcome. We're about to launch into civil wars. We have been sowing the seeds of dissent in the form of potential communist revolution brewing in our neighbors, and we are about to reap those rewards. Actually, you know what? We're going to go ahead and apply this. Defense, soft attack, and reliability up. Sure. Been lurking for a bit. What's up, Rin? Hope you enjoy your lurk. Thanks for hanging out. Chile has been interesting so far. I've enjoyed it. I guess we just need to keep jamming military factories right now. We're out of steel, but we're breaking even. We're at 0. We can change our economic policies pretty much whenever we want. Yugoslavia has joined the Germans. Interesting. Their Peter II is like, wants to join, buff the winning side, I guess, here. I don't know if they're winning. Maybe they are. With the now the League of Nations is over. With a declaration of war on Yugoslavia by the United Kingdom, who, by the way, joined the faction of the United Kingdom's enemies, the League of Nations has failed in its attempts to preserve peace. Lord Edward Halifax openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League. With other world leaders also questioning the point of the League of Nations. If it can't prevent conflicts, the days of the League are over. Not unexpected. Wait, did Romania join? Dude, this is a powerhouse! What the hell, man? German Empire, Austria-Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia all went non-aligned? In the same ahistorical campaign? I've never seen this much power just willingly cooperate. Yeah, that's a ridiculous alliance now. I thought Germany was poised to lose, but we just saw Yugoslavia and Romania join the fight, and there is no Southern Front. Don't worry, though. The United Mexican States is coming to the rescue, where the United States will not. Francisco, I don't know how to say this last name, is joining up the Allies and sending brave Mexican soldiers to the front. Meanwhile, in Italy, Mussolini is on his last leg. It's because it's the boot. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. All right, so we just need to kick this off before Feb. 18th of Feb. Chat, are there any changes in this DLC that aren't country related? Nah, it's pretty much just all the focus trees is the bulk of the content. And 6 new songs, which I'm down with. They were nice. We listened to them earlier. The fall of Sevastopol, base of the Soviet Black Sea Fleet, has the timing has finally succumbed to German attacks. Its loss will severely hamper any Soviet attempt to contest the Black Sea, and the fall of the city is regarded as a significant German victory. It's a loss that will hamper any Soviet attempt to contest the Black Sea, and the fall of the city is regarded as a significant German victory. An edict has already been issued from Berlin stating the city shall henceforth be known as Theodor Reichshafen, Theodorschaffen and Theodoric the Great. Anyway, if I do say so myself, I think that there's already a lot of feature bloat with all the DLCs currently in Hearts of Iron, and I don't know that I needed any major features a la the tank creator, or the boat creator, or the airplane creator, because it's already got a lot of micromanagement, and I kind of just wanted new focus trees from the official source, and that's kind of what I got. So I don't mind that at all, really. Okay, I say let's go max rail all the way to the north. We'll not regret that. And then improve our rail to the south. Because supply-wise, we have a lot of divisions here. We have zero supplies. Where do we get all these civilian factories? Are more people buying my goods? Oh yeah, they're buying my steel. They're buying my chromium. All right, so we're getting a good amount of civilian factories from that. Artillery manufacturer. Let's do production efficiency, please. Just build everything faster. All right, chat, it's the 14th of January. We're T-minus 1 month until Peru declares war on us as of now. So, we've got them to 36% communist support. We can fracture them from within. And we just learned how to be more coordinated. 1% coordination will help us a little bit. All right, now we need the rest of our industry. Let's do production efficiency cap. And then construction speed. Can you rescue your spy yet? Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. Somehow she got out. I'm not really sure what happened. But she's here. Apparently. I don't know if there was a rescue attempt, but she's here somehow. And I'm gonna go back to building a network there because we're gonna need to. Because that's another one of my targets. We're gonna go double Intel network there. All right, chat. I'm gonna say we launch on February 1st. Wait, how long does this take? Is it instantaneous? Uh-oh. It takes 30 days. We have less than 30 days. Oh, no. Because the thing says launch the revolution. I just expected that it wasn't a timed thing, because that's what it's titled. Launch. Right? They might not declare on me instantaneously. Well, there we go. We'll start it anyways. So if this works, the communist supporters will start a civil war, Constituent Assembly becomes the ruling party. Public elections will not be held. Peru becomes a puppet of Chilean Socialist Republic, and we declare war on Peru. The size of the civil war will depend on the scale of their support. Won't they still have the revolt even if they're at war with you? It's entirely possible. We are about to do some science. We're doing some science. I feel like I'm spread too thin with these anti-air here. We got tons of guns and lots of support. I'd like to up our artillery so we can have line artillery, and then I want 4 on mechanized and start doing some proper mechanized. But then again, we're gonna need some more trucks too, because we're gonna want mechanized and motorized together. Okay. Well, we're gonna see what happens, chat. One of the conditions was at peace with Peru? Oh no. Was it? That was to click the button, though. I don't know. I've already clicked the button. So I don't know if it'll auto-cancel or not. There are many in the youth who've been radicalized to the left and right. The socialists in particular are quite vocal and passionate, protecting their values, and are thus willing to fight against any who threaten our great state. Add socialist youth as a national spirit, which grants a 2.5% recruitable population, which is massive. So we can go up to 12.5%, so we can double our manpower from where we are right now. Daily communism support, recruitable population factors up, war support's up. It's all good. It is all good, dude. So we can't do this if we're communist. We can do this. An encryption bonus gives us bonus counter intel and an operative slot. Kind of cool. Uh-oh. Those naive citizens of Peru who imagine the Chilean as a people of peace are entirely out of touch with reality. Our military presence close to Peruvian territory has sparked increased concern since they interpret our troop movements as proof of hostile intent. They hardly seem to have considered their aggressive rhetoric is the reason for our defensive measures. True, though. Absolutely true. All right, let's get construction 4. I believe the last thing we just researched was logistics 1. Which I need logistics 2 also. We only have 46 org here. Okay, but what if I add logistics companies? Supply usage goes down, breakthrough goes up, and that'll lower our organization. We have 18 combat width, but what if we had 20? It goes back to 44. I don't know what I want my combat width to be. I kind of want to play around with I don't know. Mountains are 25 combat width, so 25 is interesting. What if we just bulk our forces up to 22 combat width, give them the logistics company, and then to get to 25, we'll end up doing a line artillery. That'll get us to 25. And we can actually do it. We'll still have 815 artillery in storage. It'll take 468 in total to get that. Guns, it'll take 2,600, and we have 37,000. Support equipment will take 260, we have 2,000, yeah. So we can definitely do this and go 25 combat width real quick. And we're balancing at like 43 organization. We need to keep organization above 40. I'd like to keep it at 50. I'm gonna lock this in. This is gonna be our like final offer, and then we can spend land doctrine, which will hopefully get us some more org. I don't know which doctrine to pick. But yeah, you can see my orange bar went down on all these dudes. It also lowered our average experience on the ones that it's reformatting. And we have to use the trains to bring reinforcements. Our infrastructure is pretty great though, so it shouldn't take many days to reinforce the front. And we're gonna bring in some new troops, get some replacements in there. But yeah, 2 artillery would push us way above 25, and also it'll push my organization down too far. Grand battle plan is pretty good. You're not wrong. All right, we're back to 87% fighting strength on the eve of possible war. The question is, are they going to declare immediately? We're going to be finished with the revolution in 3 days. Justification of conquering for Peru is finished. Monkas, Holg. Don't do it. Don't do it, Peru. Give me one more day. Give me just one. Yes! Revolutionary Peru has declared war on Peru. It's time. And look at them. Look at this. The trap has been sprung. They're all on our border, all like 11 plus however many divisions.
Listo, señor.
And we launch the plan, which actually I don't know what they'll do. Let's see. Do they attack? No, their plan got kind of thrown out. So we can do a new offensive line and just launch that. And they actually get to keep the plan preparation bonus because they already had it. And then we just push right on in there because look at their supplies. Look at their org. And we need to do this before they move further back. And then the revolutionaries are going to be maybe moving up here. They have 0 supply because our communist revolutionaries spawned in the port of Mollendo? How do you say this? Possibly Mollendo? Now, the problem is we're fighting in the dang mountains.
Bajo ataque.
The problem is we're fighting in the freaking mountains. But adding the line artillery here was quite good. And we have some kind of insane, like, organization compared to them. They have a ridiculous 400 plus defense. So basically, all we need to do is just keep, like,
Listo.
let the AI push, and then he'll just keep pushing people in. We're gonna start losing fuel soon. I hate that the AI spams last stand. They do that. But they don't, it kind of is a last stand for them. In light of increased perceived Soviet aggression, the German Empire has offered states under threat from communism a chance to form an alliance. Any country in the alliance will be committed to fighting against the Union of Soviet Republics. I mean, you guys are at war right now, so who does that entail exactly? You have a massive alliance right now. You're going ham. But you're at war with a lot of people. All right, military police is all caught up. What was I going to research? Feb 1941. Oh, Logistics 2. Logistics 2, and I'm going to use our research bonus. We have 250 PP. We should start bolstering the revolution in other places so that we can go ahead and get ahead on that. Like, I'm not ready to go to war with Brazil yet. We kind of need to get everybody around them. And then we got a lot of Central American, even the Mexican Republic. Interesting. All right, I guess we need to do Ecuador and Colombia. Would be the easiest ones. We probably want to surround Brazil, but that would need a lot of troops. But then we have a bunch of puppets over here to put pressure on them. Yeah. Okay, so then Colombia and Venezuela. Do it. Why isn't Bolivia on the list? We already did. They're already under influence. So they have until August. And they're already at 47%, which is great for us. Extremely good. So, what do we want to build next? Is the question. Eventually, I'm going to need some naval dockyards, is the problem. We're running out of room to build stuff. And I need to make some fuel storage related facilities as well. But, like, I'm always going to need a couple more military factories. But we're getting kind of full. I like that they're getting pushed from the other side, too. The revolutionary flank right here. We're keeping this stack of 11 busy, while these chads over here kind of push this single unit back, and then they'll be able to help push from this side and this side. And then we're really gaming. We got these guys down to 10.
En fila.
The Mountaineers are here, the new ones. So we are gonna send them on a beeline to the front line because these are like proper Mountaineer troops. We're suffering attrition simply for being on the mountain, which is something even Mountaineers ironically have to deal with. Look at it. Look at the front line crumble. I would be so mad if I was playing as Peru.
Sí, señor.
Oh yeah.
En fila. Avance.
You guys gotta send it, because they're down to 12. Germany's attempting to influence South American nations with espionage and sabotage in their vile Operation Bolivar. We should do all in our power to counteract this. We get 0.3 counter intel, a new operative slot, and that's all we can do here in the middle. So from here, what do we want? Dockyards are good. Decryption speed, another operative, lots of spies. Maybe just go warfare in Patagonia. That way we can get the factory output. Recruitable pop factors down here is good. I don't know when we're going to start working on like a proper navy. We're going to need one because there's a lot of islands that we need to secure down here in the Caribbean. Let's do a 35-day for a naval dockyard, and some naval XP will get started because we have none. I see a llama trooper. Train in the desert. It just like makes you better in hot, and this makes you better in the mountains, which, you know, would be very useful right now. Okay, maybe we should do that first then. Yeah, let's do that first. The one that leads us to fighting better in the mountains, which we are currently fighting in. Oh, I didn't see these nerds up here in Peru. Kind of backdooring the revolutionaries. That's why we need to win
Sí, señor.
here first.
Sí, señor.
All we gotta do is crack the stack. We've already deleted one. They were completely encircled with nowhere to retreat. There's another one that got cracked. So even though we're losing, as long as their org gets to 0 and they need to retreat, there's nowhere to run. The AI is doing that crazy thing that I was talking about before. So I got my Mountaineers going in primarily right now, and I'm gonna switch them out as soon as they're done.
Avance.
Send in the next squad. Dispersed Industry 4. We're almost maxed. We got more space for factories. Factories are just more output, 10% per. And the rest of the industrial stuff's coming along nicely. What's next? We are kind of relying on line artillery, and it's kind of far behind technologically, so let's catch it up a little bit. Oh yeah, another one pops. 2, oh, it's over. That helmet ping, the best animation in the entire game. Down from 13 or 14 divisions to 4. Their positions are being overrun. And we can do a doctrine. Oh yeah, the Mountaineer Doctrine. I wonder how many troops that was. We're gonna look at what that stack wipe was worth. What an amazing flank.
Atención.
And they're gone. New front line. All right, we're gonna have everybody kind of rotate up.
Avance!
Use infrastructure where it's available. And we can focus all of our efforts
Listos.
pushing north. Let's see what that was worth. The Chilean-Peruvian War, we just inflicted 124,000 casualties. And have taken about 7,000 back.
Atención.
Hell yeah, brother. No prob. Yeah, that crippled them for sure. All right, let them get into their spots. Takes a long time to move through the mountains. The problem is... Oh, Lithuania has capitulated. The problem is we need to do the same thing in Argentina. I need to start training some more troops. So why don't we work on that? How many mechanized do we have? Not many. All right, so we can't do mechanized dudes yet, but we can do some basic grunts now. I can't believe how much manpower that takes. Maybe these divisions are too thick. Considering how big South America is. We should be good to train 6 divisions because even though it puts me down to 10k manpower, we're still recruiting up to like 12 and a half, and we're at 6.8, so we'll be refilling that daily. As long as we don't take heavy frontline losses here,
Sí, señor.
then we should be good. All right, we're in position. I'm gonna say launch the offensive. And we should have some nice flanks. A new operative can be recruited, a linguist, and a seducer. That reminds me, what are we doing over here? We want to infiltrate the civilian administration. Agents use diplomatic passports to enter the country and move around. Receive civilian infiltration in the Argentine League. Why not? Let's use our seducer and linguist. And then give the other seducer an opportunity. Just one civilian factory. We'll say commence when ready. And then we'll put the other operative here, boosting ideology of communism. It's only 0.02 per day, but whatever. King Carol II of Romania sees no choice and announces his abdication. His successor is King Michael, but many powers obtained by Carol have been vested back into the government. Following his abdication, Carol appears to have emptied his expansive bank account, taking up residence in one of Mexico City's more expensive neighborhoods. I love Stellaris, but I feel like that play is why Hearts of Iron 4 feels the best right now. That was much more interesting than building a giant fleet of ships and sending it to the AI's giant fleet of ships. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Even though it's like built into our storyline, more or less. Yeah. The best supplement to a mobile army is a unit of strong metal behemoths with the firepower to overpower almost any foe they encounter. The only question is, should our tank production be focused on the German Blitz strategy or work as a support for the infantry? So we've got some armor tech, got an event. What I'm interested in is one of these. I want factory output up 5%.
Están retrocediendo, señor.
All right, these dudes are retreating. The borders are moving. And there is some free land that is just... nobody's even there. They're moving to reinforce. And we've got them flanked on the mountain from 1, 2, 3, 4 separate tiles into this mountain tile. So I don't think that they stand a chance. All right, we got civilian factories free. I need to pay attention. I don't think it's a bad idea to start building a little anti-air back here, but we did just open up some more building slots. I think we do more military factories for now. and cram them in because we're going to start getting more resources soon to pay for the factories that we're constructing. All right, what's the war score? Surprisingly, it's probably going to take a change once we get Lima. But yeah, I've got 25 width for our regular troops, but not for the Mountaineers.
Avance.
But the Mountaineers have Mountaineers, so we're doing what we can with them. They're specialists. They're here to augment us.
Sí, señor.
Oh, they are losing ground quick. I have technically an air wing, but like, come on. Where? I have 18 planes, dude. They're biplanes. I don't even want them. 97, 98, 99. Retreat. Oh, just instantly took that tile over too before they could reinforce. And we almost have Lima surrounded. We got some troops up here pushing in for the flank. This is a huge, weak mountain spot. They see it, they're trying to fill, but they're not going to be able to because we keep pushing them here to occupy their forces. There we go. We're in the mountain. The capital is surrounded. And they got nowhere to run, so they're getting helmet popped again. AI is doing a pretty good job of this. If Stellaris had something like Heart of Iron combat width for the fleets, I think it'd make fleets less Doomstack v Doomstack. Justify this. Yeah. I like how we just did an Uno reverse card on Peru justifying a war against us after I didn't even demand a claim on the territories that we gave them in the past. They're going rogue. Artillery plus 10% soft attack. That's helpful. Yeah, we got line artillery now, so let's make it even better. And it looks like Lima is ready to fall. Capital is gonna have to be moved. Oof. Iquitos. All right, that almost finished the war. That boosted us up to 83%. And all we gotta do is just keep the pressure up. The boys are doing good. 20,000 casualties to their 184. 20,000's a lot for us, but, you know, you gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet right now. It should be over any minute. Based on the way... Oh, another Mexican Civil War? They're having some problems here, dude. Luis? Oh, who that? Plutarco y Calles. Of the non-aligned versus the Democratic? Weird. The second Mexican Revolution. I don't know if they're this might be the third. The Cristiada. Mexico joined the German Empire. Oh, that's bad for us. That's actually really bad for us. Well, I guess we're going to war with Germany eventually in this timeline. Because we need to do a revolution in Mexico too. USA mod check. Focus on domestic production. Though it's undoubtedly more difficult and time-consuming, it's a lot more beneficial to develop and produce tanks in our home country to ensure the quality of the product and not risking our weapon deliveries being stolen. 5% factory output forever is pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. Okay, we want Land of the Mountains. So do I want hot or cold? Chad, actually, great question. Do I want hot or cold acclimatization? Acclimatization. Are we going to experience more heat or cold here? Is there a temperature overlay or like a weather overlay or something? Yeah, the equator's hot. I guess hot. In the Atacama Desert. I don't know, when do we want cold more? I guess we'll find out. All right, let's end this war. Is anybody even going into this tile?
¡Listo!
Oh, they are. Oh, someone was retreating from it. I didn't see that. Somehow we have free military factories. How we doing? Lots of guns. We could always use more artillery now that we're doing line arty. And we're gonna need a 4th on support equipment. Production efficiency up another 10%. We are capped here. Got the armor research. Doing artillery. I guess let's go radar and get coordination. I don't know. We're researching really fast. Crazy fast. Yes! Yes. Peru has capitulated, giving us access to 50% of their stockpiled equipment, and Revolutionary Peru is a puppet. So we have to compete with them for demands, I guess. So unfortunately for us, Revolutionary Peru is here. So it's actually in our best interest to just kind of allow them to puppet everything, I think. We probably take this for the factories, take the state, and then just let them puppet the rest, because we'll just get cheap trade. Right? So I can select Revolutionary Peru and then like take these states on their behalf. Wait, I'm not doing it right. Reset. Okay, reset. So I want this. And then as Revolutionary Peru, I will give them this, right? Okay, and they're taking a state as well. Wait, why is there another? Oh, yeah, this is correct, I think. Contested bid. No, yeah, I'm gonna take this one, boys. You can't have that one. Sorry. I'm hooking you up with the rest, though. There's 6 factories here, bro. Okay. And they ran out of points because I have more points than them, and I think we are done. So I took 1 state, Revolutionary Peru took 4 states, Peru was annexed, equipment has been seized, and voila, we have our very first puppet. GG's, the war is won. Now we look elsewhere, Bolivia, Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Colombia, and more. So Chad, that's what we're gonna call it today. Okay, I gotta go eat dinner because I can smell it, and it's time to go. I am going to be streaming this again tomorrow, but it's going to be a little later because I have an appointment and I couldn't get it any earlier. I have an appointment in the early afternoon that I have to go to, and then whenever I get home from that, then there will be a stream. So it's probably going to be a bit late tomorrow, but we're just going to pick up this campaign again and do it some more. But it should be good because I think we have a bright future. With 222 PP, we can either go to war with Argentina or Bolivia. I'm thinking about Bolivia first. That way we kind of increase our, we have Peru, the border between us and Bolivia is extended. We have more troops and manpower's going up. So it seems good, all right? So I think that's a great place. I don't think we have any unsaved progress because this is Iron Man. But honestly, the focus tree for Peru seems like it's pretty fun. I did it wrong, but it hasn't seemed very confusing. There's some good 35-day focuses. I didn't notice any bugs yet, and I don't really have any complaints. So I was enjoying it. Seemed like there were a decent number of ways to take Peru as well. Not Peru, Chile. There is a thing for Peru though, right? Because how did they declare war? How are they declaring war on me? You know what I mean. All right, gamers. Yes, we're playing as Chile. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night or morning, wherever you are. Thank you for hanging out with me for a bit. And I am going to send you all to the void, into eternal darkness. I'll see you again late tomorrow, okay? And we'll do some more Hearts of Iron. DLC's been fun so far. Bye, everybody. Sleep tight. I'm gonna get some food and grab a quick bite. It's good to be back, and it's good to have something fun to play back. And I'm looking forward to this weekend as well. VOD time? Yeah, the VOD's a bit messed up. I'm gonna delete the first VOD. So the original intro is getting deleted. So I hope you already watched it. Because it was 20... I'm not leaving a 29-minute VOD up there. So it'll be deleted before I go to sleep. That's your time to watch. If you want, okay? Alright, get out. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. Oh, also, Oni-chan Shadow, thank you for 5 months. Sorry I missed your sub a few minutes ago. Thank you for the end of stream sub, Oni-chan. And you have a good night, too.